dreams come alive. We can be heroes and legends today.
Roger Federer, l'intelligent.
Dreams come alive.
100 years of centre court, and what a moment this is.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and from all of us here at Wimbledon, may I offer you a very warm welcome to the opening day of the Championships 2022.
No player could fail to be moved by that sort of reception. Djokovic is back, good when he needed to be today.
That is too good.
Oh, it's brilliant. The next Nadal, maybe.
Emma Raducanu impresses on her centre court debut.
A lion-hearted effort. What a welcome for Andy Murray. One more Andy Murray win to add to the century of centre court stories.
Swiatek just dominating women's tennis.
The Kyrgios show earns itself another date.
Kokonakis once more lights up Wimbledon.
Made it, and she raises her arms. Heather Watson.
And that is a relieved Tsitsipas.
Changwa has knocked out Belinda Bencic.
It's another big upset. The 6th seed ejected.
The one and only Rafael Nadal. Vintage Nadal. So is the dream of a 23rd Grand Slam title.
Centre court welcomes Serena Williams.
What a remarkable win for Harmony Tang. She's beaten a legend. Another remarkable Wimbledon story.
Hello there, welcome along to Wimbledon Uncovered on day 3 of the Championships. The All England club there looking resplendent as always. A mixture of sunshine and clouds at the moment, but hopefully no rain in the forecast. There are lots more big matches for us to look forward to today. And play has already begun on the outside courts as the second round gets underway. Also worth remembering the doubles events start later today, so watch out for some great volleys and rallies at the net in those matches. Adam Hunt with you here on Wimbledon Uncovered alongside Radzi, who is wearing the whitest top I have ever seen. You're going to have to be very careful with the ketchup later when you got your chips, aren't you?
Making our teeth look rather yellow. I wanted to wear my proper anorak. Sean, the AP, didn't allow me to do that, so I'm going for this sort of a slightly lighter number.
Well, it's very nice and available in the Wimbledon shop, so if you are coming down, head down, you can look just like Radzi.
It's an absolute bargain of triple figures, I think is what it is. But definitely worth checking down.
Worth saving the pocket money for.
Exactly. Go strawberries or jacket, don't go both because the combination could result in an awful lot of stains down this. But mate, day 3, so we've had 2 fantastic days of tennis. Once again, the atmosphere, there's so much excitement here.
Yes, and loads of great matches to look forward to. Should we have a look at the order of play? We'll start with centre court.
Let's kick off with centre court. It is the place to be, really. I mean, look at those names, they're right at the very top. Novak Djokovic, there was a big question mark as to whether he would be playing in Wimbledon. We're delighted to say that the Serbian is doing exactly that, and can he win another title? So much to look forward to in terms of fairy tale stories. Can Nadal go all the way to the final? He'll be taking on Australia's Tanasi, Kokonakis, the very good friend of the massive character, the other character from Australia. Then after him will be the ladies' singles match between the French Karolina Garcia and Emma Raducanu. There'll be so much support for the Brit. She had the injury, of course, to her abdominal section. Didn't seem to stop her in round 1. That'll be a really interesting one. Karolina Garcia, who used to be coached by her father, had a little bit of a change of late, so it'll be interesting to see how she fares against the tenacious Emma Raducanu. And finally, another Brit, Andy Murray. How long will his streak this year continue. We saw at the very top of the show just what it meant to him. Well, he's taking on 6'10's world record-breaking tennis enduring match player John Isner. What a battle that'll be.
Yeah, and potential for some upsets in both of those matches. We're actually speaking to Jamie Delgado in about half an hour's time, Andy Murray's former coach. It'll be interesting to see his view on how Murray's preparing for that match. 4 matches actually on court 1 because one of them's got to finish that second match of the day. First up, Anett Kontaveit, the number 2 seed in the ladies singles, who struggled a little bit in her first round match. There was an opportunity for an upset, but she managed to get through it. She's against the unseeded German Julie Niemeyer. First up on court 1, which starts half an hour before centre court, so we'll be inside there in just a few moments' time. After that, a match that's got to finish. It's been so close. Karolina Pliskova, when is she going to lift the Wimbledon title? Every year I feel like we pick her to win it, and she doesn't manage to do it. She had a good run last year, but she's having to fight pretty hard, having taken that first set on a tiebreak 7-6. It's 5-all, well poised in the second against Teresa Martinkova. After that, Cameron Norrie's got his reward. He was out on court 2 for his first round match. He's on court number 1 today against Jaume Munar, the unseeded Spaniard. And then the last match of the day on court 1, Maria Sikari against Victoria Tamova. And speaking of court 1, let's go inside court 1 and see what's going on inside there, because the roof is off on both of those courts because, as I said, the weather, I wouldn't say full sunshine. There is some clouds around, but it's not raining at the moment. And it is Anett Kontaveit in your picture, the number 2 seed against Julie Niemeyer. The warm-up is completed. Timing is perfect. It's like we wrote the script, and we can join the commentators there on court number 1.
Love.
8th appearance for the Estonian, who's from the capital, Tallinn. 26 years of age. She has a Christmas Eve birthday, or first Christmas Day, as you would say, back in Denmark. I was just looking at her debut here. Came here as a qualifier 8 years ago, and in the last round of qualifying beat Ashley Barty. Who would have thought? Then lost to an Aussie in the first round, Casey Delacqua.
I can't believe she's still only in her mid-20s. It seems like she's been around for a very long time.
Game, Kontaveit. First game.
A really good hold to that second. Early anxieties.
One of the most unique experiences here at Wimbledon is if you get one of these spots at the Arangi practice facility. We've got a full house this afternoon as fans on the fence getting as close as they can to one of the great champions of the sport in Rafael Nadal. The 2-time champion here made a return for the first time since 2019, a winning return against Francisco Cerundolo yesterday. Rafa now on the practice court today with his team. Mark Lopez, the former doubles great who Rafa won an Olympic gold with, hitting with him there. And we also have his team just courtside, Francisco Roig. And you can see Rafa having a little chat here with Mark Lopez, but the whole team had to have breathed a bit of a sigh of relief on Tuesday when he was able to beat Cerundolo in 4 sets. It was a match that got a little bit tricky for Nadal in that 3rd and 4th set against the Argentinian who was making his Wimbledon debut. The Spaniard, having missed Wimbledon just last year, playing here for the first time in 3 years. And coming off of that historic French Open championship, 14 French Opens, 22 majors, back at Wimbledon, and speaking candidly about his left foot injury that he had at the French Open, the treatment that he had on it in Spain to get ready from Wimbledon, and actually talking about after the match, is it hard for you, Rafa, to get back onto the grass, to get used to the conditions, the way that the ball comes off the ground? And you can see him here really ripping some of those forehands This is what the great champions do. They win a match, they get one round under their belt, and then they go back to work. So Rafa talking there about the flick of the wrist, exactly how he gets those big RPMs on the forehand. And we saw those fans at the opening. They are getting, what a unique experience this is. This Rafa in practice. He's not in Wimbledon whites. You don't have to wear those here at Orangi. And look at him ripping these forehands. They're just asking for more power off the frame to see what he can do and to make sure he's got the timing off the grass. That's the big thing from the clay to the grass, is how do you time the ball in that lower bounce? The way that it skids off these courts at the All England Club. Nadal due back out on court on Thursday. He's going to take on a familiar foe. John Isner, the American, has been a semi-finalist here as Isner. Of course, he's part of that famous match against Nicolas Mahut, the longest match of all time. Rafa and Isner, they've played 9 times previously, and it's actually Rafa who has 8 of those wins. So only once has Isner beaten Rafa. He's got a big task against the Spaniard who's getting in his steps. He's got that 1 win under his belt, and he's going to be back out on the match court against Isner for round 2.
Okay, I'm here with Pauline Black, renowned singer. How are you today?
I'm very, very well, and even better for being here. It's such a, wonderful occasion. It's great. Centre court, I can't believe it.
Have you been to Wimbledon before?
I have been to Wimbledon before. That was in the 80s. And but I was working on a television programme doing pretty much what you're doing now, and sort of interviewing some of the people, but on the outer court. So I never, ever got to go on centre court or see centre court.
So today's a really special day for you.
Oh, absolutely, yes. I mean, look at who's on centre court. Emma Raducanu. So.
Emma Raducanu, Andy Murray, and Novak Djokovic. I mean, you really have got the box office.
That is a good day. That's a good day.
So I'm unsure if you're aware, but this is the 100th year of centre court. We're celebrating its centenary. So a really special time for Wimbledon and a really iconic court. Do you have any fond memories watching it at home of any big matches on centre court that you can remember? And that's putting you on the spot.
Yvonne Goolagong.
There you go, straight
Yvonne Goolagong.
And why did that match really resonate with you?
It really resonated because, I mean, she was a black player. And back in, I think it was 71 and 80, she won Wimbledon. And back in 71, you just didn't see that sort of thing, I mean, if somebody was black and playing tennis and they were on the TV, that was a thing, and Arthur Ashe as well. So, and here I am, and I'm about to see Emma Raducanu as well, so I'm really excited.
I'm so excited for you. So I'm asking all our guests some questions today. I hope you don't mind. So Wimbledon has many iconic aspects, centre court, just the fact that it's grass courts, strawberries and cream. Is there anything that you're particularly excited about seeing, or is there one iconic thing that really stands out for you?
I'm very interested to see the whole of the closing of the roof.
I hate to tell you, I think it's probably already closed. I think they know it's a rainy day.
Well, that's great.
Oh, you want to see
Then I'm going to see it open.
Okay, fine.
It doesn't matter whether it closes or opens.
It might open though if it's sunny, so you'll get to see some action.
Well, I think it's going to be sunny. Of course it's going to be sunny.
That's nice. The sun always shines in Wimbledon at some point.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So the roof, very iconic. And there's some amazing updates to centre court, which I'm not sure if you know about yet, but wait.
I probably do.
Very cool. You'll be it's more like in your profession, a bit more stars in their eyesy. Now, one of the reasons you're here is because you are an incredible performer and have had such an illustrious career. Why do you feel like it feels so special to be here for you today? And what was a highlight of your career?
The highlight of, well, I don't really have highlights in that way. It still carries on. Yeah. And as long as I have my health and as long as I can carry on performing, then I'm very, very happy. And I've always loved tennis ever since I was at school. I've always thought that tennis was, just the best game ever. And I still think that. So
do you play?
Today, I used to play. I was never very good, but like I said, Yvonne Goolagong, the Williams sisters, all of those.
Iconic.
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
So, how do you feel that Serena unfortunately couldn't see this one through this year?
Well, we all get older, and sometimes your body tells you that maybe this is the time to move on, start doing something else or whatever, but still within tennis. And it happens to everybody. Happens to people in my profession, and you have to come to terms with it.
But whatever happens, she will have inspired generations to come, for sure.
Totally. The Williams sisters have inspired so many people, and I just hope that that continues in terms of, you know, that young black players feel that they're as welcome here as anywhere in the world.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Pauline. Have the best day.
My pleasure. Thank you very much, my dear.
Well, thank you very much to Olivia there. And look at that, a picture we would not have expected to see a year ago. Novak Djokovic surrounded by his fans once again. The legend of Wimbledon is very much back in all of our hearts. And like I said earlier, can he win another title?
An essential piece of kit when you're coming to Wimbledon is a Sharpie pen.
Yes.
Because that's what you can sign with. No biros, nothing like that, no pencils. A Sharpie or any other brand of indelible marker are available.
But they're just not as good.
And something to sign. Something to sign. One of those tennis balls, a body part. Sometimes we see that, don't we?
And obviously get the tattoo straight away afterwards.
Yes, exactly. But if you're coming down to Wimbledon, there is a good opportunity to get autographs down at Arangi. This is where Novak Djokovic is at the moment, but you've got to bring a pen.
And ideally have a young person with you, because it's very difficult for a player to say no to a kid. Straight away, they will break their concentration. Oh, mate, listen, when I was 14 and I was here and I looked like I was 11, that worked. That worked. But look at that there. That's, again, another part of Wimbledon.
So find a pen, find a child.
Correct, exactly. Now, if we're going to go niche on the kind of pen in question, what you ideally want is you want the double nib. You want the thin one end, the thick at the other, so you can write as well as get signatures as well.
Yeah, you're on commission. So there is Djokovic signing autographs and taking plenty of selfies for his fans. Let's see some more live action. We can go over to court number 3, where Ryan Peniston, in your picture here, has had an absolutely brilliant grass court season, made full use of the wild cards that he got at Queen's and Eastbourne to produce some brilliant performances. He's, as you can see there, at his career high ranking of 135. He got through his first round match, and he's up against it a little bit, shall we say, against Steve Johnson, the American, in his second round here. Lost the first set, and we can join the commentators for this first game of the second.
That's a nice little change up. Well, Moretti making the adjustments in this second set, which is good to see. The first serve and volley from Peniston. He took the high backhand volley nicely here. Nice crisp sound to that one. Out the middle of the racket.
He's certainly got the serve going, hasn't he? It's now a 7th ace. Put 3 in his last service game. And just as you said, Arf needs to hold serve more comfortably. And he's done just that.
First game, second set.
Okay, I'm here with Anita Chowdhury, a philanthropist and a huge tennis fan. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm really excited to be here.
It's an amazing day out, and you are in the Royal Box, which is just such an exciting honour.
I'm so touched. I'm really grateful for the MBE and for being invited because of the kind of work and involvement that I do with public, which is mostly Paralympians in wheelchairs. So it's been...
Well, you deserve this honour. You do such incredible work, and I know you've been a huge force behind kind of our Paralympic team in the Olympics, but what about wheelchair tennis? Like, is that an area you're quite passionate about? Are you involved in? Are you excited to see as the tournament progresses?
Absolutely. I have 3 tennis players, wheelchair, yes.
Do you?
Yes, Lucy Shuker and Ruby Breakwell. So there's 3 of them who are going to be playing, and Lucy's playing next week.
Will you get to come and see her?
Yes,
really?
definitely.
Okay, so and why? Tell us, why was kind of wheelchair disability so important to you and something that you really wanted to get behind?
You know, it's since 2006 and 2007, since I started the charity. Initially, it was started to support disabilities. It's a school in India called Amar Jyoti, and they were looking to raise funds after existing for 25 years. They were celebrating their silver, and I helped them to raise funds here in London at the House of Commons, and they did a wonderful display. And those children were always, they're very handicapped, very. And so I got them wheelchairs. I started their coaching for their wheelchair, basketball, and a few of them even went for the Asian sports. So I was supporting them always, and I, of course, decided to stick to wheelchairs, which we did even in the Queen's Diamond Jubilee year. We supported 60 NHS hospitals with wheelchairs.
Wow, it's so amazing. And you were awarded the MBE quite rightfully. What did that mean to you?
It means a lot. I was really thrown out, so blown out with the whole concept and the recognition. Basically, it's a recognition for the Paralympians, is what I feel. It's not me, it's them, that they were recognized for the kind of effort that they have made, and this MBE is for them. Yes.
Well, you definitely, absolutely, truly deserve it. Now, it is 100 years of centre court. Do you know that? We're celebrating its centenary, which is so exciting.
Yes.
What's another, the most iconic moment on centre court that you can think of, or a match that you loved?
Oh, I have really thoroughly enjoyed watching Andy Murray play.
Good.
Yeah, and Federer. So they have been really iconic figures, and I'm very excited that I get to see Andy today again.
Well, we won't keep you a moment longer. Enjoy your day of tennis. Have a brilliant day.
Thank you very much. Thank you. God bless.
In the shadow of the #1 court is a hidden gem like this at Wimbledon. Access to some of the best tennis players in the world at the Arangi practice facility. Let's see who we've got, and actually let's see some of the fans that are gathered here. They're getting a great glimpse at some of the greats who are here for Wimbledon to get ready for the championships. We're into the 3rd day of the tennis, and these folks, they found one of the best places to be at Wimbledon. You guys knew exactly where to go. Let's see if anyone is taking in the tennis. Hi, guys. How's it going? Who are you watching here in practice?
Yeah, we're just watching Nadal.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. How'd you find the practice queue? Did you know it was here?
If I'm honest, we just followed the crowd. I think the crowd started coming over when Rafa was here, so we just followed that.
Nice. How's the social media content going?
It's not for social media.
Very cool. Well, you can show your friends that you're up close with Rafa, right?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, very good. Okay, let's see who's even closer to the action there. Those folks got a close view. Look at this. You've got players here. This is Bianca Andreescu just on court right now. Some great champions getting ready, a Grand Slam champion, and these folks getting so close to Rafa, who is just on the final practice court. Guys, you've got a pretty close view to Rafa. How'd it go?
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. We weren't expecting to have such a good view, to be honest.
Yeah. Let's make some room for another Wimbledon champion here. Petra Kvitova is sneaking by. Sorry, Petra. Okay, this is what we do. We get up close, we get personal. What are you most surprised about in Rafa in practice?
It's hard to say, really. Dunno.
Pretty physical, huh?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, very good. All right, so this is it, guys. We've got a good view. We've got Rafa here. We've got Andreescu, and just another day at Wimbledon.
Yeah, Nick there soaking up the atmosphere, watching Rafa down at Arangi. It's a great place to watch all the top players getting ready for their matches. Delighted to say we've been joined, as we were last year, here on Wimbledon Uncovered by Jamie Delgado. Welcome along, Jamie. I'm feeling a bit out here.
It's all like the jacket.
Radzy's got the jacket on. You've come like you're dressed
It was raining a minute ago.
For a very upmarket party, and I'm stood here in a polo shirt and my trainers. Back at Wimbledon, we've got full crowds here. It feels like this year we've moved on a little bit, and it's just a great buzz around the grounds, isn't there?
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, I think when it was kind of clear to everyone involved, especially the players, and that there was going to be a normal Wimbledon, if you like, so exciting. And now I think everyone's pumped. You could feel the buzz, days ago, even before it started, it starts to build up. And
you were inside those bubbles, weren't you, as a coach, working with the players you were working with? How tough was it? Because players have mentioned it in interviews that it was difficult going from tournament to tournament. Living the dream, I'm sure, playing at the top level, but difficult being in those bubbles constantly.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it wasn't. Obviously, it was disappointing and sort of a flat vibe for the players playing with no crowds. But I think just staying in the hotel as well every night, you couldn't go out and socialise or go to restaurants or kind of just mix up your day. So it was literally club and hotel all the time, and it was. Yeah, as the weeks went on, it just kind of got tougher, I think, for everyone. So it wasn't for everyone, that's for sure.
And Jamie, as somebody who lives in this area, what's it like for the other 50 weeks of the year when it's not on, and then all of a sudden just to have this hive of activity that the world is focusing on?
Yeah, I mean, I think as a British player growing up, this was obviously always the tournament that you looked for, and sometimes the other events you're kind of just preparing to play here. You're trying to fine-tune your game, and it's for everyone. It's all kind of gearing towards this one. So the excitement, the pressure as well that comes with it, because you want to do well, but just so enjoyable, to be honest. The whole grass court season, and then finishing with here, it's amazing.
Some brilliant shots of centre court here in the sunshine. It's 100 years of centre this year, the centenary. We're asking pretty much everyone this question: what does centre court mean to you? What makes that arena so special?
Well, it's just the most famous, iconic tennis court in the world, by far. It's the court that we've all watched on TV and dreamt of kind of going to watch when we were little kids. And, for the players playing it, to actually play on it, it really is just a dream come true. And there's always those butterflies. That's the pinnacle of tennis. If you were to pick one tennis court in the world that you could have a game of tennis on, it would be there. So it's
Do you remember
incredible.
the first time you walked into the court?
Yes, I played Agassi twice on there.
They were good draws, weren't they?
It was a good draw, yeah. 2002 and 2004. It's just
Prime Agassi.
Pardon?
Prime Agassi.
Yeah, exactly. I think he was seeded 2 one of the years, and yeah, no, he was obviously a pretty good player.
From the perspective of British players, it is. You almost feel like you've made it, even if your ranking hasn't got up to that level where you're playing the Grand Slams consistently. To get a wild card and to draw a big name. As we said there, tough draw, frustrated perhaps in some ways, but also the opportunity to live that dream and play a player like Agassi. Jack Draper did it last year, playing Djokovic on a show court and hopefully centre court is a dream come true.
Yeah, it is. He's always trying to, ideally you probably wouldn't choose to play someone like that in the first or second round. But again, it's the memories as well that you take for the rest of your life. You could play a lesser ranked player and maybe, win more matches on the outside courts, but they're also the days that you remember for the rest of your life. They're great sort of stories to tell.
Well, you mentioned Novak Djokovic there, and we're obviously going to be focused on that match very shortly. But before we do, talking about centre court last night, Serena Williams, you obviously drew Agassi. You weren't, by any stretch of the imagination, a favourite then. For Tan to do what she did, for it to have taken so long, just how big would that be for her in her career, to the 7-time champion?
Yeah, it's incredible. And with how tough it was, and she came from behind right at the end to turn it round and to win the big points against the biggest players is not only so difficult to do, but just, like you say, such a good platform to then move on and keep going with her career, because the confidence boost will be huge.
Yeah, you mentioned there that it was so right that she, even throughout the match, she had to deal with so much from Serena Williams. The fact that the crowd, everyone was focused on her, the media was focused on her before she came out, and then she was out there. There were times when she was up, she was down, and she kept that very level head and didn't get too overawed when she was ahead and getting close to actually winning the match. She just was able to see it out. Very professional job.
Yeah, it's incredible, really. I mean, it's when you're as the lesser player, when you're playing those top ones, you feel like you're playing against so much more than just the player. The player is often difficult enough, but the court Serena would have played on centre court, thousands of times, and it's first time out there. There's so many things you're fighting against. So to come through it, incredible.
And Jim, just that walk there, walking out there, hearing the ovation, regardless of the round, you can see the smile on Novak's face. It's special no matter how many times you've done it.
Yeah, I think Wimbledon just has that feel of it doesn't matter how many times you've been here, it's amazing. And you know, inside they'll be, you know, they're trying to play it cool and obviously focus on what they're doing, but the butterflies are going, the nerves, the excitement. You know, they can't wait to get out there and get going.
Can I just jump in with a question, 1 second? It's just about the importance of family and friends. When you are the lesser player, are you aware of them cheering? Are you sort of, is that a conscious thing?
Yeah, there's so many different emotions because you know, they've all been with you as well through right at the beginning and the sort of the tricky moments, and then to actually see them there supporting you on a stage like that is amazing. But yeah, you often do need those extra supporters when you're playing the big players, because everyone wants them to win.
How do you think Tanasi Kokonakis in the picture here is feeling ahead of this? I mean, he has played against big name players before. He had a great result at the Aussie Open. He won the doubles with Nick Kyrgios, and he has the weapons, particularly on the ground strokes, to trouble a player like Djokovic. How do you think tactically he's approaching this one?
Well, I mean, first of all, mentally, I think he's beaten, you know, some of the best players in the world before. I think for Novak's perspective, he'll be nervous and wary about playing Kokonakis. I think for Kokonakis, the more that he can get onto his forehand and try and dictate with that shot, that's the forehand after his own serve as well. It'll be interesting to see where he serves, because Novak being the best returner in the world is very difficult to get off balance. So I'll be interested to where he serves, but definitely looking to get on his forehand and dictate off that shot. It's so difficult against Novak because he's probably the most difficult player to pick sort of a tactical plan against, because he's got hardly any, or you know, no weaknesses. Even when you play Federer and Nadal, there's a couple areas that you can maybe attack, but with Novak it's much harder.
You know, from an emotional standpoint, obviously Kokonakis is second favourite here, but does this mean that, given the preparation that Novak's had coming into this, the big question marks, the COVID situation, the last year, the media, does this make him vulnerable?
Yeah, well, I think he's clearly obviously a big favourite, but when you're going to play these guys, you do want to play them in the early rounds. And like you say, he hasn't had, I think the first round was his first match on grass, and he's normally coming into these tournaments having won 4 or 5 big events already this year. And you know, I say only, he won the Masters in Italy, which was fantastic, but normally by his standards, he's you know, the momentum is much more with him, so it's definitely the time to get him early on.
Not a bad record there. He's got 20 Grand Slam titles, trying to get to 21 and eventually hopefully break that record is the goal really for him. But the Grand Slams are passing him by and he's not getting any younger. He couldn't play in Australia, could he? Lost at Roland Garros. Rafa's been so dominant there. He's playing here at Wimbledon. Then at the moment, it's looking like he's not going to be able to play in New York unless the rules change. So he needs to make the most of this opportunity, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he does. I mean, obviously his focus and his application will be 100% there, so motivated, but it also does put some pressure as well, because he's, you know, someone like a Kokonakis is a tricky second round draw. He needs to be on it, and there's a mixture of high motivation, but I think he'd be a bit nervous as well that he has to win this one.
And just from kind of a technical standpoint, you look at the world's best players and presume there's nothing left for them to learn. We saw Goran Ivanisevic there as coach. How important a role does he play in the life of Novak?
I think the experience that someone like that has of playing in the big matches and obviously won Wimbledon himself, and someone like Goran, I'm sure with Novak they're still trying to, you know, get him to be more proactive. I think when he's moved so well from the baseline and such a good defender that as you get a bit older you're looking for a little bit more cheaper points every now and again, finish a couple of balls at the net or serve and volley a little bit, and someone like Goran could definitely be helping him with that.
Novak's someone who, over the course of his career, I mean, he talked about this earlier on in his career, that he hadn't played much on grass as a junior, didn't have too much experience on this surface, and as we know, it's a surface that requires a very specific set of skills. But he's a great example of a player, given where he's got to now, having won Wimbledon so many times, that managed to modify elements of his game and take things that worked on clay and the slower surfaces that he was used to work on grass. Give us a sense of some of those things that he has really got better on to get to the point where he is on grass. He's basically been unbeatable for the last few years.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a huge, you know, just to generalise that question first, it's a huge problem for so many players to actually play well on grass. They're so used to playing on clay and their technique is much more spinny and they're looking to get a lot of bounce off the court, and on grass that doesn't happen. It's a much more lower bounce. And someone like Novak, the fact that he hits a reasonably flat ball, especially with his backhand, and he plays up on the baseline, a bit like Andy as well. They're able to penetrate the court, and I think his slice has improved over the years. He never used to slice that much, but now he has a good defensive slice and can change the pace, which is a great shot for grass. And his serve, I think, over the years as well has kind of continued to improve. He's got very aggressive second serve now as well when he wants it. In some of the big moments, he'll bring that out. And his game, you know, a big key to be successful on grass is the movement, and I think he is really comfortable. There's so many players who are not comfortable, and they're sliding and they're slipping over, and someone like that, you know, he moves as well on grass as he does on hard courts, which is quite rare.
Does the actual court on centre court itself feel different to the other courts? Move to one side, the actual crowds, in terms of the grass itself and what's under your feet?
Yeah, I think it's because it's been played on less.
Yes, exactly.
So I think the bounce can be a bit different, and obviously the fact that it's in a stadium, it can just sound different off the strings. And I think that's an advantage when we're going back to sort of Tan and Williams last night. It's you know, the bigger players do have more experience and more access to playing matches on that court, so they get used to it. So when you go out there for the first time, it can take you a little bit of time to
also how big it
adapt.
is, because compared to the outside courts, the distance between the baseline and the back is so much bigger on the two show courts. That I remember we were speaking to one player a couple of years ago, and I couldn't believe it. The court was the same size, but it felt so much bigger.
Yeah, and it does feel so different as well. And I think the great defenders, or someone like a Rafa who stands far back, it's just feels so much more difficult to put the ball away against them, because they have the space to then chase everything down, and it can be a bit unsettling for players who are not used to it.
So does that mean for Rafa it's almost all the more impressive that he's got back to the top because of the fact that he was used to, perhaps, I mean, he was a big name, so he's always going to be on the sort of the stadium courts, as it were, but if you're having to play on those smaller courts where you're not able to kind of use your weaponry perhaps as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's also adapted his game as well. He's pushed up the court as well, especially on this surface. You know, his return position is further up the court than on a clay court. You know, when we're talking about players improving their game over the years, I think Rafa's maybe number one, really, in terms of how he used to be literally just a defensive player. And now when he can, he's incredibly aggressive now, you know, up the court, and he's great.
We're ready to go on centre court. Before we hand over to the commentators, how do you think this one's going to go? What's your prediction?
I think it's going to be Djokovic in 4 sets.
OK, we'll wait and see. Let's settle in for the first game on centre court. Djokovic to serve. We can join the commentators for him against Tanasi Kokonakis. Where?
That's a very promising start for the Aussie. As we hinted, there must have been nerves for him coming out, but that's a very positive beginning.
He broke a string, I think.
Yeah, it's gone in the corner of the racket. It does have a corner, that one, because it's square.
Subtract $50, please. He's thinking, no, I'm not paying the stringer for that one. Would he only bring one?
Oh, wow. That's a little unsettling, as if the whole place is not unsettling enough.
He's only got one that he likes. God, that's old school.
think what Tanasi brings to this match today is this feeling of gratitude that he's able to be here. 12 months ago, he did not know if he was going to be back out on the circuit. He started the year in Australia terrifically well, won his first title in his hometown of Adelaide. Because of this time away from the game, he really appreciates every opportunity, and he brings that with his attitude that he's had in the last 6 months.
Yes, he's ranked 79 now, first time in the top 100 since February 2016. A high of 69, and that was 2015 when he was a teenager. If we've got time, we'll give you a list of his injuries, but it'll take a while.
Game, Djokovic.
Djokovic holds.
First game.
Well, what a way to kick off day 3. You can continue to watch that with all of our Wimbledon broadcasters. Now, though, we're going to head over to the practice courts, which is slightly at the extremity of the frame there, where Nick McCarver is wearing one fancy shirt, which he is rocking to the fullest.
You can always find Andy Murray on center court here at Wimbledon. You also can find him on this practice court here at Arangi Park, getting his steps in for another outing on center court later this afternoon against the American John Isner. 8-0 in his career is Murray against Isner. They haven't met since 2016. He's going to have to be ready for the big serve of the American today. You see Mark Hilton there, who's been working with Murray recently. Also in his corner is the great champion Ivan Lendl. Talk about the Isner serve. That's going to be big today. We know that. But the Murray serve is going to be very important himself. Get that delivery rocking. He had some good serving numbers in his first round match against James Duckworth. That was a 4-set match. Murray tested in it at times. And after that match, Murray having a bit of emotion in his voice as he talked about understanding that maybe he doesn't have many years left here at Wimbledon. Wasn't committing to saying this is his last go at the All England Club, but certainly with all of the trials and tribulations that the Brit has been through, the fact that he's got that metal hip in, the piece of metal in his hip after surgeries, he's obviously someone who is understanding all of the work that it's taken to get back to this place. And it was actually John Isner himself who had a 5-set match, a long match for Isner against a Frenchman, Enzo Cacaud, on court 18 in the first round. And Murray is going to make sure that he makes that match against Isner as physical as possible. Murray himself, a 2-time champion here, 2013 and 2016. John Isner has been a semi-finalist here before. But you can see all the details being taken care of for Murray. He's got some sort of heart monitor that he's just wearing there as he makes sure everything's ready, raring to go for a center court appearance later this afternoon. It's going to be the home hope, Andy Murray taking on the American John Isner on center court.
Yeah, it's always very interesting. We talk about the IBM Power Index, just to give you a sense of what this is.
Yes.
An AI-powered analysis of player performance to help fans know who to follow beyond the most well-known, highly ranked players. It uses IBM Watson Discovery and IBM Cloud to analyse performance data, mine media commentary and measure player momentum to give us an idea of who's going to win these matches. It's all very complicated, but ultimately they've said that Andy Murray is the favourite against John Isner. I think most people would agree with that, but John is not going to be an easy opponent for Andy today, is he?
No, John's not an easy opponent for anyone just because of the way he plays, and so much of the match is in his hands. If he's serving really well and hitting the spots well, then it's very tough to break him. Having said that, Andy's one of the best returners in the world and has been for the last 15 years and has got a great record against him, and he's going to be a nightmare for John to play as well.
You mentioned the Isner serve there. When you were preparing Andy for matches, I'm sure you prepared him for a match against John Isner. What was a bit different on the practice court before playing Isner compared to other players? Did you try to recreate that serve? Did you stand on a ladder and hit them down or something? Can you take us to those practices to get ready to face John Isner?
Yeah, I mean, firstly, when you're playing someone like John, Andy normally hits over his returns on first and second serves, but against John, we'll see him block a lot more first serve returns where he's just trying to chip the ball back just because he doesn't have the time to get the swing in. And yes, in the practice leading up to the match, I'd be standing really close to the net, so there's sort of simulate a little bit how the angle of the ball, because the ball bounces a lot higher than other opponents because it's coming from a more of a height. And be very particular on the serve patterns of John Isner. Andy will have all the data and the stats of his records of where he serves at certain points and his favourite serves and the serves that he's more consistent with. So he'll be well prepared from that point of view.
I was lucky enough actually to attempt to return a few of John Isner's serves. Did a film with him a few years ago, and what I couldn't get over was how much the ball kicked off the grass. I was thinking it was going to almost hug it. It didn't at all, and therefore how far back I had to stand. And this is all make-believe. I had no chance, but the speed of it, the ferocity of it, the height of it, there's so much to contend with.
Yeah, it's the height, like you say, is the biggest thing. I mean, obviously it's very powerful, but actually on a grass court, his serve is, it's not as effective as it is on American hard court where the ball bounces even higher, or a clay court, it's actually, sometimes it's impossible to get it back. On the grass, it bounces a little bit lower compared to those surfaces, which will be work in Andy's favour.
You mentioned the data there, and obviously IBM are all about data with the IBM Power Rankings. How much does that play a part now in the modern tennis player preparing for a match? Would you prepare maybe a spreadsheet or a document for Andy before a match and say, right, this is what the numbers say, this is what John's going to do, or any other player? How involved is data now in preparing for these matches?
Yeah, very much now. It really has picked up in the last 5-10 years. Definitely there's companies out there that do it. The players will employ some of these companies to get them that data. And in a match like against John, it's key, because it's a huge part of the match is to control his serve and try and guess a few times, or if he can nullify that serve, he's going to win the match. I think it goes up as well the tougher the opponent is. For someone like Andy, it becomes even more important when he's playing Djokovic or Nadal, Federer, the real best players in the world, where it is, their ability level is similar. When he's playing guys who are not at his level, it's more probably important to focus on himself and have the confidence that if he plays well, it's going to be fine. But as you move up the rounds and the players, it's
the margins are much smaller.
I wonder if specifically it's really suitable for Andy because his mobility isn't necessarily as good as it was perhaps, say, 8 years ago. Nadal, maybe that isn't the case. So therefore, having that edge of, like you say, being able to almost second guess or having a good idea of where something's going to go, that gives him an extra step.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Andy, I think is actually moving exceptionally well, and maybe not far off how he used to move.
Oh, really? Okay.
I think it's got really quite close in recent months, which is obviously huge for him. But still, even when he was #1 in the world, he'd still want to see all the stats on serve specific, especially and on big points. So there's a difference of when John might serve at 15 all than when it's breakpoint down, and Andy will be aware of that.
There were some nice interviews with Andy prior to the championships where he was talking about how you know, because of the injuries and his career is moving on a little bit in terms of his age, he was appreciative of every opportunity he gets to play a tournament now, play on centre court, because he doesn't know when it's going to be the last time. You know, you had a long career and had to retire at some point. How difficult is that moment to almost understand that you're coming to the end and your career flies by you, no matter, even if you've been out there for 20 years, flies by so quickly?
Yeah, and it's, you know, when you're young, you never think that time's going to come, do you? You're having a great time and everything's on the way up. And but again, I think you just appreciate it more as well. Someone like Andy really savouring the moment here and preparing the best he can, because, you know, he feels good right now. I think his body's in a good place, which is great. But who knows? In 6 months' time, in a year's time, it might not be. So you got to, you know, seize the moment.
You know, we were talking there about sort of data before. What's quite interesting is saying the Rio Olympics, when it came to GB getting their gold medal in hockey, a part of that came down to our goalie having stats on the penalties that were taken by the opponents. She was the only goalie to do that, and she had a book. And as soon as she saw the player in front of her, she went and looked at her book and went, I know there's an 85% chance it's going to go here. And that's what she did. So that's a sport where they don't have access to these resources, and that changed the game, literally. And so to think that tennis, that's accessible to everyone, every single match. So it's just a level up from so many other sports.
Yeah, it really is. It's just become such a huge part of sport. And I mean, with penalties, I think it's huge to know where, you know, the player's going to, the chances are, and sometimes players might go the other way, but maybe they miss more to that side, so you might let that play, you know, we'll give them that one a little bit. And it's the same with the serve.
Yeah, Jamie, so interesting. Great insight. Thanks so much for speaking to us. We'll continue our chat in just a few moments, but let's catch up with Olivia.
Are you recording?
Yeah, better be. So with Graham Lasso, honestly, I can't speak to him, having a coffee. Chelsea legend, who's a member here at the All England Club, and I spotted you from upstairs. You look resplendent today.
Flattery.
But you got to play on centre court.
I did. I think I was on the wrong list. I think I was on the list never to be allowed to play on centre court, given my tennis. But they have the final rehearsals every Saturday to run through all the technical issues, and final rehearsal for the ball kids and umpire and Hawkeye. So,
did you use it?
Oh, yeah.
And were you right?
It fits there. You've got to use it, don't you?
Yeah.
No, I was wrong. No, but that's not the point. It was for technical reasons.
And who were you playing against?
So Tony Hawks, the comedian, he's a member as well. So played against each other, and Denise Parnell, who's a referee here, has been a referee here for quite some time. So she's used to dealing with the players, and so she knew how to deal with me. She just, you know, I told her to boss me around, and she did. And then Jenny Osman, who was a former player as well. So it was I was in very good company in one way, but completely out of my depth in another. And then obviously the Raw Box had their rehearsal as well. So a lot of the committee and the chairman was there. So that was pretty stressful.
Feels like this is a big insight. This is just what Wimbledon Uncovered needs.
Well, it's amazing when you know, being a member, obviously the privilege and the feeling of just turning up every day, you never get used to it. It's such a spectacular place, and then obviously got all the different surfaces, so learning to play on different surfaces gives you a real appreciation of what the players go through. But then seeing everything evolving towards the momentum of the championship and getting ready, and then unwinding at the other side. So it's really nice to see it. It's like a season, you know, sort of like you see the season coming into sort of bloom, and then changing season, and then we get the club back, you know, afterwards, and then all the memories that the tournament creates every year. As the members talk about it a lot, and obviously for me this year, the incredible experience of playing on centre court and then for an hour, and then on court one for an hour as well. So
look at this
yeah,
guy.
once in a lifetime opportunity, and you know, gave me a great deal of satisfaction. Yeah.
So it's 100 years of centre court as well. So a really iconic year. It is an iconic sporting venue. You've obviously played in a few yourself. Where for you was the most amazing place to play bar centre court?
What, in terms of football?
Yes.
Well, again, you know, I spent my life with a ball under my arm from the age of about 3. You know, carried it everywhere with me and had a kick around every chance I got, and grew up in Jersey. So, you know, I had sort of these dreams of playing football one day at Wembley, and I got to fulfil that dream, and, you know, representing my country in a World Cup, playing in France. I think there were so many moments that I'm grateful for, but I earned the right to do that. I didn't earn the right to play on centre court.
You must have. Somehow, somewhere, you did.
Certainly not, football, I sort of trained every day to do that. I've been sort of playing catch-up for a long time in tennis. But that's the amazing thing about sport and sporting venues is that, they're bricks and mortar. And when they're empty, they have one sort of feel, but then when they fill up and you get a crowd, you get an atmosphere, and that's the beauty of football. You go to all these amazing stadiums, you do a training session in them empty, and it's a very different experience. It can be quite hollow, but then to step out into the sort of the cauldron is just amazing. And obviously, football and tennis are very different like that. The respect and the silence before players serve versus the chaos and the energy, the pressure, different type of pressure that you feel in a football stadium. But it's more like a coliseum, a football stadium in that sense. But you learn to get the most out of the environment. And just an example of that's probably Serena Williams yesterday. Hasn't played for quite some time, and yet she brought sort of her best game yesterday. It wasn't quite enough, but you just saw that she thrived on that atmosphere. And that's the wonderful thing. And I think the thing about good athletes, good sports people that get to that level, they draw from everything that's around them, and it inspires them to perform better. And
an amazing day of tennis ahead. You mentioned Serena. She was obviously on yesterday, and unfortunately she didn't go through. But you are going to see, some real heroes today. Who are you most excited to see?
Well, I saw Andy on Monday, so I'm really looking forward to seeing him today. That's going to be a tough game for him, and obviously he's trying to get back to that level he was at. And as we get older as sports people, it's different challenges. You have to adapt your training, you have to adapt everything. In terms of the style of the way you play and when you choose those moments. So seeing him again, you get the best out of him in centre court. It's a home for him, and obviously the same with Emma. The opportunity for her to step up and continue that that wonderful energy that she produced on Monday as well. So, and then I'm going to have a good wander around. So I like to go to. Yeah, exactly. I saw a little bit of Jack Draper yesterday. My son was actually at school with Jack when they were very young. And they're both doing very different things now. But it just goes to show, the opportunity. If you get opportunities to play sport when you're young, you just don't know where it's going to take you. And I'm a big advocate of getting children lots of opportunities to play lots of different sports, and eventually, they'll find something that they love, and you never know where it might take them.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
And you. Thanks very much.
For her first time since 2019, Simona Halep back at Wimbledon, and actually now has 8 matches won in a row. She's the champion from 2019, could not play last year due to injury, and she won her first round match, a tough ask against Karolina Pliskova. She came through it in straight sets, and she set herself up with a second round encounter with Kirsten Flipkens, the Belgian veteran who's been around for a long time. You can see Halep here working up at the net, working on these drive volleys. And the big news around the Halep camp has been the change of camp in the last few months, now working with Patrick Mouratoglou, who for a long time had been working with Serena Williams. Halep spoke openly about this relationship, saying that in March she was feeling very down, that she wasn't ready to continue her career, perhaps even thinking about walking away from the sport. Went and spent some time at the Mouratoglou Academy just for a place to train, and actually said it was the young kids who inspired her there to work even harder. Putting in the hard work here today after that win over Pliskova. That next ask against Flipkens, she's 5-0 in her career against the Belgian who's got a Wimbledon semifinal in her resume. And this is a loaded part of the women's draw. It's the top half, but the bottom quarter, we could see a 4th round matchup for Halep with Paula Badosa, the Spaniard who's played so well in the last 12 months. But also in this section of the draw is another Wimbledon champion, Petra Kvitova, is looming, who just won in Eastbourne last week. This is one of the patented parts of the Halep game, the return, oftentimes right up on that baseline, taking the ball early. Lost in the second round of the French Open, spoke openly about a panic attack that she said that she had in that match. Did not handle her nerves, the expectations very well there in Paris. Saying that she's feeling fresh, being back on the grass, being back here at Wimbledon. It's bringing back a lot of good memories too, isn't it? The 2019 champion. So Simona also doing the work to get ready for Flipkins. That's going to be a tough match next for her. That's going to be on Thursday. But how will she and Patrick Mouratoglou go? That's really up to Simona on court. See how she can carry through as the 2019 champion.
Absolutely sensational. That is absolutely out of the top drawer.
Yeah, absolutely. Nadal doing exceptionally well just to cut across this backhand volley. Right off his shoelaces.
And running at full pelt. Goodness me, that was just brilliant. Sublime.
And that was the HSBC Player of the Day from yesterday. A sumptuous volley from Rafa Nadal. And let's take you inside court number one. We were with this match earlier on. Annette Kontaveit against Julie Niemeyer, the German unseeded player that you can see in your picture there. And Niemeyer is on the verge of what would be a pretty big upset. The number 2 seed, 1 game away from getting knocked out. Niemeyer took the first set 6-4. She's been absolutely peerless in the second set as well. 5-love up she is. And here she's about to step to the line to serve for a spot in the third round and to knock out the number 2 seed. Can she do it? Let's join the commentators.
Please, thank you. Court 1. 22-year-old debutant from Dortmund serving to take out the second seed.
So smart. Didn't try to overhit that. She just decided I'm going to make sure that ball that I'm hitting past is going to drop below the net. Very difficult volley for Kontaveit to hit. Julie Niemeyer,
30 left.
when she wins this one, is going to play the winner of Kalanina and Tsurenko. It's a very winnable match.
Tell you what, if she wins this when she goes back to Germany, however far she goes this year at Wimbledon, she won't have any problems getting tickets to her favourite football team, will she? This is going to be a big story, and we're going to find out an awful lot more about her.
Love.
The debutant at the match point.
Let's second serve.
Well, in the end, it was made light work. The number 2 seed is out, and look what it means to Kontaveit. Safely through to round 3, and look at the exuberance there. She retained it for a second, and then she's just let it out. And court number 1, you can actually hear from here the applause they're putting out there. Fantastic performance for her, and what an achievement that is.
who I've run into. Pips Taylor, look at you,
How are you doing?
I'm so good, how are you?
I'm very well, cannot wait for the day ahead. I'm so excited to be back here.
Are you a big tennis fan?
Huge tennis fan. This is my 4th time at Wimbledon. I absolutely love it, I'm obsessed. And I come every year with Pims and feel so lucky because we do some work together.
She's with Pims! Oh my God, the drinks are flowing. So do you have centre court tickets today?
Today we're on centre court. The lineup is insane.
Honestly.
Djokovic, Raducanu, Murray. It's like everyone that you ever want to see play tennis is playing tennis today. I'm so happy.
When you got that invite, you know, a month ago, oh, do you want to come join us on that Wednesday? Is it Wednesday? Yeah. You're like, yeah, sure. Who would have thought you would have got to see all those box office names?
And it's just pot luck, whoever you're going to see. You just don't know who you're going to end up seeing. So
you won the lottery. Amazing. You won the tennis lottery.
To be honest, we have.
So who are you here with, and what is it about Wimbledon that makes you want to come back every year?
So I'm here, we've got my husband and 2 of my best friends, and it's just the vibe, it's the atmosphere. I mean, look at the weather, we're totally blessed today. And it's just seeing everyone. And, you know, I used to watch the tennis with my grandparents, having afternoon tea every day, and we just used to love it. And I came for the first time, and I'm just now reminded and have that sort of sentimentality about watching it and it being through my childhood, and now being here is just so lucky. I feel really privileged to be here.
And finally, you've got dressed up and you look amazing. And actually, that's part of it for me. Like, people make an effort for Wimbledon. Isn't that nice to do?
Do you know what? It's always about getting a little bit dressed up, but you've got to have your comfy footwear on. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You've got to, you know, just go for it and have a fun day out. Have some Pims, have a glass of champagne, and yeah, just get stuck in.
And cream.
And some strawberries and cream.
All right, go get your tickets. You're about to see world-class tennis.
Oh, so lovely to see you.
Fun.
Thank you for having me.
Bye.
If you're a celebrity here at Wimbledon, Olivia's coming for you. She'll find you and interview you. Right, let's go to court 3. Ryan Peniston, who's had a brilliant grass court season so far, the British wildcard, up to a career-high ranking of 135. But he's struggling in this one against the American, Steve Johnson, who's taken the first 2 sets, 6-3, 6-2. And it's 4-3 to Peniston, still on serve in the third. Jamie, give us a sense of how impressed you've been with Ryan Peniston this summer. He's been given some wildcard opportunities, he's really taken them.
Yeah, I mean, I think leading into the grass court season, he'd been making good progress anyway on the challenges, and yeah, someone I really like. He's, having seen him a lot in the last couple of years at the NTC at our training base, he's works hard, he's very consistent with what he does, but I think that's not surprising, but the pleasing thing to see was how comfortable he was at Queen's when he went onto centre court and beat Ruud and got through those wins and backed it up in Eastbourne as well, and here, and won his first round here. So he's been arguably the most impressive British player on the male side in the grass season.
You know, James, we often talk about the COVID time as being mostly negative, and rightfully so, but one of the positives, especially for tennis and GB tennis, was it made a real hub. There was a sense of community amongst all the guys all training together at the NTC.
Yeah, I think there's a real good vibe at the moment, actually, in the men's and the women's, and I think you're right. I think a lot of that time they were all together and practicing together. There were some domestic tournaments that were put up as well, the UK Pro League and some of the stuff the LTA did. So it was quite active in that period, and people were still practicing. And I think it was also a chance to, when there's no ranking points going on, to actually work on some stuff as well, because they kind of knew they were going to be out for a little bit, and it was a kind of an opportunity to work on, you know, whatever it might be in their game. So I think a few of them made good progress actually in that time.
There was a lovely interview with Ryan Peniston after that run at Queen's, which you mentioned, and he said he was going to use the prize money, reinvest it in himself for the tournaments for the rest of the year, because that's the thing for these players. I know you said they're supported by the LTA and at the NTC, and sponsors do help out, but at the level that he's at, tennis is an expensive sport to travel around, stay in hotels, flights, and the money that they earn in these few weeks at Queen's, Eastbourne, Nottingham, the Challenger beforehand, at Wimbledon, can go a long way for the rest of the year.
Yeah, and I think it's so important to reinvest that, you know, into, I mean, obviously you have to pay for your travel, but if you know, physical trainer or your coach, and because that will ultimately get you up the rankings more into the bigger tournaments, and you'll make more money and have a better careers. The players that don't do that are a little bit more short-sighted, but I think, you know, Ryan has got his head screwed on, and he'll make the right decisions.
And just to be clear, when you think of, say, a Man United, they're driven around, flown around, there's no costs going into the logistics of what they do. But for these guys, they're ultimately self-funded for the most part, getting themselves to tournaments, paying for their coaches and all the subliminal services that go with physio, etc.
Yeah, and it's expensive. You know, the lower end of the game, it's, you know, the prize money is really low, and it's just tough to get around and afford to and make a profit. In, you know, very often you're making a loss if you're not having a good week. So these weeks where the prize money is good and they can move up the rankings, they've kind of been practicing and training for these opportunities. So it's great to see them take it.
Every former player's got a crazy story about the things they saw at those lower level, where they played, the type of courts they played on, the hotels they stayed in, or the flights they stayed in. Have you got any anecdotes that are safe for television?
I mean, I loved going there, but I remember sort of starting out and going to places like India and Bangladesh where, you know, it was, you know, clearly third world countries, and the food especially we would be staying in, you know, it wasn't good memories, to be honest, but such nice people there. I loved it, but it was not something that you want to go back to once you've been playing at these events.
And it made you appreciate, I'm sure, when you did get to Wimbledon and the Grand Slams, what you got to experience there. Let's head over to court 2 here. We said this was going to be a tricky one for Casper Ruud, who's obviously had a great year, got to the final at Roland Garros, but grass hasn't been his best surface in the past. He's playing Hugo Humber, the big left-hander from France. It is a set-all, although Ruud has been playing well in that third set. Has got the break and he's 3-love up. Jamie, a lot of the previews were saying this was one that was a potential for an upset. Ruud has been playing beautifully this year, but what is it about his game that doesn't quite suit grass so far? Because I think the first round win for him was his first ever win at Wimbledon.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say I'm a bit surprised that he's at the moment in the lead in this match. I think, you know, from what I saw when I saw him play a little bit at Queen's on the grass, it was his movement. If you look at him on clay, his movement is incredibly balanced. He's so strong in the corners. He slides so well. But on the grass, I saw him sort of taking so many little steps and falling over a couple of times. His footing, I think, is nowhere near as good as on the other surface. And I think his shots as well are much more suited to clay courts. So, you know, he has heavy topspin. The ball is bouncing, and here it doesn't.
There was a few worries. We're seeing Hugo Humber there. There was a few worries amongst French tennis who've enjoyed so much success at the men's level. Had so many players in the top 100 over the last 10 years. But with Tsonga retiring, Gilles Simon stepping back, some of those players of around that age group getting to the end of their careers, where are the next few coming from? Hugo Humber, is he one of the leading lights of France coming up?
Yeah, I think he's a good player. He's an excellent player, sorry, but he's, you know, I think I'm not sure if he's going to be quite as good as like a Tsonga, who's been, you know, got into the top 5 and top 10. I definitely see him as a top 20 player and have an excellent career, but, you know, they've been spoiled a little bit. They've had Tsonga and Monfils and some of the guys who have been in the top 10. I don't think he's going to get quite there, if I'm honest.
And just in terms of what we're talking about, the money in the sport, what ranking approximately do you need to be to kind of actually break even? Because I think a lot of people at home hearing that might be quite surprised to know that players are actually making a loss each year.
It's quite a difficult question to answer, but because it depends a little bit what country you come from and the funding that you know, we're lucky here because the LTA has a lot of funding that comes from Wimbledon and they're able to help. A lot of countries, they don't have that, and it's even harder. But I would say roughly on the men's side anyway, it'd be about 150 to 200 in the world, then you start to make some money.
Thank you for that.
Roughly. I mean,
no, I appreciate it because it's just, again, it's at home. It's that extra value of you see professional tennis. I'll let you come in, but it's just you see professional tennis players, and you just think life's great, but actually it isn't for all of them.
And it shows you just how good you have to be to make a living from playing this sport professionally. There's only, as you just said, 150, 200 men, 150, 200 women on earth who can do it. It's not easy.
It's incredible, and a lot of them have to, you know, to get to that stage, they have to play league tennis. There's some great leagues in Germany and France and Italy where players will get paid to pay for the clubs, and they use that money again to travel or to pay for a coach and stuff like that. So you have to. I like that as well, when you have to kind of work for your money and then you value it more rather than, you know, federations maybe just giving the players money.
It's not like football where you can sit on the bench, not play and still pick up the paycheck. You have to earn every single penny you get.
It's like us now.
Yes, exactly.
Every penny.
Keep talking. Let's catch up with Olivia.
this is it. We're right up in it. Rafa Nadal is there. He's signing autographs. What a good bloke. Everyone is going for it. Everyone wants to have that famous signature on their ball. Quick, where's he gone? Can you see him, Jeff? Have you got him? So exciting. You can feel how excited everyone is. Those who've got that famous signature on their tablet, on their ball. Did you get it?
No, unfortunately I didn't, but I'm hoping he's going to come back.
Did you get a photo?
Well, you tell me. Let's have a look.
Should we have a look on your phone?
Oh, look, that's a good
who's that?
photo.
That's lovely. Who's that?
That's my son.
Oh, nice. So is it your birthday today?
It's my birthday.
How old are you?
I'm going to lie.
Yeah, 60.
I'm going to say I'm 50.
Oh,
you said 60. Oh, you're supposed to said 45.
Where are you from?
I'm from London, of course.
Don't know, you had this kind of Australian glint to you.
I've travelled a bit abroad.
And are you a massive tennis fan?
Huge.
Are you?
And I play every week, and it's great to be at Wimbledon.
Isn't it just? And who are you
fantastic.
excited to see then, other than Rafa, who you just saw in the flesh?
I'm obviously looking forward to Iga. She's a star, and I think she's fantastic. And of course, Emma.
Yes.
Emma is the future, and we're all behind her.
Do you have centre court tickets today?
I wish.
Oh, I know.
wish.
Do you know what? Go pick a pitch on the hill, get settled, get your refreshments. It's going to be a great afternoon of sport.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It should be a great week and a great 2 weeks. So I'm hoping that Emma will make fourth round and make us all proud.
Let's just get through the second first. Off you go. Bye-bye.
Okay, cheers, bye.
Hello. Oh, you didn't.
Yeah, I got
you
it.
didn't.
Yeah, I got it.
What's your name?
Ahmed.
Ahmed.
Yeah.
How old are you, Ahmed?
I'm 21.
And you just got the GOAT's signature.
My goats, yeah.
Is he?
Yeah, he is.
Is that who you come here to see? I mean, obviously today he's not playing, but you've just seen him in the flesh. What was he like?
Yeah, I was here yesterday in centre court. I saw him play. It was amazing. It was just so surreal. I couldn't believe it. And when you see it up close like that, it's just something that you dream of, really, to see him play and to be back in Wimbledon, especially after 3 years. It's been amazing, honestly, for me. And today I got a photo with him as well, and yeah, it's been a dream for me.
Was your goal today hang out here because you know he'll be practicing and therefore you might see him, or was that literally a chance happening?
It was a bit complicated because I couldn't find tickets online, so I had to queue for the grounds pass. And when I got in and I saw Rafa, he walked in like an hour ago. He said, "I'll come back after practice." So I said I have to do it. I'm going to keep waiting, and thankfully
you had the marker pen and everything.
Yeah, he didn't even use mine, but still, I'm just going to colour over it just to ensure that it stays there forever.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
that is for life. That is so exciting. I'm so thrilled for you. Well done.
Yeah, me too. And for myself as well.
Yeah, well done. You need to gloat on this one, dine out on this story. Well done.
Yeah,
all right, you're out, Ahmed. Oh, you've got a massive ball filled with loads of signatures. Are you a big tennis fan?
Yeah, I am, yeah.
What's your name?
My name's Ollie.
Ollie, hi. How old are you, Ollie?
I'm 14 years old.
And do you play tennis?
Yes, I do.
And is your goal and dream one day to play here at Wimbledon?
Definitely. One day.
So are all these signatures from this tournament only?
Yes.
And did you get Rafa?
That's the only one I missed.
Oh, you didn't get him.
No,
So
I
who
got
have you got, though? We don't worry about that. Who have you?
Alcaraz, Isner, Djokovic, Andy Murray.
You've got Andy.
Yeah.
Emma?
Ramos, Vinolas.
Ramos, Vinolas. Wow, you've done pretty well.
Yeah.
What's your goal to fill that ball?
My goal was to get Rafa Nadal, but
Well, will you come back in a few days? Because he'll be here.
if I get tickets again.
Okay, well done. Thank you so much, Ollie. Wow, that is amazing. I'm so jealous. If only I was more on it, and if only I'd bought myself a big green ball.
We're heading over now to court 18, where the big-hitting American Frances Tiafoe, who made light work in the first round, beating Vivasori in straight sets, doing it in not much over an hour. But here he is, he's struggling. We're in the third set. It's tie-break time, although it looks as though he's bang up for this one. So let's watch this one unfold.
1-0 Tiafoe.
Great balance on that shot as well. So mini break right at the outset. Well, Marta pounding his hand with his racket there. Needed more of that earlier on.
Oh my word.
We've had to wait a while, but that was sensational. A fantastic pickup by the German down the line, which normally you would have think would have actually won the point, but just look at this response from Tiafoe. Fantastic.
3-0 Tiafoe.
That was the mini break back when it left Martra's racket, and it was rubbing his nose in it when he went past the other way.
3-1 Tiafoe.
But he's not finished yet.
3-2 Tiafoe.
Well played, Maximilian Martra. A great ball onto the baseline, and then going to the other side of the court. And we're back on serve.
Yes, and Tiafoe will be getting just a little tight at this moment, I'd have thought, because he's so close at 3-love in the tiebreaker. You're thinking, okay, we're home and dry. A fourth set is the last thing that Tiafoe wants at this point.
Chance.
4-3 Tiafoe.
Well, that was a good first strike from Martra, but excellent return from the American. And actually, Martra's response to the return has often been the source of his undoing. That's a break. That's a great return. That's wide. And that's almost it. Two tremendous shots from Francis Tiafoe, back to back.
Well, he answered the bell beautifully, didn't he? Got to 3-all in the breaker, and you thought, ooh, maybe he's letting things slip, but 3 spectacular points in a row. Always him at match point.
To love 6-2, 6-2, 7-6.
Yeah, big cheer from the crowd on court 18. It's been a brilliant match, this one. Francis Tiafoe, great performance. 6-2, 6-2, 7-6. In an hour and 36 minutes, he'll be happy with his day's work. as he takes his place in the third round. He's a real crowd favourite, isn't he? People absolutely love watching Francis Tiafoe. The speed across the baseline. He's such an entertaining player to watch. As we said, he's through to the next round. Right, Radzi, you've got a racket in your hand, and I've heard you're struggling a bit with your game, aren't you? You need some help.
I'm struggling big time.
And who better to help you out than one of the greatest coaches of our time, Jamie Delgado?
And what they say, the best way to learn is sat on stools. That's one of the things. It's a well-known fact. Now, believe it or not, it can be quite difficult to get a racket here in Wimbledon. Fortunately enough here, I've got a Babolat Evo Drive 115 Wimbledon. Off the top of my head, didn't read that at all, but it's a beautiful racket here. Just get a nice close-up. Now, just in terms of some stats around this, Jamie.
Freshly strung for you as well.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's talk about the strings, because when I was playing in Newbridge Tennis Club, Wolverhampton... Hey, how are you? Say again? I can be Paul if you want. I'm not Paul. He's a really good-looking guy, Paul is. No one can knock that. He's like a siren to the sailors, old Paul. I'm the guy from Crime Watch. They roll me out a couple of days a week. Nice to meet you.
Are you Paul Jubb? That's the...
he's a wonderful man. Well, I normally get William, I get Aston Marigold from JLS, I get Corbin Blue from High School Musical, and now Paul Jubb, ma'am, high five. Yes, thank you very much. Jamie, let's get down to business here. In terms of the strings, what kind of tension would guys put on their rackets, do you think?
I think it just varies a little bit from surfaces, sometimes the conditions, but I mean, someone like Andy would be having his strings at around 57 pounds, something like that.
So with myself then, someone who hits the board, my serve's at least sort of 65 miles an hour. You know, I've got a single arm backhand slice. You know, so what kind of tension would you suggest for myself?
I actually would go looser. If you're only going to hit a serve at 65 miles an hour, I think you could do with a bit
milk flows go quicker than that.
Yeah, you want that sort of trampoline effect off your string. So I'm going to say, I mean, I actually get mine strung at sort of low 40s. So maybe 50 for you.
Thank you very much. I'll take that as a compliment.
We often get this question as well. How often do the top players get their racket strung? How many times per day are they freshly stringing the rackets for each day of the championships? How many rackets will they take out on court? If you give us a bit of insight into that.
I mean, every day getting their racket strung for every practice. In a match situation, someone like Andy will go on with 7 or 8 rackets, just in case, and at different tensions as well. Just in case the conditions might change, you might all of a sudden play indoors, or it gets hotter or cooler, and then the tension will change because of that. On a practice day, maybe just 2 rackets is fine.
And so just to help us, if the conditions were to change, so it does get hotter, what racket would you then adopt, or what string tension would you adopt?
If it gets hotter, the chances are the ball will just fly that little bit more. It's just a little bit more lively, so then you would want your string slightly tighter. If it starts to get cooler in the evening and you're feeling like the strings are too hard, too stiff, and the ball's not sort of bouncing off your strings lively enough, then you can go a little bit looser.
And you sometimes see something in the middle of the rackets here, Jamie. Not in this case. What are those? It's a question I often get asked.
They're dumbies, and they're sort of just to protect a bit of the vibrations of the racket. I've actually never used them, but some players do. I think that's just a personal thing, whether you feel you need that or not.
See, I've been using one. It's what's let me down all these years. The Dumby's got to go, basically, Adam.
That's where you've been going wrong all these years.
It's all it is.
Jamie, we've got to let you go, but thanks so much for joining us. It's been really interesting. We'll speak to you soon here on Wimbledon Uncovered. Radzi's got all his tips for the next time he
plays.
To go. No Dumby, that's
Give me
the problem.
12 months. I'll be back.
And we're going to go on to court 1. Karolina Pliskova. It seems like every year we pick her as one of the favourites to win the title. Will this be her year here at the championship? She's looking good in this one. A set up, 6-5 with a break, potentially a couple of points away from the third round. And we can join the commentators there on court 1.
How much could that shot just weigh on her mind?
30-15.
Ball striking's been incredible. To come out at 5-all in the second, no time to kind of get into the match.
Excellent ball striking now from her opponent. Free hitting from Teresa Martins.
30-all.
She has done a great job of battling this entire match. She's been down for most of it, but she stayed very positive.
Devastating set. Straight down the tee.
40-30.
And it gives Karolina Pliskova a match point.
Game, set and match. Pliskova. 2 sets to love, 7-6, 7-5.
Welcome back to the HSBC Fan Zone here, day 3 at Wimbledon, and we've got our 3rd iteration of a People's Press Conference. We've got some very excited question askers for a junior champion here at Wimbledon. She's through to the 2nd round. Please, everyone, can you give your a round of applause for Claire Liu?
Oh, thank you.
Claire, congratulations. You're
Thank
into
you.
the 2nd round. A tricky 1st round against Peraz Diaz, but come through. How did that feel?
Yeah, it felt really good. I played her 2 times before, so she was 2-0 against me, so it was really good to get the win, especially here.
Yeah, it always, I think, feels good to beat a player who has beaten you in the past. What did you feel like you were doing better, and did the surface, did the grass help you in that?
Yeah, I think I've always felt pretty comfortable on the grass, so yeah, I was just trying to play some aggressive tennis and, you know, and play my game, and it worked today, or yesterday.
Yeah. Next up, Claire's got Elysee Cornay, who is, of course, a player that's been around for a long time, a veteran, and she's someone who gets a lot of balls back. So how do you prepare for a match like that?
Yeah, I mean, she's obviously a very, very good player, so I'm just going to try and focus on my game and what I can do, and then hopefully it'll turn out okay.
Yeah. This is we've got some young fans here, and I'm thinking back to when you were a youngster, not quite this age, but 5 years ago you were the junior champion here. How special was that run for you, and for you to come back to Wimbledon, a place where you've had such great success?
Gosh, 5 years ago. That's so long ago. Yeah, I mean, it was such a fun experience, and I got to play on court 1, which is surreal. And yeah, it was just super fun. I just got to, you know, play some really good tennis, and yeah, I mean, it's just super great being back here year after year, and then yeah, just keep enjoying it.
How's that transition? I think about going from the juniors up into the senior level WTA. Now you're almost a career high at 75. You were 74 earlier this month. How is the transition to try to get to that next level on the Pro Tour?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the toughest things, going from the juniors to the pros. And I think it's different for each person. I know there's some people who just shoot up the rankings, and then some people like me just go a little slower. But it's been really fun, and just gonna try and keep on like focusing on what I can do and on the process. And yeah, hopefully it'll just slowly but steadily keep rising.
You've played all the Grand Slams. You just played the French Open for the first time and the AO this year.
Yeah.
You've played here a few times. You have 3 wins at Wimbledon. Do we call Wimbledon your favorite slam?
I guess the results-wise, it's been showing that way. But yeah, I mean, I love different parts of each surface. But yeah, I always love being back here, for sure. It's definitely one of my favorites.
Yeah. All right, we've got Claire Liu as part of our HSBC People's Press Conference, day 3. And let's go to our first question. Ooh, who's my first correspondent? Tell us your name and how old are you?
Gabriel.
Oh, use the microphone, bud.
My name is Gabriel Reinicke, and I'm 8 years old.
All right, Gabriel, what's your question for Claire?
Who inspired you to play tennis?
Who inspired you to play
question.
tennis? I love it.
My parents always would just go out for fun, so they were probably the ones who got me started. But I loved watching, you know, obviously the Williams sisters. I think Lena, she was always very good, and probably my favorite would be Kim Clijsters.
Very good. Williams sisters, Lena, Kim Clijsters. How about Serena coming back again and seeing her play last night. Didn't get the win, but what just amazing to see her back here at Wimbledon.
It's so amazing. It's so inspiring. I mean, I think the age for, competing has just gotten older and older, so it's just super great to see, careers going that long.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we're hanging out with Claire Liu at the HSBC Fan Zone. We've got another question. Tell me your name and how old are you?
I'm Jack Bundy and I'm 12.
Okay.
Who is your toughest opponent you've gone against?
Ooh, who's your toughest opponent, Claire Liu?
I would say, well, I got to play Ashley Barty, so that was cool. I mean, I lost, but she's number one. That was really cool. I think probably my toughest would be against Angelique Kerber. I think I played her in 2018. That was the year she won it. So yeah, that was definitely a very tough match. I went 3 with her, so it was a really good experience.
Yeah, against Kerber in 2018, Claire actually took Angie to 3 sets.
Yeah.
You were the only player to take her to 3 sets that tournament. What do you remember of that match? Court 2, was it court 2?
I think it was 18 actually.
Okay.
I was just super, it was my first pro Wimby. That was my first time qualifying. I was just super happy to be there, and I think I was just super, young and determined, and it was my first time, so I was just very, very happy. And I played well. She obviously played very well. She won it. So it was just a really good experience. Yeah.
Are those the experiences too, that as a pro, even if you lose a match, not win the match, even if you lose, it feels like, oh, okay, I'm getting experience, I'm learning from this?
Yeah, definitely. I think getting those close matches with the top pros, I think those always contribute to your confidence for sure.
Yeah, awesome. All right, we've got another question. What's your name? Where are you from?
My name's Saul. I'm 11 years old, and my question is, what age did you know that you could become a professional tennis player?
Oh. What age?
I think it was always my dream when I was really young, but I think probably when I was 17, I had some really good junior results. And I qualified for US Open in the pros, and so that was probably the turning point for me when I decided to go pro.
You're not 17 yet, are you?
Soon.
Not quite.
Close.
Okay, close. But when did you start playing tennis too?
I started playing when I was 4.
Ah, 4.
Yeah. Wow.
That's awesome.
Nice, yeah.
And was it always the only sport, or did you play a few different sports?
No, I played a bunch. I played soccer, I did track and field, I did swimming, gymnastics. I did a bunch of little stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess tennis kind of just took over.
Right,
yeah.
Right. All right, tell us your name, how old are you, and what's your question?
My name's Katie and I'm 12 years old. What's a typical day's training like?
Ooh.
A typical day?
Typical day as a tennis player?
A day in the life. Probably starting early, 7:30, 8 a.m. practice, and then for a couple hours, then you get some fitness in there, and then lunch, and then back out there in the afternoon, and then go home and sit on the couch for an hour and try to recover before dinner, I guess. That's probably the day.
What are the 2 or 3 aspects that you have to have as part of who you are in terms of training and sort of the focus to be a professional tennis player?
I think definitely just having 1 or 2 major areas of focus, something that I'm always that's the key to try and get better for whatever training block I have. And then I think also just having some good downtime, hang out with friends, and prioritizing that. I think those are both really important.
You won your first WTA 125 this year, also reached a final at Rabat, which is big, close to a career high ranking. How do you set those goals this season to get even higher?
Yeah, winning a WTA was one of my goals. I have a whiteboard in my room that I wrote on that.
Do you?
Thank you. Yeah, I do. But yeah, I always set goals for the beginning of the year, but they're not set in stone. So I think the overall goal is to just try and get better. So that's definitely the main one.
Yeah, I think it's tough too. The exterior goals, what we want to see come out of something that we're doing, versus. I think tennis players often are talking about the process and interior goals.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the most important, because it's hard to, you know, base everything off of a number or off of a result. So I think just making sure that you have like some sort of like process-oriented goal, that's always super important. Yeah.
And I love watching you play. It's an all-court game. I mean, you can do everything on court. Is that something that you really want to push more on tour?
Yeah, I think so. I'm definitely not like the biggest or strongest player, so I have to find other ways to win the point.
Right.
But yeah, that's always been, I think I'm constantly working on that for sure.
All right, question right here.
Yes.
Tell us your name. Where are you from?
I'm Lana, I'm from, wait, what's the other bit?
And how old are you?
I'm 13.
Okay, and what's your question for Claire?
What, that's set in stone, I'm going to do this. What made it you definite that you're going to be a tennis player?
Oh, I like that.
Oh, that was
Great
going to be a
question.
tennis player. I'd say I don't think it was ever like set in stone that I was going to be a tennis player. I think I kind of just, you know, kept playing and then I just got better at it. But I think it was, my parents did a really good job of like making sure that I was still focused on school and like other stuff, because I think it's hard to just always just like only have one thing. I think it's good to like, you know, have fun, learn things.
Be a person.
Yes, be a person. I think that's very important. Not just an athlete, but yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of a journey, I guess.
Yeah. Nothing set in stone. You can always make changes in your life, no matter where you are in it.
Definitely.
Okay, we're going to end with a little quick fire with Claire, and then I think maybe a few autographs and selfies if you have time. All right, what is your favorite shot on court?
Oh, my favorite shot. Probably right now on the grass, probably my serve.
Okay, favorite surface?
Oh, that's a tough one. We'll just say grass because this is the best tournament ever.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Who's the first person you call or text after a match?
Normally my coach, but he's always here. Probably my trainer.
Yeah?
She's not here with me, so we always have a little banter back and forth. Yeah.
Nice. Keeping it light?
Yes, definitely.
Morning person, night person?
Probably morning person.
Morning person. Favorite topping on your pizza?
Ooh, I love prosciutto.
Oh, nice.
And like some chili flakes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Favorite thing about being here in London?
Ooh, I love the people. Strawberries and cream. That's a fave. Yes,
Nice.
for sure.
And lastly, what's your biggest dream in tennis?
Hopefully win one of these. Yeah, that's probably my biggest dream. Yeah.
Oh, good. All right. Well, thanks for chatting. Hey, can we give a round of applause to Claire Liu? Everybody, come on. Make some noise. This has been our People's Press Conference. Day 3 here at Wimbledon in the HSBC Fan Zone. Claire Liu next up against Elysee Cornay. Little fist bump there.
Thank you.
Best of luck. And guys, thanks for joining us. We'll see you later.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, ladies, resplendent in white. How are you today?
Very well, thank you.
Now, Janet and Sue, you've come from where today?
From Horsham in West Sussex.
Okay, so a little bit of a journey to get here to see some fantastic tennis today. How thrilled were you to find out that your tickets today, on centre court no less, you were going to see Djokovic, Emma Raducanu and Andy Murray?
Unbelievable. We just couldn't believe that it was the same three that were playing on Monday. So, yeah, really pleased.
And are you massive tennis fans? Have you been to Wimbledon before?
Yeah, quite a few times, and we both play as well. So,
so are you two tennis partners? Do you play against each other at the same club?
Yep, same club, same club, and we play twice a week.
Yeah.
Oh, you're really committed. Yeah. Okay, so out of the three that you will get to see today, who are you most curious to see how they progress and if they progress, and who are you backing?
Well, I'd love Emma Raducanu to get through. I think it's going to be a really tough match. And obviously Andy Murray. I mean, I've never actually seen him play before. In all the time I came to the Wimbledon tennis and he wasn't playing on the court that I watched that day, so I'm really thrilled to see him.
Yeah.
I just hope he can get through.
And Novak Djokovic. I mean, you're going to see the best in the world, world-class tennis. It's just exciting to see it in the flesh.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know, it's just good to see the new players as well.
Absolutely. Hoping to pick up any tips or tricks for your game? Where do we need to strengthen?
I wish.
Yeah, well, definitely. If I could serve like any of them, I'd be very pleased.
And run as fast as well.
Okay, so basically working on all the moves and the agility and the fitness, yeah. I think you've got to go vegan, isn't it? Isn't that what he does? Or uncooked or something?
Yeah. Not that committed.
And now, just in terms of, you know, this being the most iconic sporting event and you're in an iconic venue, what are the other things you absolutely must do while you're here outside of the tennis?
Well, I love looking at all the flowers. I think they're just beautiful. And just all the different things that they have, all the different food outlets and just the whole vibe of it, the whole setup. It's just beautiful.
The best day out.
Yeah.
And have a Pimm's, of course.
Pimm's and a strawberries and cream. Yeah. Absolutely. Right, go on, ladies, get your seats.
Thank you so
Enjoy
much.
your epic day.
Take care. Bye.
Well, it is a delightful day 3 here at Wimbledon, and the center court, of course, the action in there with Novak Djokovic, Emma Raducanu, and Andy Murray are all going to be on court today. Djokovic already in action. Lots of matches to find around the grounds. We're up here above court 18 on Wimbledon Uncovered. Nick McCarville alongside Ann Keathavong. And we've got a few first-round matches still to finish today, Ann, don't we? But second round, well and truly, we're into this first week. And how about that big upset with Anett Kontaveit, the number 2 seed, going out against Niemeyer 6-4, 6-love. Huge upset.
Big surprise, although Anett Kontaveit has struggled in recent weeks with COVID and, you know, perhaps isn't as fully fit as she would have liked to have been as the second seed here at Wimbledon. But, yeah, huge surprise. Didn't see that one coming, especially the scoreline.
We've had 9 Brits into the second round. Harriet Dart still yet to play her first round match. If we can get a 10th Brit into the second round, that's the most since 1984. You guys should be pretty proud of that, huh?
I am so proud of it. Yes, the British men and the women have been doing an incredible job during this year's grass court season, and all that hard work is paying off.
Yeah, well, one of the Brits actually who's already into the second round is Cam Norrie. He was very happy after that first round win, and as we take a look at him here just getting underway on the number 1 court against Jaume Munar, they've met once before but on clay, so this will be a much different dynamic with Munar. You can see him there, the Spaniard taking on Cam Norrie, the lefty who's just building confidence. He's the number 1 British player coming in, and he's asking of himself to make these deep runs now at the majors, but he's got to take things one thing at a time.
Yeah, well, this year he cracked the world's top 10, and you know, he's out here on court 1 in his last match. There was a little, I guess, a bit of controversy that British number 1 and a man who's been ranked in the top 10 wasn't on one of the main show courts, but he came through his opening match out on court 2, had to deal with the rain delay. If it does rain again today, he won't have that problem, of course, because court 1 has a roof. But Cam Norrie's a guy who quietly gets on with his tennis. You mentioned they have met once before, and on that occasion, Munar was victorious. But Cam Norrie is the more comfortable of the 2 on a grass court.
I feel like Cam Norrie, put him on center, put him on 1, put him on, you know, court 100. Not that he needs to play anywhere, but he's just not bothered by that kind of stuff. There's that workman sort of mentality that he has.
Well, you say that. I did speak to him after his first round match about it, and you know, he does get on with it. He is renowned for his work ethic, and he is a fantastic person, really kind-hearted, lovely, lovely guy. But I do believe there is a bit of him who would like that extra bit of recognition for what he has achieved. It won't change anything, but you know, I think he's satisfied today. He's out there on court 1.
I appreciate the way, you know, he had that big win at Indian Wells in the last couple of years, and the way that he's worked into the top 10. But I also like he was very outspoken in press about the fact that he wants to get into the 4th round, get into the quarterfinals of a major. And those are the expectations you have to set when you do make the top 10, of saying, okay, I'm not just here to win a round or 2 or to do my best in front of the home fans, that he really does want to reach those next heights.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a very ambitious young man, and you know, knowing him since he was a teenager, I don't think many people would have predicted his rise up the rankings. I'm sure, I don't think there's actually one person in that National Tennis Centre who would have thought that he'd become a top 10 player. Top 50, top 30, yes, but what he has achieved has been outstanding, and he's been such a fantastic role model to so many other players, certainly in British tennis. But it also shows you, if you put the time and the effort in, you really dedicate yourself to the sport, you know, these dreams can happen.
Yeah, they certainly can, and we're also keeping an eye on Novak Djokovic on center court. Just now you saw Cam Norrie underway on number 1 court. Djokovic taking on Tanasi Kokonakis. Kokonakis has had so many challenges in his career. He was a guy, Anne, who came up with Nick Kyrgios. They were the Special K duo way back when in the juniors. They were both top junior players. But he's just had so many injury challenges for himself. He wasn't even sure he was going to play this Wimbledon. But now to be here on center court against Djokovic, it hasn't gone his way so far in this match.
No.
But he's certainly been, this is a dream in a sense for him to get to this place.
Yeah, I'm sure also he would say a few years ago he was never sure whether he'd be able to recover from all these injuries and even have the opportunity to be out there on centre court at Wimbledon. But here he is. He's got a tough task against Djokovic. You know, he's an Australian Open doubles champion now with Nick Kyrgios. So that is something quite amazing in itself as well.
We mentioned there Kokonakis on court now against Djokovic, and you were just talking about Cam Norrie. Maybe in the earlier years, people thought maybe top 50, top 30. But what is it? What's that X factor that players really need as we're at Wimbledon? We're talking all about the big stars, of course. But what are the little things that the players have to do to get to this level and then knock on those next ceilings?
Well, I mean, every tennis player, given the nature of the sport, individual sport, every tennis player is very single-minded. Hard work is a given. You need to have that ingrained in you, and you need to prepared to put in the hours. But what separates the top 10 players to the rest of the field is that consistency at that level. I think a lot of players can produce an outstanding performance, but to back it up day after day, week after week, that's the challenge.
It's so, I mean, it's so tough. And, you know, at Wimbledon, it's such a special occasion. We love being here. I know the players love being here, too. But the tennis tour, you were on it for years. You're now a coach there as well. You're going from Australia to Asia to the States to Europe. The grind is there. And I think now more than ever,
the grind is real.
The grind is real. And the mental grind, too. You know, I think players have been more outspoken about what it takes mentally. But I also like that players have now taken a step back a little bit. The teams are bigger. They're trying to make sure they're taking care of not just the tennis player, but the whole person, too.
Yeah, which is incredibly important. And it's brilliant that more players are more comfortable talking about whether it's their mental health issues or the challenges that being a tennis player, you know, all the challenges that comes with being a tennis player. But the fact that we are able to talk about some of these challenges openly and, you know, there is no stigma around it, I think it helps the players in terms of not just for them as a tennis player, but to grow as a person.
The grind is real.
The grind is real.
We're 3 days in. What's been sort of one of the biggest things or most exciting things for you so far? You wear many hats here at Wimbledon, but what have you been happy about for British tennis or just the tournament itself?
Yeah, well, British tennis, obviously.
9
with
players
it being,
in the second round, maybe 10.
Maybe 10, and hopefully they can go further. And the most important thing is if they can build on this once Wimbledon is done and dusted. But just the fantastic tennis we're able to witness, and having all these fans around the place has been buzzing. Serena Williams last night, I mean, that was a heartbreaker for her, but amazing to see her fighting and just showing us all what she's all about. It was a gutsy performance. The tennis is clearly not quite where she wants it to be, but she left it all out there.
Yeah, awesome. Well, one individual who leaves it all out there at Wimbledon every year is Rufus the Hawk, and our very own Olivia had a chat, well, not with Rufus himself, but with Rufus's handler. Let's check that out.
So I'm here this morning with Wayne and the magnificent Rufus the Hawk. Good morning to you both. How are you today?
Yeah, we're a bit rained off at the minute, but we started here at 5 o'clock this morning as usual. We worked from 5 until 9. Rufus has actually worked here for 15 years now, so it's all old hat to him. But we come in early, and basically the roof is open, there's a lovely sunrise, and he just goes up in circles about and acts as an avian deterrent. You know?
Why do you have to come here so early, and why does that keep the birds away for the rest of the day?
Because we don't really want to be in here when the public are here, so we come in early. You know, the rest of the year we can come in at different times to disrupt them, but during the championships we're in every day for 14 days straight, so it's quite intensive program, but I love it. You know, I've done this for 22 years now. You know, and it's not like work, is it? It's quite enjoyable, really.
Absolutely agree. Okay, so Rufus comes in at 5. What's his routine? Do you have to wake him up in the morning? He's on the... Oh my God, this is live television. His phone is ringing. We're mid-interview. Rufus doesn't seem phased at all. Don't worry, Wayne. That's fine.
Rufus, you can answer.
So, talk to me about his routine. You wake him up, you give him a bit of breakfast.
No. Hawks are motivated by food, so, and also, you know, they're not like us, they're diurnal, so, you know, as soon as it's first light, they never have a lie in, you know, as soon as it's light, or, you know, they'll hunt through till it gets dark, you know, they're completely aware of the light. As soon as the light goes, they'll just relax and sleep. So during the summer, you know, they might only have a few hours sleep, you know, because of the longitude of the light.
Knackered, Rufus.
Yeah, but it's their adaptation, you know, and basically it just wakes up, well, not wakes up, when we bring him in, he just wants to hunt, really.
So,
you know, so he's like, it's only a kind of pseudo-hunting. I don't actually want him to catch anything, but it's just to act as an aerial deterrent, really.
And when a pigeon sees Rufus coming, are they like, we are out of here, go?
Yeah, because in biological terms, you know, pigeons have instinctive behaviour, so even as they probably wouldn't have seen a Harris hawk before because they come from America, the New World, Arizona, etc. But you know, if there was a flock here now and I flew in, they'd just panic and go because it's instinctive. You know, it's indelibly imprinted in their brain. You know, and it's a survival mechanism because if they don't react to a predator, it's curtains for them. So that's the bottom line, you know.
I'm pleased we don't get a killing or a massacre on centre court. Yeah, we only like tennis massacres.
Yeah. No, it's very, very rare that he ever catches anything. It's more, as I said, it's like an environmental deterrent, and it's such a ecological way to do it as well. Plus, you know, he's such a majestic bird, you know.
He really is.
And we back him up. He's got a young accomplice as well, Horace.
Oh.
Yeah, and we've got another young falcon with this as well. So we've got different hawks.
So Rufus is the team leader.
Yeah,
but you got
I'm
a few.
The team leader.
And you're not. No, joking. But so you've got 3 other birds all circling.
Yeah.
So that because
no, we fly them one at a time, but they all have different niches that we occupy. So so it's wonderful. Because I mean, if you imagine 15 years ago, we were working on airfields with falcons. Then we got started on the urban stuff in London, like Westminster Abbey,
Well,
Canary.
I want to ask you about this. Tell me all the jobs Rufus has, and he had a very special job this summer.
Oh, yes. We work at Westminster Abbey, the Institute of Cancer Research, Lord's Cricket Ground. But then we got called in for the Jubilee broadcast because the cameraman who was filming was getting attacked by seagulls on this balcony looking down, and he refused to, you know, it was literally clouting him on the head because they were nesting that close. So they called me in. It was a Thursday afternoon, and I actually went in at 5 o'clock on the Friday morning. I was there for the duration, so I got a perfect grandstand view of Camilla and Charles and...
Wow! And so what, you just sat there all the time with Rufus?
I was flying them short distances, and we used bioacoustics, and it was basically, there was me up there, the cameraman, and 3 snipers. So I was doing close contact stuff. It was amazing. But they couldn't have filmed it, you know, because the actual noise of the gulls was interfering with their filming, and you know, they hadn't got any, there was no alternative to deterring them, so we just had to react quickly and sort the problem out, and it all worked really good. So it's
Our nation thanks you.
Thank you very much.
Well done, Rufus.
Pleasure, as always. Rufus is always willing to oblige.
Okay, and now tell me any funny or interesting things that have happened over the course of Rufus's time here with regards to him hunting out or scaring off or affecting him.
An amusing one is when he's flying here, if there's nothing around, you know, we've been flying for hours and hours and it's out at the championships, he'll quite often go down to the golf course and then inevitably catches a duck or something right in the middle of the lake. I have to wade out and get him back, so it's can be quite a nuisance.
That little beak can catch a duck.
Yeah, well, you look at the size of his feet. I mean, he's very powerful, you know, and more hens than ducks. So, you know, and all he's doing is utilising his instinct, you know. He'll be up there, the same as a wild hawk, waiting for something to move that he can chase, and that's basically the whole principle of what we do.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Wayne. You keep this championship in tip-top condition. And also, I'm pleased as a spectator to not get any bird poo on my head. Yeah. So thank you so much. Well done to you. Well done to Rufus.
Yep, thank you very much.
Thank
Cheers.
you.
Bye.
Bye.
So from an empty center court to a full one, and actually from one dominant force that's ruled Wimbledon, that's Rufus the Hawk, to another one, this guy. Well, not this guy, the guy that he's playing against, Novak Djokovic. 22 matches on the trot, and today Tanasi Kokonakis trying to be the challenger, but you can see the wind, actually, the conditions here pretty tough for the players, but Djokovic looking in good stead after having a little bit of a scratchy performance against Kwon in the first round, but so far 2 sets to the good against the Aussie.
Yeah, this potentially a very tricky match against Kokonakis because he is an explosive player who likes to take his chances, but Djokovic looking very dominant and in control.
Yeah, certainly is. So Djokovic, 2 sets to the good. Let's go ahead and join the commentary here. This is center court action live, Djokovic and Kokonakis.
All.
Oh boy. First of the match. To Kokonakis seemed to come from nowhere. I didn't footfall these. Fortunately for him, wins the point anyway.
30-15. All.
Too many doubles. 5 now.
$40-30.
Another bullet.
You made a point worth repeating, Todd, about how he leans back on that forehand, and you know it gives more of a sense of calm to Djokovic, knowing he's not going to move forward. He's back another foot or two, so he can sort of work his way back into offense and take over the point as he did there. Shot that's got him back into the top 100. He's got a little bit of time.
Kokonakis.
Loves that inside-out forehand, as most of the players do. Not a complete mishit, but mishit a little bit by Novak. That's the go-to shot of the players on tour now. The last 10 years or so, especially.
Pulled him back, and then what an exquisite angle.
Oh, it's beautiful control on that short cross-court forehand. Just delicately wraps the racket around, and the court's still being so fresh and new that it dies. It just doesn't bounce. You get no chance of getting that ball.
That's first throw.
So it felt like that Kokonakis had to win that 2 or 3 times, and that the serve was so good. Surely you've got to take that ball out of the air. Instead of letting it float and get back deep into the court, then Djokovic gets set into that neutral position where he can hold his baseline. You have to take more risk than that, I think, Tanasi, if he's going to hold serve easier in this set and hang in.
It's these second serve points that are the problem. What a point. Extraordinary flexibility again from Djokovic. The rubber man.
Just admire this guy's movement. You know, it's just unbelievable what he can do on this court. Kokonakis is working so hard just to hold serve here. Get ahead somehow. What do I have to do?
Elysee Cornay challenging the call, left baseline.
Yeah, and he stopped.
Everyone stopped that fight from us. Potentially a little long
I thought it could have looked long, but that's a risky one. And
he was in my way.
Should have known with Novak. His
Exactly.
return.
He's that accurate. He meant it to be that good.
Perhaps I was hoping.
He meant the inside of the line.
Two challenges
It went the
remaining.
outside. What a game.
Even at full stretch, he gets enough on the return.
First game, third set.
Hello, good morning, and a very warm welcome to the All England Lawn Tennis Club, where you join us for coverage of Day 2 of Wimbledon 2022.
Dominant figure in women's tennis. And the top seed safely through her opening match.
All the tradition that is here is really pumping me up, so I'm really motivated to play here well, and I'm just looking forward to the next matches and to seeing how I'm going to play here.
Huge sense of relief for Heather Watson. A beaming smile. Look how good this feels.
It's just a glorious day in centre court. Perfect playing weather, perfect watching weather too. Look at Nadal's reaction. The calendar Grand Slam is still alive. And so is the dream of a 23rd Grand Slam title.
For me, the most important thing is I am in Wimbledon 2022 and I won the first match, so I'm very happy for that.
The fourth seed goes through, but my word, was that a fight.
Playing on this course, it's like buttery smooth. I'd say it doesn't get any better.
Centennial centre court welcomes Serena Williams for a 21st visit to Wimbledon. Greatest female player of all time in a real battle here. She's done it! Centre court rises as one. Has there ever been a better first round match at Wimbledon? What a remarkable win for Harmony Tan. She's beaten a legend.
No matter how small, how tiny, or how minute, the technicalities, the particulars, the seemingly insignificant. At Wimbledon, these details matter. And this year with Oppo, we'll capture the detail like never before. In low light and high intensity. Because when you take care of the detail, the rest takes care of itself. Greatness. It's all in the detail.
Welcome to the Sip Smith Swansea service at Wimbledon.
Your Swansea at Wimbledon, the official tennis of Sip Smith Gin. Swansea, like a concierge, but ginier.
Straight up, yeah, bounce, yeah, come on, bounce. Woo, woo. Go, go, woo. Yeah, it's the kind of vibe I like. Make me wanna ride with the window down all night.
There's so much going on around the grounds here at Wimbledon, away from the tennis. And if you come down here to this beautiful pavilion area, just behind court number 2, you'll find the American Express tennis fan experience. And there's loads which is going on in this area. But one thing that's caught my attention is this little nail parlour which is in here, and it's come about due to a collaboration between a celebrity nail artist, Michelle Humphrey. So she had a little chat with Andy Murray ahead of the tournament, and actually Andy got his nails painted, and Andy came up with 4 themes that he feel really showcased Wimbledon, and they are down here, and you can actually get your nails painted in his 4 chosen themes. So Wimbledon colours is number 1, tennis net of course is number 2, strawberries has to be on there at number 3, and then a tennis ball at number 4. So this is down here, and you guys can come and have a go away from the tennis, especially if the rain is out like it was this morning and there's not much play because it was delayed by 45 minutes earlier. So I thought I'd come down here and meet one of the nail artists and get my nails done, because you might be able to see I actually wasn't really prepared for my fortnight at the championships. They are bare, so I'm going to get my nails painted. What's your name?
Cara.
Cara, by Cara. She's going to design my nails this time. Obviously, I just mentioned these 4 have been obviously designed by Andy Murray. What's been the most popular, and what have the fans been requesting?
Definitely the strawberries or the tennis ball out of the thing.
And I believe that Sir Andy Murray himself had the tennis ball painted on his nails earlier this tournament.
He did, I saw it.
What did you think of it? Do you think it suited him?
Yeah, definitely. His colours.
His colours, he picked it, of course. Okay, well, I'm going to pick, or Cara, you can pick for me. We're going to go strawberries or tennis. Which would you suggest?
Definitely strawberries, I think.
Okay, I'm going strawberries and cream on my nails, seeing if it's going to look as good as it does on that picture. How long then does this process take if someone wanted to come down and get it done?
It's like 5 to 7 minutes per client. Yeah, it's quite quick.
It's quite quick, 5 to 7 minutes, guys. So if you want a little break from the tennis, and you can come down here and get your nails done. So I'm about to get mine done by Cara. You pick. What's the most popular?
The ring finger.
Ring finger it is. Here we go. I'm being really treated here. It's like a little pamper session. So Cara's just going to do some little filing to make it look a little bit nicer. As I mentioned, yeah, I hadn't quite prepared my nails for Wimbledon. I did have them planned for this evening, but now that you're going to do it, you're taking a job off my agenda for when the tennis finishes later. And Cara, who is it for? Can anyone come down here?
Yeah, literally anyone that's here. We've been doing men, women, doesn't really matter, whatever.
And what's the reaction been like to having one of these on their fingers? Has it been doing the rounds on social media?
Yep, everybody loves it. I've seen it on Facebook, Instagram, all over.
I'm not going to try and distract Cara too much, but I've got to ask, you're working at Wimbledon. Are you a big tennis fan, Cara?
Yeah.
Who would you like to win? Obviously, we've got so many Brits in action as well. I mean, best contingent in terms of British people getting through to the second round in 25 years, which is good for the home fans, right?
Yeah, great.
Emma Raducanu.
Yeah, definitely.
Do you get to see much of the action around here yourself?
No, I've literally been here, desk, head down, like back to back, going non-stop. So I haven't seen much. I haven't ventured out of here much.
Well, talk me through the process then. What are you doing? So you've just filed it.
So we file it, we buff it, and then we do a base coat, set them under the lamp for a minute or so for each layer. Then you're doing the red, so red, and then we have our nail art brushes, and then we'll use the white for the dots.
Taking it out, seeing if it's dry now. I mean, that one looks better than what I had already. My nails were not in the best condition. See the attention to detail here. If I talk too much, then it'll be ruined.
Yeah, you might stop me.
I know. Then your hard work will not look as good as it's going to, I know. But it's quite a setup down here, isn't it? Do you feel quite lucky to be down here for the fortnight?
Yeah, it's a really nice setup under here, actually. There's a lot going on as well, so it's nice just to be able to see everyone around. And you talk to so many different people as well. It's nice. The day goes really quick.
I feel like that's what you get with a nail parlour. You really do hear people's life stories. What kind of characters have you seen so far? Have you met people from all over the world?
There's been a lot of Scottish people actually I've been doing today, loads of Scots. But yeah, it's always different people all the time.
Has anyone been lucky enough to get all four? Because I know when you come down here, you're meant to just get one, aren't you?
No, not all four yet, not just yet.
Has anyone gone a little bit rogue and asked for anything different?
No, it's pretty much stick to the set.
I'd be like, oh, can you do something else as well? Can you maybe do a Scottish flag? Because it's Andy playing later on.
Not today.
I'm distracting Cara now as well. So she's now getting the white paint out, ready to put the little flecks on here. So you're going to use a tiny brush. This is where I feel like you can't talk to me at all. Here we go. You can watch the artist at work now, guys. I feel like I can't move because she's at work, so this is exactly what it's going to look like, the finished product.
And then we'll do a top coat, and the top coat dries quite quickly, so you just need to let that dry, and then we'll put some cuticle oil on, and then you're done.
It's quite the process down here. You definitely feel like you're being pampered. Cara's looking after me really well. So it's pretty much finished. We're having a top coat, then some cuticle ointment, and then I'm ready to go and have a strawberry on my nails for the rest of the day. Well, Michelle Humphrey is quite a designer, isn't she? It's pretty cool what she's done down here.
They're really cool. They're really cool designs, actually. It's nice. It's good.
It's new for this year, which is great. Wimbledon are always upping their game every year in terms of what they provide for the fans and the experiences they give. So, yeah, guys, if you want to come get your nails done and be pampered for between 5 and 7 minutes, that's exactly what you can do down here. So we're nearly finished. Let's see what it looks like. Top coat going on there. Final drying session. And then we have a bit of oil There's loads that goes into this. I think it's just paint and run. Not quite. Okay, I think it's dry by now. It's time to reveal it and see what the strawberry looks like. Perfect. Love that. Look at that. Doesn't look great.
Some pampering there for Rachel and some red-hot tennis today from this man, Hugo Humber, who is about to serve for the match on the #2 court against the French Open finalist, Casper Ruud. Casper coming into this tournament and talking about that he wasn't necessarily the most comfortable on grass, got his first ever Wimbledon win. There's Casper, but how about this for Hugo Humber, a game away from the third round and a big upset.
Yes, this would be a huge upset and a fantastic win on paper for Humber, but yeah, I think it's fair to say grass is not Casper Ruud's favourite surface. I think when asked some time ago about grass, he said grass is for golf,
yeah,
not tennis.
He loves his golf.
He does love his golf. But yeah, he's in a bit of a pickle here and a game from going out of the championships.
All right, so maybe headed to the golf course in the coming days is Casper Ruud. Let's see if Hugo Humber can close this out. The world number 113, a game away from taking out the #3 seed and the French Open runner-up.
It's been Ruud's problem throughout, not enough on the return. It's in the middle of the court asking to be hit, and it's certainly got that treatment.
That's even better. Sending his opponent off in the wrong direction.
Very low.
It's wide. And here are 3 match points for Hugo Humber.
Low.
So much, Humber. 3 sets to 1. 3-6, 6-2, 7-5, and 6-4.
Well, a massive win there for Hugo Humber. These are live pictures coming to you from the #2 court. You can see what it means to him. He's a former top junior player. He's ranked world number 112, and he takes out the #3 seed Casper Ruud, winning on the #2 court. And that part of the draw, which also featured Hubert Hurkacz, that's the bottom part of the top half now, very wide open for players like Francis Tiafoe. Steve Johnson took out Grigor Dimitrov, but the French Open finalist Casper Ruud is out. A nice farewell from Casper. He got his first Wimbledon win, the #3 seed. But a day of upsets now. Annette Kontaveit is out in the women's draw, and now we've got Casper Ruud is taken out by Hugo Humber. Just a huge win for the Frenchman.
Yeah, and you've got to be delighted for him, for any player, regardless of the surface, to beat a much higher ranked opponent, especially a recent French Open finalist, will do his confidence the world of good. But on a positive note, Casper Ruud has done something his dad was never able to achieve here at Wimbledon, and that was winning a match here this year. His dad in 5 appearances, I don't think won 1 match, so he's got one over on his dad at least.
Yeah, he sure does. He said he was happy to have the family bragging rights in that sense. We've also got some new friends here that are just making their way to, well, they're in the resale queue. And are we hoping for Emma later today? Is that right? Yes, I'm seeing some nods. And who else is up? Maybe Andy Murray?
Andy Murray, is that
Any
what
Andy
everyone
Murray
wants?
fans? Anyone? Okay, it's a quiet bunch. We've got some breaking news actually here for you on Wimbledon Uncovered. Is the mixed doubles draw is out.
Yes.
Usually doesn't make huge headlines, but what do we got?
We have Jamie Murray and Venus Williams. I mean, what a team they are going to be. Yes, they did receive a wild card, one of 5 wild cards that were given to teams in the mixed doubles, and they have drawn Michael Venus and Alicia Rozovska in the first round. So actually a tricky opening match, but fantastic to see Venus Williams here once again. We were treated to Serena last night, and Serena sadly wasn't able to get through, but from one Williams sister to another.
To another, awesome. And actually from one pair of siblings, to remember Serena, we had Sir Andy Murray and Serena Williams. Now we've got Jamie and Venus. What's their nickname going to be?
I need to give some thought to that one, but if anyone has any good ideas, do let us know.
Also, Coco Gauff pairing up with Jack Sock.
With Jack Sock, I think they'll be a real force in the draw. Jack Sock, a former Wimbledon doubles champion here. Coco Gauff, currently ranked 5 in the world in the women's doubles, and a recent French Open finalist in the doubles as well as the singles. So they are not seeded in the draw, but they'll be a real threat, I'm sure.
I mean, just amazing to see Venus Williams back here. Of course, she's a 5-time champion at this championships, and we weren't sure if we were going to see Serena. We got that surprise, and Venus kind of just popped up this week. All of a sudden, people were saying, we're getting all these pictures on social media of, is that Venus Williams?
Yes.
And then she started popping up at a Rangi hitting, and lo and behold, she asked Jamie, or Jamie asked her, and we've got some mixed doubles. It's so nice to have, we've got 5 events, and you've got the juniors and the wheelchair events as well. It's so cool.
And the invitational event.
And the invitational, which are you playing in?
Which I am.
Yes, you are. Very good. Okay, so mixed doubles, that's just out. You can find more of that on Wimbledon.com. Let's go live now. This is court number 3. That's Jelena Ostapenko, the former French Open champion, taking on Janina Wickmeyer. What a special story. Wickmeyer having a child just in the recent past. She's a former semi-finalist at the U.S. Open, and she's back on tour. She qualified for the main draw.
Yes, I watched her play in the qualifying, won 3 matches there, and when she won her final match in the last round of qualifying, it was very emotional for her. This is her 13th Wimbledon main draw appearance, and she didn't have her husband and her child supporting her last week in the qualifying rounds. She was hoping they would arrive in time for main draw, but there have been all sorts of air travel issues. I think they are here, though. And that was, a dream of hers, to have her daughter watch her compete at a Grand Slam. And I don't know if her daughter is in the stands, or whether she's, I think she is much too young to understand. She's only just won. But still, a really special moment for her and her family.
Yeah, Ostapenko, the hard hitter, of course, the Latvian who's had a resurgence in her form, hasn't she? And Wickmeyer, it's just so great to see Wickmeyer not only qualifying but being able to make it into the second round. But you never want to see Ostapenko on the other side of the court. She just blasts the cover off the ball. She
really does. She's the 12th seed here at Wimbledon, made the final in Eastbourne just last week, lost to Petra Kvitova in the final, but she is a real force on grass, given how big she strikes the ball, how fast she likes to play, and how little ground she wants to give up. You rarely see her really budging off that baseline. She's a player who takes time away from opponents, and it's all about first strike tennis for the Latvian.
This is the number 3 court, and actually for Ostapenko, she's in the part of the draw that includes Maria Sakkari and also includes Annette Kontaveit, who was knocked out earlier. So an opportunity for Ostapenko here. And let's head over to court 12 and actually go from the number 3 court to 12 next door. But we also go from a second round match. This is a first round match, isn't it?
Yes, it is. They were on the schedule originally 2 days ago, and then we had all that a rain delay, which delayed it. And yesterday, she was on the schedule yesterday, but she was scheduled to play 6 match on. That was never going to happen.
No, I saw that too. I had to triple count 6 matches.
Yeah. So here they are, ready to get this match underway. They've waited long enough to get on court, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's Masarova, the Spanish player. And the winner of this one taking on either Vekic or Pegula. And what is the challenge? You know, Masarova maybe a little bit more experienced there in terms of how much she's played on tour, but for Harriet Dart and the sense of being patient, not playing your first match until the third day of the championships, that's a challenge for any player. You have to have a lot of patience.
You do have to have a lot of patience, but for Harriet Dart, she knows she will have the home support as a British player. She's had some fantastic results in recent weeks and has really established herself as a top 100 player now. And yeah, I think this will be a good test for the Brit.
So Harriet Dart just getting warmed up here. Again, we mentioned earlier, we've got 9 Brits into the second round across the men's and women's gentlemen's and ladies singles draws. And if Harriet Dart can make it into round 2 as well, it'll be the first time since 1984 that we've had 10 British players into the second round. That's even before your time.
That's before my time, thank you, Nick.
Well before your time, Anne.
Yes, yeah, that would be something very sweet for all British tennis fans.
Does it go through, you know, we talk about the British players, we're talking about Cam Norrie, Jack Draper, of course Andy Murray, but on the women's side too, Emma Raducanu, she's going to be on center court this afternoon. Katie Swan was knocked out in the first round. Katie Bolter had a great win. Here's Harriet Dart. Do the players feel when you're from that same country that, hey, you're winning, I'm winning? Does it impact the team?
Absolutely, yes, they do feed off each other, and most of them train at the National Tennis Centre, which is just a couple of miles down the road from us here at Wimbledon. You know, there is a good kind of camaraderie between all the British players, and Andy Murray has really led the way in that sense, and the British players are good at rallying around each other and supporting each other, and it's fantastic to see them all producing good tennis and good results.
Well, and the camaraderie is partly due to you and the fact that you're leading on the women's side of the Billie Jean King Cup, and Great Britain obviously is going to host that later this year, the final in November, which is awesome, so congratulations on that. Let's go ahead and dip into the commentary here. This is a first round match, and we're getting a look at the first game. Harriet Dart taking on Rebecca Masarova.
Grand Slam for a Wimbledon debut for Masarova. Right, let's have a look at this service motion that we've been talking about and see if we can assess this player making her debut outside the top 300 a year ago, now into Wimbledon.
Harriet will use her experience out here at Wimbledon, look to make a lot of balls early on, check out the nerves of her opponent.
Well, they're definitely present, and it's perfectly natural. You have to just remind yourself that the court is the same size as every other court, but you know, no matter how much you try, arms don't work properly, sometimes the legs stop working, you just got to get the feet moving. That's a nice serve. This is a lovely service motion.
It is, it's very free-flowing, a bit like Karolina Pliskova, 6'1" in height, so has the long levers, looks to hit plenty of aces throughout the course of a match. wonderful passing shot from Dart. She was so patient within the point. Plenty of balls right through the middle of the court as expected. Waiting for her opportunity to just snap the arms around the ball, get the winner.
God, that's a nice start.
First game.
And she was on this court, double quick time, just getting down.
On court 12, and here is match point on center court and a 23rd consecutive win here at Wimbledon for Novak Djokovic, the three-time and reigning champion. Djokovic taking out Tanasi Kokonakis in straight sets and looking in fine form after a scratchy start against Soonwoo Kwon. Hand to heart and then pats the grass. It's a routine that has been quite familiar here, and you can see the center court crowd appreciating the chance to see Djokovic. They're going to see Emma Raducanu next and Andy Murray later today. How about that? One of Djokovic's youngsters there. I think that's Stefan. There's wife Yelena. So the whole camp here, and Djokovic well and truly now bedded into this tournament. He's into the third round. He's going to take on Tabilo or Kecmanovic. This was a straightforward affair against Tanasi Kokonakis, who walks on the court. Maybe some disappointment there for Tanasi, who's had some big wins, including over Roger Federer a couple years ago in Miami. But you cannot you cannot hang your head low when you are taking on Novak Djokovic at Wimbledon. So Djokovic is through. I mentioned those 23 matches in a row here at the All England Club. Took out Matteo Berrettini in last year's final. Berrettini testing positive just yesterday for COVID, so he's out. We've also seen Casper Ruud eliminated from the men's draw. Hubert Hurkacz was also knocked out. So Djokovic staying strong. He's going to get Tabilo, the Chilean, or Kecmanovic, a familiar face for him, the Serbian next. But just has to feel really confident about that win over Kwon, and then today against Kokonakis, even more confidence in that play today. Let's go ahead and hear from Djokovic himself. 6-1, 6-4, and 6-2.
Novak, congratulations. Those 2 hours seem to fly by. So how happy are you with the performance today?
Well, I'm very happy. Good afternoon to everyone. Again, thanks for your support today for both players. Thank you for coming out. I'm very, very happy with my performance today. I thought I started off very well, very solid from back of the court. Made him work for every point that I managed to get his serve back in play. I tried to work him around the court, bring a lot of variety in the game, and it was not easy to serve because of the wind. It was very swirly today on the court, so tough to toss the ball. But I think from my side, overall, really, really high quality performance. I'm very pleased.
You say high quality performance. When you won here on Monday, you said you played well, but not your best. So how much closer to your best were you today?
Well, I must say that I'm quite pleased with the way I've raised the level of tennis in 2 days. Hopefully I can keep that trajectory, just getting better as the tournament progresses. Obviously just thinking about the next challenge, and you know, hopefully things will get better and better as I move on. Love you too. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You know, every time you come on court, Novak, there's always a new record or equaling a record. But we, romantics, like to think it's more than just the numbers. So, is it more than just the numbers?
Of course it is. I mean, you don't think about numbers when you start playing tennis. I mean, 99% of children, when they grab a tennis racket, they have dreams, they have love and passion for the game. So that's the most important thing. Obviously, that's the driving force. Whenever, you know, going gets tough, I guess, whenever these are not as smooth and easy as you would like them to be. I think going back to that inner child, you know, and remembering why you started playing this sport, and of course, anything else that you managed to achieve and live your dream is a bonus. So I'm really blessed to be here and now.
Congratulations,
Thank
ladies and gentlemen, Novak Djokovic.
So 23 in a row, and Djokovic doing it in front of some special young fans, in front of plenty of fans there inside center court. Next up, Emma Raducanu. We're also going to see Andy Murray later today. Wife Jelena very happy, and Djokovic making some fans very happy courtside too. This is one of these beautiful moments here in this sport where fans can get so close to the top stars. Djokovic there signing some autographs just courtside inside center court. Always love when we've got the young fans who get those tennis balls signed or a cap signed. It makes a moment, and Djokovic is talking about dreaming big dreams. Of course, we talk about the numbers, the number of times he's won here, 23 in a row now, dating back to 2018. But he wants people to dream big dreams, and I think the kids especially hear that. And he talks about growing up in war-torn Serbia, and that all he did was dream about playing on these big stages, and now that's the regular for him. So making some dreams come true as Djokovic marches into round 3. Tabilo or Kecmanovic is next for the top seed here, who's got Rafael Nadal in the other half of the draw. But otherwise, perhaps a meeting with Andy Murray. That's peaking a little bit far down the road. That would be a quarterfinal matchup. But Novak Djokovic, no trouble today with Tanasi Kokonakis as he runs through that match in straight sets. This is a center court, a live picture of it. Let's go just before the championships when Djokovic caught up with Renee Stubbs inside a quiet, a cathedral, and empty center court.
Novak, it's great to have you back here.
Thank you.
Wimbledon, how is it to be back on the grounds here?
It's an honor. It's an honor to be on this court. As I told you before we started the interview, it's the first time that I'm doing an interview on the stands of a center court in Wimbledon. So of course, after many years and many interviews, it's nice to do something for the first time. I'm excited, you know, as really probably any player that is here in the men's and women's field to compete at one of the greatest tournaments. Of course, this year a bit different circumstances because of no ranking points included, but for me personally it doesn't change. You know, I value this tournament always greatly in my career, so hopefully I can have another successful event.
So, from 7 years of age, I want to know why. Why Wimbledon of all the places? I mean, you are European, so some
Yes.
people say Roland Garros, some people US Open. Why here?
The first tennis match that I've ever seen on the TV was Pete Sampras winning his first Wimbledon. I think it was 91 or 92, and that's something that draws so much attention, my attention to the sport. It made me fall in love with the sport. I asked my parents to buy me a tennis racket, and we were at this Kokonakis mountain resort in south of Serbia, and then my parents used to run the restaurant, so of course I was, you know, hitting the ball in the breaks when I had school breaks. So we spent a lot of time there, and I was hitting all day against the wall. And so the first image of tennis was Wimbledon center court, grass court. So that's something that as you can't erase. You know, it was something that I always had in my mind, or still do. So of course, having that kind of inspiration to become the best tennis player in the world and win Wimbledon was something that was always motivating me. And when I achieved my childhood dream here in 2011, it was the highlight of my career, of course, and something I'll cherish forever.
So you've walked onto this court as many times as a lot of people. What is the uniqueness of this particular court to you?
Well, everything I think is unique. I mean, the fact that until this year you got to play on the virgin grass as a defending champion, and you know, obviously the royal box. The fact that you don't have, first of all, the fact that you're playing on the grass, which you know used to be the most common surface in our sport and Grand Slams, but now we have it only for a month and a half the entire season. And what I respect a lot and like about Wimbledon, it's that Wimbledon managed to keep the tradition, and there's no advertisements around the court. Mm-hmm. Everything is focused on the players and the tennis. So it's tennis in its purest form. I think that brings a lot of joy to the fans, but also to us players.
So I've asked this question to every player. You know, it's the 100 years of this centre court in particular. But if there was one place that you could build a court and play a tennis match on another unique and incredible stadium around the world, where would that be for you?
A stadium or anywhere?
Well, anywhere. You can say a stadium or anywhere. I've had some very unique answers to this one.
If it can be anywhere, I mean, probably on top of the world, you know, the highest point at Mount Everest.
Well, that's a new one.
We wouldn't survive 2 seconds playing there, but yeah, I guess, I mean, now you made me wonder, you know, to be creative, where would I put a tennis court? I played once with Nadal. We played an exhibition match in Argentina, and it was back in 2011 or 12, and we went to the southest point of Argentina to play, to see Perito Moreno, which is an iceberg. And it was during the summertime there. It was, I think, December. And we played, you know, hit some volleys at one of the boats that was around with Perito Moreno behind us. So that was probably one of the most iconic, you know, tennis images and tennis venues, if you can call them that way. And I've seen, of course, Nadal. I think, was it Federer and Andre Agassi, I think, back in the days, played some balls at the Burj Al Arab in Dubai, you know, those types of things. And I've seen also in Acapulco, I think in Mexico, they play as a pre-tournament advertisement. They play some tennis on the water. So it's, you know, I think there was a lot of experimentation with that, and which is nice, but Wimbledon Centre Court is still probably the best place.
Well, speaking of the Wimbledon Centre Court, if you could come here as a spectator, I mean, fortunately, you've played some of the greatest matches here yourself. But if there was one match that you could sit as a spectator and watch again over the last 100 years of this court, what would it be?
Oh, wow. The match that already happened. It was already played.
Yes.
Oh, that's a good question. I'd love to see Borg McEnroe. Borg McEnroe, definitely. Federer Nadal as well in 2000 and what was it, 8?
Yes.
Yeah, that match was historic.
So, you've played, as I said, some incredible matches out here. What do you think? What match comes to mind for you, particularly, that you have played here that you feel like has inspired people around the world, or just even people in your own country?
Against Federer in 2019, the one where we went the distance, 12-all. Super tie break for the first time. It was a really special match in every sense. He was serving for it at match points. Statistically, he was a better player in the entire match. I just managed to win every tie break that we played that day.
And you know, the match went on for almost, I think, 5 hours or something. And it was the first year that they introduced a super tiebreak at 12-all. And what are the odds of finals going the distance to 12-all? So, yeah, it was definitely the most exciting match that I was ever part of.
Can you tell me something that you feel growing up inspired you to a point that made you either a better person, a better tennis player, whatever?
You know, that constant ongoing circular process of life and journey that we all go through individually, particularly in our sport as individual sport, is something that I feel for a player is very important to accept and cherish as the most important thing, which is the journey, because the final destination is, and your achievement of your goals, of course, are very fulfilling. But without that journey, it's hard to get to that place. So it's all about process.
Well, as you can see right here, this is what you get when you win Wimbledon. Right here is a membership.
This will get you in the lounge to have a cup of tea.
That's right. And we look forward to you maybe picking some grass up and putting it back in your mouth again for another victory.
I would love that. I'd
best
love
of
that.
luck over the next 2 weeks.
Appreciate it.
Superb.
That's good hustle from Hives, isn't it? She was a long way behind the baseline. Sikari maybe could have hit this drop shot a little bit better, but full credit to this lady.
All able to fashion the tweener to produce the winner.
Certain amount of disdain. Swatted away.
Such timing, just rips a winner. Incredible.
Well, that was a tremendous return from Halep. They did well to turn that point around.
So smart for him to hit the drop shot, pushed Halep back.
13-15.
Talking about big hitting. What a forehand. That was a bludgeoning forehand from Nadal. 15-30.
How about that?
Exquisite. Great response at the end of it. She loves the target when the opponent comes in, and so difficult off a slice where it stays down low. Great wrist work here.
Oh, 10 out of 10. That is an uber angle right there from Cressy. That was just delicious.
One game all, second set.
And there's another beautiful example. She's ranked outside the top 100. This is just her 9th Grand Slam match ever. Her first at Wimbledon. On centre court against Serena Williams.
Oh, that's terrific from Zizou Bergs. Running around that forehand and bending it inside the tram line. Sensational shot making.
Well, it's quite the moment then, isn't it, now on centre court. For a British fan or a fan of tennis in general, it's the time for Emma Raducanu, the British darling of tennis, to make her second appearance onto centre court as she faces the Frenchwoman Caroline Garcia. I mean, we talk about it only being her second time on centre court, and she's already a US Open champion. Laura Robson is joining me here with Radzi as always. And Laura, it's quite a special occasion again. You know, she said how much she loved her first appearance only 2 days ago. Now she's back for a second stab at a go on centre court in only her second outing at Wimbledon.
It's crazy, isn't it, how fast it's gone for Emma. And I saw her yesterday and she's just got the biggest smile on her face at the moment. Everywhere she goes around the grounds at Wimbledon, she is just loving the vibe, loving the energy, and she's having so much support from the practice courts all the way through to that moment when she walks out on centre. And there's nothing like it for a British tennis player. It is the best moment of your life, that feeling of walking out onto centre court with a chance of winning, which I think she does have today against Caroline Garcia, who wasn't overly convincing in her first round match, and had some heavy taping going on both legs as well. So another chance for Emma to get through to round 3. I'm really, really excited about it.
What's amazing is yesterday we spoke about the idea of pressure, especially for the Brits playing in Wimbledon, but kind of what you're saying there is, for Emma, she's just embracing it and really enjoying it.
I think it's the only way to do it. As a Brit, you've got so much pressure on you coming into the grass season, but she's had a couple of weeks now to just sort of be by herself in a way, because she didn't play many of the lead-up tournaments. She played Nottingham and had to withdraw. So she's had a couple of weeks just around the grounds with not many people here, and she's been practicing over at Orangi almost every day since Nottingham, and I think has had such of a feel for the place. You know, she's a new member as well. Got the honorary membership at the end of last year after US Open. So she's been in the tea room. She's been, you know, having Sunday lunch here, and I think just enjoying the club without any of that pressure, which always helps.
Okay, so Laura, you're obviously a member yourself. What is the place like, in the guts of it, as it were, when you're a member? The places like the tea room. I mean, Rachel, obviously you've been a lifelong member, haven't you? But I have not. So please educate us and the audience.
I mean, surely we're petitioning for honorary memberships for both of you.
Especially these shades, Laura.
You can't see that at the moment. I think if you tuned in to Wimbledon Uncovered yesterday, you'd have seen what Radzi is talking about in terms of sunglasses. But Laura, a question on Garcia. Obviously, she's got her first title in 3 years at Bad Homburg a couple of weeks ago. So that surely means she's coming in with better form compared to Emma. Will that play a part out there today?
Not so much. I think Garcia, for me, is one of those players that is really up and down anyway. She can play the match of her life and then follow it up with a performance that's nowhere near that level. So you never really know what you're going to get. If she gets a good start, for sure, that will help the confidence, but she can get very, very nervous as well. So if she's close to winning and Emma's almost down and out, I'm sure Emma will be thinking, well, I've still got a chance, because there's been so many matches in the past, especially at slam level, where Garcia hasn't been able to get herself over the line. So, yeah, I think obviously a tricky opponent. Garcia's a huge hitter of the ball, and it's almost all or nothing from the back of the court, but very much a chance, and that's all you need. When you've got the crowd behind you, it can be enough.
And Emma still talks, Rads, as well, about the fact that no one really knows her game. And she said she's using that to her advantage because she is so new, still on tour. This is only, well, we're still saying it's her first year. She's just approaching now her second year as it's Wimbledon. And she says she's using that to her advantage.
She's new. She's Raducanu.
30 seconds. Oh, I see. Yeah, I do think people are starting to read Emma's game a little bit more. I mean, compared to last year when really no one knew her coming into this event. The locker room has been talking. They've been figuring out where she likes to go on big points and what she prefers to do on the serve and things like that. But that's just part of being on tour for more than a year, and something that you can adjust as well. If you start to hear that people think you're going, for a wide serve on a big point, then you just change it up and keep people guessing.
You know, these points here, you see the guys warming up. Are you trying to send a message to your opponent at that point? Are you trying to hit hard serves that are accurate, that are in? What happens if you hit the net? Are you thinking, oh dear?
Some people do. Some people, it's really weird. Some people go for a really relaxed warm-up and they've already done all the work off the court, so they're warm, they're loose and ready to go. Others take it so seriously and try and hit you off the court, off the first ball. Actually, Cressy he starts with the serve sometimes, so he just likes to keep his opponents guessing. But yeah, I think both of these players lean towards the relaxed side of things.
Well, Emma, I guess, has been doing that. What did you make, Laura, of seeing her in a Rafa Nadal t-shirt? I know she's been kind of soaking up the fact that she gets to watch the likes of Novak and Rafa around here, but I hear she wore a t-shirt the other day on court.
Yeah, she wore a Rafa t-shirt in her press conference as well, so she's loving the fighting spirit of Nadal, and I think she's been inspired by what he's been able to do this year, how he's handled so many injuries and adversity, and yeah, just I don't know, trying to copy him, I guess. Why not?
Well, I think also it must be really cool to see your hero as your peer. He's actually a guy who probably respects you, maybe almost as much as you respect him, which is a really cool situation to me, especially because Emma is still a teenager, which is crazy to me. Because when I was 19, I was not playing professional sport, which will surprise you, Laura. But yet here she is playing with people that she idolises.
And that's the fun of it, isn't it? When you're coming through and playing on centre and you're only 19, it is fun. And I think that's what I saw in her first round match, that she was just loving every moment of it, even when the scoreline got a bit tight and things didn't go her way. She can look up and see her friends and family in the box, and why not?
Well, the match has started, so guys at home, let's enjoy the first part of this match.
Former British #1, Johanna Kontas, joined me in the commentary box.
Hello, happy to be here.
Just in time to see Caroline Garcia easing into this opening game, Joe.
Yes, I think we're going to be seeing some really nice point building from both players, so I'm quite excited for the tennis.
You can carry on watching that match then on all major Wimbledon broadcasters. Now we're going to jump then from centre court to court #2 between Garbine Muguruza and Greet Minen there from Belgium. Let's see what happens during match point in this final set. Wow, that was quite the shock, wasn't it there? Garbine Muguruza going out in round 2. That was a bit of an upset on the cards there. She's 9th seed coming into this one, Laura. Don't think that was something we expected so early on.
Oh, I mean, Muguruza, I think it's fair to say, has had a bit of a horror of a year. She's just not found any sort of results, hasn't been able to play consistently, and it's very strange. You know, she's such a great ball striker, such a good mover around the court as well, and is a Grand Slam champion. So I'm not really sure what's going on with her game at the moment, but I've seen on her Instagram that she's been on holiday in Africa, and she's been on safari, so I think, you know, wow, she's living life.
Living her best life. Although I have to say, Rach, Minen played Greet. No?
No.
No, I'm
didn't get that.
It's full Greet.
Raducanu was better.
Raducanu should have peaked early.
Yeah.
We've got an hour and a half of these to come.
There.
We'll remember Raducanu and I'll carry on. In terms of the whole idea of that work-life balance, Laura, when it comes to, say, you're talking about the safaris and things like that, how important is it to actually be a happy player off the court as well as on the court?
It's such a big deal, and you can see so often how off-court affects your on-court performance. So if you're happy off the court, then you're more likely to want to go to training, you're more likely to be okay with the amount of travel that is necessary to play on the tour. But for Muguruza, that's why it's so strange. I mean, she's so happy off the court at the moment. She's been able to fit in other activities and holidays and all that good stuff, and just hasn't quite found the balance, maybe. So yeah, I'm surprised at that result, because she's such a great grass court player, and who knows what she's up to on the practice court. It's hard to say.
Well, I think, Laura, while we've got you here, let's talk about the British contingent, the force to be reckoned with, which is happening today.
My favourite topic.
Well, it's the first time since 97, I think, 25 years, that we've had this many Brits through to the second round. And if Harriet Dart makes it through, it's going to be 10. At the moment, it's 9 guys to the second round. And Harriet Dart's playing at the moment, so we'll bring you up to speed on her match. But what a moment to be a British tennis fan.
It's so fun, and I love that in that 9 there's a good mix of wild cards, people who are in on their own rankings, seeded players. So it's really going all the way from the top, all the way down the rankings. And unfortunately, Ryan Peniston already lost, but he's had such an unbelievable grass season. So he's going to be ranked something like 120 after Wimbledon. And you know what that can do for him for the rest of the year, how all the other British players watch him and try and, you know, copy him, basically, because you see someone that you've grown up with do well, and you want to be right there with them. So I think it's been great on the women's side, because you've got Harriet, you've got Katie Bolter, and everyone's around the same age, and they're all spurring each other on.
Something I was chatting to Jamie Delgado about was the idea that during lockdown it was negative for so many reasons, but for Team GB's perspective, all the guys were playing together, training together, and it seems like it's just brought the whole country of players right together, another unit.
It has, and we had the Battle of the Brits, we had all these team events and sort of half exhibition, half competition, because all the Brits took it really seriously and they wanted to win. And it was just that really fun dynamic around the National Tennis Centre. But everyone trains together, everyone's in the gym together, and if someone hits a PB in the gym, then obviously you've got to be right there with them. And it continues off the court as well. Everyone hangs out and yeah, actually really enjoys each other's company, which is quite strange.
Well,
it's awesome.
We're just going to now quickly join this. We can carry on chatting. We're now on court 12, where Harriet Dart is playing. She's just taken the first set there, and this is a great start, Laura, for her. This is exactly what she would have been after. She's taking on her Spanish opponent, Rebecca Masarova here. This is still her first round, remember? She's been a bit late, hasn't she? Which,
yeah.
How would that affect her?
I mean, all credit to Harriet for coming through this first set here, because she has not had an easy couple of days. She's been hanging around until late last night trying to figure out if she was going to get moved onto one of the courts with a roof, and then they made a decision to hold the match over till today. But even then, she wasn't first on, and so it was about 3:30 when she was starting her first round match on Wednesday, and she knows if she wins this, she'll have to come back tomorrow. So it just is a lot of pressure to try and get this one done quickly, and Harriet's doing extremely well here.
Laura, she's doing extremely well, but this one is not Masarova.
No, I don't like that one.
Oh. I like your honesty. Not even pity laughter, which I'll take, by the way. Harriet Dart is showing that she could potentially make records, Rach. History in the making, 25 years, a quarter of a century. Back when you were 2 years old, back in 1997, when that happened.
Well, if Darts gets through, actually, it's the best since 1984. It goes even further than 1997. That record was for 9 players. 10 players would be back since 84. But, Laura, let's just kind of, I guess, educate the audience a little bit about Harriet and you know, how she's been getting on and what are her strengths and what should she be playing to here against her Spanish opponent.
I mean, her strength is her ability from the back of the court. You know, she's got a really nice all-round game. She plays a lot of doubles as well, so she's quite comfortable moving forward. I think once she is able to get some feel off the first serve, you can really see her confidence start to grow, but she's just playing amazing tennis at the moment. She's had a great grass season. She's working with Nigel Sears, who is, of course, the former coach of Emma Raducanu. So I think she's just got a lot of confidence right now, and she's someone else who's very happy off the court. She's got a new long-term boyfriend and things are going well, and he's been with her at quite a few tournaments this year, which has really helped her stay relaxed.
I just wonder, Laura, at Wimbledon you get a lot of people who dabble in tennis, a lot of people who play it maybe competitively but not professionally necessarily. What do you think is the difference between, say, somebody like Harriet versus somebody that's got potential at 16 perhaps to break into that?
Well, I think Harriet was one of the players that everyone was talking about as a junior as well, and people's pathways are always very different. So Harriet was someone who's been struggling with injuries over the years, hasn't quite been able to put in the training blocks needed necessarily to really crack the top 100 as quickly as other players, but she has cracked the top 100. She's qualified for a bunch of Grand Slams now, which is huge for her, and she's done well at Wimbledon before. I mean, this is her favourite surface. She's grown up playing on the grass, and I just think she's probably playing some of the best tennis that I've ever seen from her.
Yeah, well, you mentioned she might have to play again tomorrow, but she's got a congested schedule already. She's playing with Heather Watson in doubles, isn't she? And it will be great to see those both in action. We're going to jump then straight to court number 1. I mean, there's so much action going on. Cam Norrie, another Brit, is in action here against another Spanish competitor, Manur, he's against. So again, we know what Cam Norrie has done. Now British number 1. I mean, that sounds crazy to say that after so many years of having Andy Murray as number 1, but this is, I guess, the next generation of British men coming through, Laura.
Yeah, and I love to see Cam on court 1. I thought he should have been on court 1 for his first round match because he needs a lot more respect. I mean, he's a top 10 seed, he's number 1 Brit, he's played unbelievable over the last 18 months, and he deserves to play on these big stadiums. So I hope he comes through this. I think his game is really fun to watch. He's got that sort of a putting backhand and a nifty lefty forehand to work with, so hopefully he gets through as well.
Well, let's quickly bring you up to speed if you didn't see that. Cam Norrie took the first set, 6-4, and then Manur took the second, 6-3. So we're into the third on that at the moment.
And Laura, kind of to the point that Rachel was making, Cam's been someone who's sort of been very much in the shadow of Andy Murray, but at his absolute best, he can challenge anyone in the world. We saw him at the final of Queen's last year. It was a great performance there. I think he had doubles, in fact. It was doubles and singles that year. I mean, if he's at his absolute best, could we potentially see him encroach on, say, for example, the quarterfinals here?
I don't see why not. I mean, the draws really opened up on the men's side as well with Berrettini and people like Cilic out with COVID and a couple of injuries as well. And Cam is unbelievably consistent. When he's playing his best tennis, he does not miss a ball, and he's one of the quickest guys in the men's game. I think it's quite deceptive because when you look at his movement, it's not in your face like some other players, but I've seen him on a treadmill and he is rapid.
That's interesting.
He does a 10K in a ludicrous time. I can't even remember, and I don't want to...
Go on, Rach, you love a 10K. What's your PB on 10K?
Me? No, I'm joking. 35 something. But anyway, he's had 2 finals.
Sub 3-hour marathon one here, by the way, Laura. She's impressive.
Oh, well done.
He's won 2 titles this year, came close to a third, only losing to Nadal as well. I guess the fact that he's going up against these kind of players regularly now means he's just having to step up his level as well.
He is, and he's now got the pressure on him. You know, when he was coming through, when he won Indian Wells, he was still fairly low ranked, so he wasn't someone that the players were looking to as a title contender. But now that he's at number 9 seed, people will be wanting to beat him. People will be thinking that they can beat him because Cam, obviously being a Brit, has a lot of pressure on him, and this is his first experience of dealing with that.
And Laura, earlier you were talking about kind of routes into the professional game. He's somebody who came through the American college system, so that's another way that you can possibly make your dreams come true.
Oh, absolutely. There's so many guys at the moment who are coming through the college system. Even Ryan Peniston, who we were talking about earlier, went to the same college as Joe Salisbury, who's number 1 doubles player in the world, and Cam went to TCU, so he spent a good couple of years out there, and you just learn to win matches. I mean, they get you playing 5-6 matches a week sometimes, and the schedule is pretty relentless when you're trying to fit in your studies with it. So he came out of the college system ready to go, and is very used to winning a lot of matches.
Well, there's some long rallies happening here in this third set, so let's, for the time being, just stick with this one.
Had to kill it off once, twice, 3 times, Munar.
Now, Nori, unfortunately, there had a real chance on that short ball. That one there, and there was not much feel there. He didn't get that low enough, and that enabled the lob volley to go over his head, and then he was obviously in trouble. That was a big opportunity for him, that game, at that point.
Beautiful return from Nori, and another service game brings up another break point.
30-40.
Stayed so low.
Deuce.
Again, that's a big serve. 133 on break point against you. Unbelievable speed.
Advantage, Munar.
Late.
Game Munar. So finally a hold of serve in this set, and it goes to Jaume Munar.
Munar leads 3-1. Third set.
Well, we're with last year's finalist Karolina Pliskova. Karolina, you had to wait a little bit to get through your match because you started yesterday, finished today. How was that, having to sleep on the lead you had?
Not nice, I have to say. My dreams were a little bit of everything. But anyway, I was happy that I just came back today and just played those 2 games. It went pretty fast, and I didn't have to stay longer because I have to be back tomorrow again. So it was a bit easier day for me today.
Yeah, you've got Katie Boulter, the British player, in the next round. What's it like playing a Brit here at Wimbledon?
I cannot say because I think I was not really playing any British girl before here, but so it's going to be something new. But I played her last week in Isner, so I know a little bit, and also there the crowd was a lot behind her, and I have to say she was playing amazing there. And I suppose also last year she was playing great tennis here. I think she almost beat Sabalenka, so it's going to be a difficult match. And you know, all the British, they normally play good on grass, so I have to be ready for a tough match.
Since last year you reached the final, you had some injury problems at the early part of this year. How are you feeling? You're at 100% fitness?
I'm 100% yes. The level, I have to say, is so and so. Let's see. I think grass can be a really good surface for me. Like last year also, like the first part of the season was not great, and then I was playing amazing here, and then hard courts were much better. So hopefully this can be the turning point.
You've had so many great results on grass. Many people each year, they pick you as one of the favourites to win here. What is it about your game that makes you feel so comfortable on this surface?
I think everything, for sure the serve, and for sure also my shots, also forehand, backhand, they are quite flat, so the ball kind of stays low, and I can play fast, which on grass, if you play fast and flat, I think it's a big advantage. Of course, I don't move so well, which on the grass, I think you don't need to move that well if you play fast, so let's see.
Just finally, 100 years of centre court this year. It's the centenary. You've, I'm sure, had some great memories on centre court, also some difficult memories as well. What does that wonderful arena mean to you?
Means so much actually, and especially as you said, after last year making the final there and just playing against Ash Barty, #1 in the world player, and after getting the trophy from Princess Kate, it was amazing, and I have to be ready for that, and I'll be back there tomorrow.
Thanks, Karolina.
Thank you.
Well played. Thank you.
It's time to set the scene. The hill is behind me and it is really filling up. Emma Raducanu is on court. It's exciting. The mood is jubilant even, and there's excitement in the air. But behind me, right here, is the ticket resale queue. Now this is exciting. Watch your feet, Jeff. This is where people might get a chance of getting on that centre court today. Excuse me, everyone. We have big business to do here. Hello. May I ask, you just got them? We did. You did? I'm so excited. Are you heading to centre court?
Yes, in the court. I've been waiting for like, what, 4 hours, 5 hours. So
4 hours, 5 hours, you just got one. Go get him, girl.
Can't wait.
Woo. That's exciting. He was not in the mood, but she really was. She felt the energy. This is live scenes. The ticket has been released. They're paying for them right now. You can probably stand back and not see card numbers in this transaction. Go for it, girl. You're getting your tickets.
Yay!
How long
We've
you
got
been
tickets.
here?
6 o'clock this morning.
In a ticket resale queue?
No.
Oh, right.
Ticket resale queue about 1 o'clock.
Okay, you've done so well.
Yeah, no, we're really happy.
Oh my God, go
So
for it,
it's
enjoy.
great,
She's
yeah,
on court, have the best time. Oh, I'm feeling it for all these people. Oh, these two are up next. Let's see what we got. Hi, guys. Hi. I've just seen a couple of people have got through. How are you feeling?
Really excited. I can taste it now.
Do you think it's happening?
I think so.
Yeah?
Oh, I like our chances. I like them a lot.
Where do you come from?
From Las Vegas.
All the way?
A bit of a distance, yeah, a bit of a distance.
Oh my
but
goodness, you've got to get on centre court.
it's a lifelong dream. If I get on center court, I don't even have words.
It's happening, I feel it. And look, you're the next ones. Look, your wallet's out, you're ready. You're ready to make transactions. I wish you so much luck. I think it's happening. Don't worry, you've got plenty of time and plenty of great tennis. The resale queue, this is where it's at.
No one brings the energy like Olivia, and the reason so many of those guys would like a resale ticket is they'd like to see a potential Wimbledon champion, whether it's a future one or it's a past one, and we can head over to a past champion right now in the form of Angelique Kerber, who's playing on court number 2, and she's taking on Magda Linette.
Love 30.
Angelique Kerber's team there looking on.
Yeah, not too many players do it by themselves these days.
She doesn't actually have a full-time coach at the moment, I believe.
15-30.
There's a couple of people involved in helping her along at the moment. Lots of experience herself, of course. And a bit of pressure here early on for the 15th seed.
She struggled here in this little patch, hasn't she? She had 15-40 in the last game, Kerber. Didn't break, and now all of a sudden there's a couple of break points down herself.
Hitting from both players.
30-40.
That's a real Kerber point there, wasn't it? Just digging in, refusing to miss, making her opponent play.
Still a break point though. Great first serve there from Kerber at an important point.
Yeah, but I can't believe Kerber didn't come in after that forehand. She hit the forehand and by rights should have moved forward, and she was a little bit fortunate that that ball went out, because she really would have got into all sorts of trouble on that next shot.
I think Linette thought about a challenge there. You heard her just
Advantage
talking to
Kerber.
the umpire, but she seems convinced that the call was correct. Kerber moves to advantage.
Game Kerber. Kerber leads by 2-1, first set.
Well, now we can head over to court 3 where the action here comes thick and fast. We've got Jannik Sinner taking on the Swedes, who will be joined by his brother in the tournament, courtesy of the unfortunate exit by Matteo Berrettini. One of the best looking players on tour. I think it's been decided here on this desk here. Michael Ymer, who had the option of competing for his father's country in the form of athletics, but he chose tennis, the sport that we know and love, so we can watch it now as the 4th game gets underway. I can't find your glasses. They're gone.
So good. The impeccable length from Sinner. It's just all over Ymer. Inches from the line, both these forehands. Bit of a roll on that one to get it to drop. Unusual service motion that Ymer has, but he can send it down. That was a decent one on 21.
Great depth from Sinner in the early stages. Did play in Eastbourne last week, his only warm-up event on the grass. Lost in the 2nd round of qualifying to James Duckworth there.
(40-30).
Full stretch. The pace he can find behind it. Long limbs Sinner has. It's a bit of a shock to the system. Didn't need to be that close to the line.
He's certainly come out here striking a big ball right now. There's Jannik Sinner.
Just slightly out the strike zone there, and it looked awkward for Ymer.
He'll know that those sorts of balls, he's going to have to be the one to take the initiative, isn't he? Because Sinner is so aggressive that you can't let him have time on the ball.
Normally the more solid wing,
Advantage.
The backhand.
Sinner.
He's coughing up the unforced errors here. It's a forehand where he'll find winners off, but the unforced errors do come from that side, the forehand.
Let's for serve. Mr. Sinner is challenging the call on the left service line. Ball was called in.
Well, Sinner's gone one way, Yma's staying in his same spot. But the Swede better get a move on.
Deuce. Yannick Sinner
He
has
was
2
doing the old
challenges
reverse
remaining.
psychology there.
He was. Brother actually got a lucky loser spot, didn't he, yesterday? The only set of brothers playing in the singles draw, I believe. Just to confirm Michael Yma's results at the majors. Hasn't played too many of them.
Game, Yma. Two games all first set.
Well, I'm with Julie Niemeyer, who's got every reason to smile because she's just recorded the biggest win of her career so far, knocking out the #2 seed, Anett Kontaveit. Tell us how you're feeling.
I feel really good, I have to say. It's an amazing feeling to get my biggest win here in Wimbledon. It feels really special, and I'm happy with the performance today.
It was the first time, I think, you've played a player inside the top 10. Will this give you tremendous belief now that you can compete at that really top level?
Yeah, definitely. I played 2 or 3, let's say 3 opponents before already who were former top 10 players, and I lost in 3 sets. And yeah, I had the belief today I can win the match, and yeah, I'm really pleased with the performance today.
This is your first Wimbledon in the main draw, obviously recorded a brilliant result. Did you feel coming into Wimbledon this year that your game was at the right place to really enjoy some good results at this level?
I did, yes, because I played, let's say, my best tennis the last couple of months, and also in the last 2 or 3 weeks on grass court I was playing and feeling really good, and yeah, I think I could yeah, show it today on court.
Whenever we speak to a player who's beaten a seed, they always say that the key now is for them to go on and try and win the next match rather than just get a big win and then not play their best in the next round. What's the key for you to keep this momentum going?
Just to stay focused. I mean, I'm playing doubles tomorrow, and the match on Friday will be on a smaller court, I assume. So I just have to stay focused, focus on my game, and yeah. I mean, I won the match today, but on Friday will be a different match with different opponent and different matchup. So yeah, I just want to play my best tennis again.
Just finally, you mentioned the doubles there. How do you find playing doubles as well as singles helps with each other? Is that a conscious choice to make sure you play in both?
I never played doubles before. I mean, of course, on a Grand Slam, but also on WTA level. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the doubles tomorrow, and I think it's a good part of the game, just to work on some stuff, and yeah, so I'm looking forward to it tomorrow.
Well, good luck in both singles and doubles next up. Thank you.
So the hill is behind me, but at the top of the hill, if you need a bit of respite from the blistering hot sun or the rain, is this beautiful shaded canopy area. Look at this lovely bench seating. Watch the set, Jeff. And look who we found here. Hello, ladies. Hello. How are you?
I am fine.
Oh my God, you've got the best seat in the Hill house. Look at that. You have the screen right in front of you. You're at the back of #1 court, at the very, very top of the hill. How are you both today?
Fantastic.
You having a good day?
Yes, excellent.
So are you big British tennis fans, and who are you here to support today?
Well, I'm not the biggest fan, but just the lovely lady.
Well, to be honest,
today.
Heather Watson.
Yeah.
And Emma.
Oh, so you're here for the girls, you're here for the ladies.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And are you lucky enough to have tickets to see either of the matches?
Well, Heather, we're on court 2 today. Yeah.
You've got them?
Yeah, we got tickets.
Amazing. So you're just here getting ready, getting your energy up. Had your picnic. What did you bring? Can you show me what's in your packed lunch?
No, we've already eaten it.
Was it good? Was it worth
we
it?
just had a sandwich and some strawberries. That's
okay.
about it.
Oh, strawberries.
Yes,
good.
Thank you.
You've come with the theme.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're hoping to see a bit of Emma Raducanu as well?
Well, if we can get in.
Yeah.
But
right.
Yeah, because it's centre court. We haven't got tickets, but hopefully.
Are you going to queue up?
Well, after Heather, perhaps.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
perhaps, yes, yeah.
All right, well, ladies, I hope you have the best day, and I hope your support brings our ladies through to the next round. Come on, girls. Yeah, that's what I like to do. Woo!
Up for the ladies.
There's a young lad fast asleep behind Sakari's team. I reckon he was in the queue last night. Well moved.
Evasive action from the line judge.
There he is. Oh, what's going on?
Shouldn't he be at school?
Oh, no clap for a catch this time.
Yes.
Oh. We saw that.
You're not allowed. Oh, goodness me. I've never quite seen one like this before.
Ball still hasn't left the hands of that young man on duty here. He's waiting for an opportune time to toss it back.
Oh.
Goodness.
Little bit of wizardry from Harry Potter. That was nice, wasn't it?
Someone's scored very well, must be an Englishman with the way that the cricket team's playing recently.
That's good speed.
Oh, triple roll.
He's having fun now.
He did the triple football soccer roll.
Get us a highlight reel somehow.
Simply how many rolls he does here.
Advantage, domino.
No matter how small, how tiny, or how minute, the technicalities, the particulars, the seemingly insignificant. At Wimbledon, these details matter. And this year with Oppo, we'll capture the detail like never before. In low light and high intensity. Because when you take care of the detail, the rest takes care of itself. Greatness. It's all in the detail.
Welcome to the Sipsmith Swansea service at Wimbledon.
Your Swansea at Wimbledon, the official tennis of Sipsmith Gin. Swansea, like a concierge, but ginier.
Straight up. Yeah, bounce. Yeah, come on, bounce. Woo, woo. Go, go. Woo. Yeah, it's the kind of vibe I like. Make me wanna ride with the window down all night.
Well, I really love watching all those videos. It really kind of does show off exactly what Wimbledon is about. Well, that's a beautiful view of centre court then on day 3 here. You can see those trees were just moving a bit, and it's pretty windy out there on centre court. Novak mentioned that after his second round matchup, sailed through over Kokonakis in 3 sets there, 2 hours in the end it was. This is centre court then. Emma Raducanu struggling a little bit in that first set, Laura, so she's got to have to reset now and find something. 6-3, she lost that first one to Caroline Garcia. She's going off now for a short break. What does she have to do now just to reset in this short time that she has? We can go through some of the facts from that first set.
Oh, yeah, both of them going off for a comfort break. I think Emma just not quite as consistent as Garcia in that first set. You can see the first serve points won, Emma under 50%, and that on grass is pretty huge, so she'll want to pick that up. I think she's maybe going for a little bit too much. I mean, Caroline almost hitting her off the court, actually, when you look at the total winners, 11-5, unforced errors, maybe hitting slightly too many Garcia, but I feel like it's one of those matches that can really turn around if Emma's just able to stay positive and stay on it mentally. Then it's, yeah, for sure a match that she can turn around.
We know obviously Emma can battle. You don't become a US Open champion without having that in your locker, but it's going to be quite telling how she responds to this. The first couple of games might be quite crucial to determining the outcome of this match.
Well, what was so crazy about US Open is that she was never pushed to a third set, so we didn't really see her fighting spirit until many months later when she played her first 3-set WTA match. And in Australia this year at Aussie Open, she was pushed a couple of times and dealt with a lot of adversity when she was dealing with blisters, so she does have that fighting spirit. She'll absolutely be coming out of this changeover after the break, raring to go. We'll try and use the crowd, I'm assuming. You know, they're behind us on the hill here. They're trying to get anything going, and we'll see how it goes. But as I said before the match, Garcia for me is one of those players that can get really nervous when she's trying to close a match out, so that's another thing to look out for.
Well, the one time these guys did face up against each other was at Indian Wells this year in round 2. Went to 3 sets then, Laura. So they do know how to play each other over 3 sets.
I think a lot of Emma's matches have gone to 3 sets this year. She's just loving that time on court, I guess. But yeah, especially this one, I feel like the pressure of the situation for Garcia trying to close out a match on centre in front of a British crowd is going to be really, really difficult. So I absolutely wouldn't be surprised if this one's headed to a third as well.
And Emma won that one, by the way. I didn't put that in my little comments there.
Useful to know. I wonder how important the coach is at times like this, because you often hear coaches sort of supporting his athlete or commiserating with them, but do you look up at them for advice, for support, for guidance?
Emma does have a coach here. She's working this tournament with Jane O'Donoghue, who is someone who she was working with from the LTA since I think the age of 12, basically. So someone that she knows really, really well, who they got in touch a couple of weeks ago. I think it was the first practice that Emma had on grass here at Wimbledon a few weeks ago, and they saw each other and they had a chat and basically organised this. And Jane now works in finance, so she was happy to take a couple of weeks off work and come and watch some tennis.
She's literally taking a break, a holiday.
She is.
I hope she told her employer, because it's going to be pretty clear when she's on
I'm
BBC
sure
Two.
they would understand if they turn on the TV and see her in the player box now. I think they would be supporting Jane from the office.
How crucial or frustrating are these comfort breaks at this point in the match as well?
Garcia went off as well, so both of them...
For both players, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, both of them, I think, just taking some time. It's almost like when you see one person do it, so if you see your opponent go off, you sort of think, well, maybe I'll head off too, just in case they take a bit of time so that you're not just sat there waiting around. And the same thing with the physio treatment as well. You just don't want to get cold as you're sat waiting for your opponent.
If you had it your way, would you have breaks in terms of within sets like we sometimes see? Because it's one of the very few sports, you think of, say, football, rugby, you do not have breaks once match is underway. You might have half time, but would you change any element of that, by the way?
Yeah, I would make matches way quicker.
Yes, Laura, I wasn't sure you were going to go with it because that's basically what I was trying to get to, because I massively believe that would make tennis so much more palatable for people who aren't necessarily lovers of it. Watch Wimbledon perhaps every year, but in terms of watching it year round.
Yeah, when you see physio breaks, and I totally understand why players call for it, and it's sometimes very needed, but they're taking up to 15 minutes occasionally, and that's not what you want to see. But that was a short break, and both back on court ready to go.
Yeah, let's stick with this match and then join it in the first game of the second set.
Let second serve.
I can, yes.
How did she get that back?
I think we're seeing a little bit of frustration from Emma there in maybe not quite getting the amount of successive points that she wants. Caroline does seem to be coming back with a good answer each time that Emma does play a good point.
Let first. Caroline Garcia is changing the call on right baseline. The ball was pulled out.
Oh, by the slightest of margins.
We love a good crowd-inducing ooh at 30 all.
Caroline Garcia has 2 challenges remaining.
And is it me, or has it got a bit louder in here?
You know, even though Emma lost that point, I felt like we could just see a bit more physicality from her within that point. There was some good hard hitting from both players, and it didn't quite come Emma's way. However, I actually thought that was quite a positive point.
Advantage, Raducanu. First game, second set.
An important game for Emma Raducanu for the momentum to switch in this match, and switch it has. So much to talk about here in Wimbledon, or you can continue to watch that on all of our media broadcasters throughout the world. Although at Wimbledon, there's a lot to cover, and courtesy of us, one of our fantastic presenters, Nick McCarville, has been out and about rocking his shirt, courtesy of Ralph Lauren, better than it's possible to do.
There are few Grand Slam champions on the grounds here at Wimbledon this year. Jelena Ostapenko is one of them. You're into the third round. You looked really good out there today. Straight sets. Tell us what you're happiest with in your tennis.
Yeah, I felt like today was a really good match, and I was playing some aggressive tennis and going into the ball and hitting a lot of winners. So I felt really confident out there, and just in general, I love to play on grass, and I think I have some confidence from Isner from last week. So I just really enjoyed so much, and the crowd was really nice, and they were supporting me, so I felt really great out there.
You talk about confidence. It also seems, Jelena, like you're just enjoying your tennis more this season. You have had great success. You just made the Eastbourne final, as you said. Where's that come from?
I think I'm just trying to enjoy it more and just play my game because the grass season is not very long, so just take as much out of it as possible and just probably enjoying more myself on the court, which I think helps a lot.
How do you balance that, the pressure of wanting to do well, obviously, but also enjoying the process and getting the most out of it as a person, too?
I'm just trying to take one match at a time and just focus for every match, try to play well and try to enjoy it. And then if I go deeper in the tournament, of course, it's great. But yeah, I probably take just one match at a time.
And lastly, what is about the magic of Wimbledon? You've been far here before, all the way into this deep in the second week. But as you say, you love playing on grass, and this place, there's just nothing like it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. Of course, it's a great place. I won here juniors and mixed doubles final and obviously singles semis. And it's just such an amazing place with a lot of traditions. And I think it's a dream of every player to win Wimbledon because it's very, very special tournament, and I just love it.
Awesome. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, I'm delighted to say I'm joined by Raj Chowdhury, who was commentating on Novak Djokovic's brilliant win over Tanasi Kokonakis on centre court earlier on for our colleagues at Wimbledon Radio Channel. Raj, thanks so much for joining us. What did you make of Djokovic's performance for today? A few people beforehand were saying that Kokonakis could make him struggle, but in the end he came through really well, didn't he?
Well, he had a very tidy performance today, really cleaned up a lot of the issues that he was trying to address from his first round match against the Korean, and he was excellent with his movement, very tidy on serve. He faced only one break point after a double fault in the last game, but he definitely lifted his level and took care of a lot of the details that he's looking to, and he looks very good going forward into the tournament.
Yeah, because there were a lot of parallels to last year where he dropped a set, didn't he, his opening match against Jack Draper, and then went on and just got better and better and better and lifted the title. Do you see a similar kind of thing playing out here?
Well, certainly he's going to be one of the favorites for the title, and I think one of the question marks for Novak was coming in this year with all the sort of challenges he's faced. He hasn't really played as much. He missed the Australian Open, he's missed Indian Wells in Miami, and so coming in here, he doesn't necessarily do a lot of preparation on grass, but he's a consummate professional. He knows how to get ready, and he's using these matches to refine his skill set, and you saw him lift his level quite a bit today from the first round.
As he chases that Grand Slam record, you mentioned he hasn't had the opportunity to win as many recently as he would have normally done, not being able to play in Australia. As it stands, he won't be able to play the US Open, so that raises the pressure a bit more here at Wimbledon.
Yeah, he's addressed that to some degree, that this is sort of his one shot as it stands at the moment. He's remaining hopeful that something will change for the US Open, but you know, he is one of the masters of taking those pressure moments and those adversities and sort of using them to fuel him. So I'm pretty certain that's what he's trying to frame that as a motivational factor to go forward and raise the trophy again.
What about the crowd on centre court? What was the reception for Djokovic when he walked out and as the match continued?
Yeah, you know, he even mentioned that in his post-match interview. He thought it was quite fair. He thanked the crowd for sort of their support for both players, and commented on how in his first round he was pleasantly surprised that the crowd gave him a nice reception. So he's enjoying some support here. I think people want to see, you know, one of the greatest of all time have some success and challenge for the title.
In previous years, there has been the fact that we haven't always had Federer, Nadal and Djokovic here all at the same time. Federer's not here this year, but Nadal is for the first time in a couple of years. Do you think he has one eye, potentially, if they both get there on that final, that everyone would be looking forward to, a Novak Djokovic against Rafa Nadal match on centre court?
Well, I don't know how you'd keep that out of your mind, but that's really the job, isn't it? Is to stay focused on the challenges at hand. You know, for a lot of us, you know, he's such the heavy favorite in these early rounds, but he still has to do the job. And so I think he's keeping his mind on the job at hand. And, well, wouldn't we all be lucky if we got that dream final?
Talking of the next challenge for him is his countryman, Miomir Kecmanovic, another Serbian player in the next round. From what you've seen of Kecmanovic before, has he got the weapons to trouble Djokovic?
Well, I mean, it's hard to say that anybody has the weapons to trouble Djokovic, but Kecmanovic has been developing his game in a steady pace. He's been rising at, you know, sort of consistent development. I don't know how much of a factor it is that they probably have a bit more of a personal relationship, so maybe take a little bit of that intimidation factor off of Djokovic. But at the end of the day, the challenge is real against Djokovic. He brings that level of intensity on every single point, and that's going to be the challenge if Kecmanovic can keep that level throughout a 5-set match.
Just finally, I'm sure for any commentator growing up, the dream, if they're working in tennis, is to one day get to commentate on centre court for a match of Novak Djokovic's level. What was that like for you? What's that been like, and how much of a dream is it for you in your job to be able to commentate on centre court?
Well, it is really just phenomenal to be a part of Wimbledon in any way, in any capacity. I had the privilege of coming here as a coach, and now to be doing it from centre court. Wimbledon, it's just one of the best stages in all of sport, and to be a part of it and be able to watch these great athletes display their skills, it's just a real privilege.
Well, enjoy the rest of the fortnight. Thank you, Raj.
Well, Novak then sailing through in 3 sets in 2 hours, but Harriet Dart now serving out the match in her first round on day 3. Can you believe that she had to wait that long to get out here onto grass? Done there for Harriet Dart. Laura, what a moment for her, and we're just having a little look who she was playing in the next round. Jessica Pegula then from America is her next round opponent. Obviously we knew that, already set up. She beat Donna Vekic in her first round. What can she expect from that next matchup so quickly after her first?
Well, yeah, she knows that she'll be playing tomorrow, so that's that out the way. Probably on a show court, I would think, and Jess Pegula's been playing some amazing tennis this year. She's so confident. She actually didn't play a lead-up tournament in the grass before Wimbledon, so she's coming in maybe not as prepared as Harriet is, and so Harriet will definitely believe that she has a chance, but Pegula is such a big hitter of the ball. She's a huge baseline rallier, and it's going to be tricky either way, but you know, after that performance from Harriet, you can't really count her out, can you?
No, exactly. It was only in 1:16 rounds. Sorry, I'm just going to finish that. 6-1, 6-4, 1 hour 16, light work of it as well.
And it's also now historic. You pointed out earlier on in the show. It's since, what year was it, Rach, since we've had 10 Brits through to the second round here at Wimbledon?
It was something like 87, but
I think you said 1984, I think
I'm going to quickly check my notes on that. 10 since 84, there you go. It was 97 before Harriet Dart got through, which is
amazing.
Is quite amazing. Should we talk about someone else that's going through then, Katie Boulter, and who she's playing next, which we already know, Karolina Pliskova, last year's finalist, and she already beat her. Only last week, Laura.
Last week, and we already know that that's going to be on centre court as well. The schedule is out for tomorrow's show courts, and that's going to be first up on centre, which is a huge moment for Katie. She played on centre against Sabalenka last year, but just, you know, something that she's been building for such a long time. She's been injured a lot this year. After Indian Wells, she had to take a couple of months off with a foot injury, and so only started a couple of weeks ago, really, up in Nottingham, and is just playing some unbelievable tennis. And we'll be thinking of that match last week where she came through in 3 sets. Pliskova, I think, is still gaining some confidence. She had a freak accident at the end of last year where she broke her arm and then couldn't play for a number of months, but also that feeling of when you're coming back and still thinking about the body slightly, still trying to figure out maybe what adjustments you need to make if you still feel a bit of pain and things like that. So Pliskova Obviously, last year's finalist, she's going to be confident playing it on centre, but I think it's another potential upset.
So many times I've said she's going to go all the way and win it, but it hasn't happened quite yet. However, Harriet Dart absolutely delighted to go through to the second round here at Wimbledon, and her next opponent will be Jessica Pegula, who Nick caught up with earlier on.
It's day 3 of Wimbledon. Some of the players are just finishing their first round matches. That includes Jessica Pegula, who came through in a tight match against Donna Vekic. A tough one in the first round. Tell us how happy you are to get that win.
Yeah, super happy. My first match on grass this year, and Donna, has a good grass court game, and I know she's been winning quite a few matches before this, so I was a little nervous being at my first grass court match, but now that I'm through and tested as well, I'm definitely very happy with the win.
Yeah, it's always hard to make that transition. You didn't play any warm-up events, so were you sort of trying to take care of those extra details to make sure that you were ready for grass court matches?
Yeah, I definitely, the first few days was trying to practice a lot and just get used to the movement, at least for me, is always the hardest. It can feel so awkward, so I think that was the biggest thing for me, is just getting that movement. So I definitely put in some hours the first, as many hours as you can on the practice courts here, since they're very strict. But yeah, I was doing as much as I can the first few days, and then gradually I started feeling better. And then I think my coach and I too talked about just keeping a good mindset, because not everyone feels great on grass. It can be very awkward, a lot of bad bounces, awkward points. So I think we were just trying to work on being very positive and not getting frustrated over silly things.
You go from a player like Donna, who's been around for a while, big hitter, and now you've got Harriet Dart, a British player who's also really accomplished on this surface. How do you get ready for that next match?
Well, I think it was good preparation as far as playing someone who's good on grass and hits through the ball more, and similar somewhat playing styles. So I think it was great that I was able to get the win today, and hopefully can prepare me for Harriet as well. But I know she's going to have the crowd behind her, and hopefully we get to play on a good court. So I'm excited about that, if we can get some fans. And again, just another opportunity. And if I can get through that one, I think I'll feel very confident.
The last couple of years, you've had just such great success on court. You're a top 8 seed here. Tell us about where that confidence and where those results have come from, and are you able to enjoy it at all, even though you're now one of those players with a target on your back?
Yeah, it's weird, because it happens and you're so happy and you're oh my gosh, I'm top 10 and it's a great achievement and all this stuff, but then next week everyone's wants to beat you even more now. And I've been on the other flip side of that, where now I feel like everyone I play now wants to play their best tennis and plays with nothing to lose, and that can be really difficult. But I think I've done a really good job, at least this year, managing that really well. And I've had to fight through some really tough matches, even at the French, where girls have been playing really, really good against me. And I think I've been good at just competing and kind of keeping my head down and doing that really well. But as far as the last few years, I've been healthy. I think I've been moving a lot better. I think a lot of things my coach and I have worked on, just little things, intangibles, serve, and strategy as well, has kind of just helped me, be a lot smarter out there. And I feel like I'm mentally just not getting frustrated if I can't figure something out. I think I'm just a lot smarter and a more complete player, and that's just helped with my consistency.
You're not playing doubles here. You reached the doubles final at the French Open with Coco Gauff. Can you tell us a little bit about the camaraderie among the U.S. women? Because now it's kind of a new generation, Coco included, yourself, of U.S. girls. What is it like to be on Team USA right now?
I think it's so funny, new generation. I'm 10 years older than her.
We'll lump you in there.
I'm glad that I'm lumped 10 years back into her generation. That's great. No, yeah, I honestly think all the girls really root for each other. I remember when Jenny Brady did well, and Shelby had a really great year last year as well. And we were all, I feel like, pushing each other in a way, even if we weren't exactly communicating that to each other. I think when you see someone that you grew up playing with, that you practice with all the time, that you are from the same place, yeah, it motivates you. And I think we all kind of have done a really good job of pushing each other, but also supporting each other. And I think when you see someone you play with do well, you want to do well. And then all of a sudden it kind of becomes this nice little camaraderie thing where you're all supporting each other, especially when we're back in the States. And Coco, obviously a younger version of all the 3 people I just named. But yeah, I think she's such a sweet girl, and she's so mature for her age. And I just really enjoy playing doubles with her. She's so much fun, and she's really relaxed and very chill and laid back. And I think, playing with her, we're both kind of laid back, and we kind of feed off of each other that way, but obviously still having good results in singles, and we're both very competitive and want to win. But yeah, she's inspired me as well. She's done amazing for her age, and it's just great to see how well she's done, and I really like her family as well. It's been super fun hanging out with them for weeks at a time at Grand Slams, but yeah, it's been a really fun experience.
Thanks, Jess.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Now this is an exciting one. Here we are at the Babolat restringing service, the racket service extraordinaire. And Adrian, you're going to talk us through exactly what happens when a player comes and says, I need you to restring my racket, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So what happens is the players turn up, they give us their racket, we scan their badge just to make sure we have their name. We then log exactly what racket it is. We also log what tension they would like. That's the most important thing. Different players have different tensions regarding, depending on what they're looking to do with the ball. So once we've done that, we then create a label which we affix to the racket. We then go to have the rackets cut out. So I'll show you how we cut the rackets out.
Live cutting.
Okay, so we just start at the middle to relieve some of the tension around the racket because there's a lot of build-up of tension around the racket, and then we just gradually work our way around the rest. So
you can't tighten or change tension without stringing.
That's correct. Yes. So the tension is done literally on the machines, which we'll have a look at in a minute. So then we just break them all up, as you can see, and then we push them up.
And out they pop.
And out they pop. So
amazing.
Depending on what sort of string is being used, it can catch your fingers a bit because some is quite sharp, but luckily this is quite a soft one, so that's very good. So
okay, so take us round now to see the restringing in action. How many rackets do you string throughout the tournament?
Throughout the tournament, we're close to 5,000. So yeah, that includes the qualifiers at Roehampton as well. So yeah, it's busy times. It's busy times, yeah.
And how many a day do you think?
So on Sunday and Monday, we do nearly 500 a day.
Wow,
yeah,
and this is a real hubbub of activity in here.
Yes,
no one gets a break, no one stops. Look at work to the bone on this production line. Wow, look at this. We are seeing it live. Can you tell us whose racket they are or not?
I don't know. I can't see who have we got there, Petter? Zanetska. So Zanetska, yeah. So we've got various different ones, and I think Richard might be doing one of Coco Golf's one there.
Oh, lovely. And so, do the players come in themselves and chat to you, or is it their team that come and talk to you? And how quickly do you turn it around?
It's mostly their team. So the players do come in from time to time and drop their rackets off. Their team will come in, and we do an on-court service. So if they're playing and they want an on-court, they want to change their racket whilst they're playing, one of the court coverers will bring it to us. We will cut the strings out. We will turn it round within probably 15-20 minutes.
Wow. Okay, so you can do an express speedy service should you need it. And you personally, who's the most wonderful player, your favourite player's racket that you've restrung before?
Well, it's Rafa. It's got to be Rafa.
You've done a Rafa racket?
Well, we string them here, yes.
Do you?
Yeah.
Is that the same for Djokovic, Murray, Federer when he's here, or are they all quite individual on their desires and needs?
They actually have their own people which go around with them. So it's kind of, I mean, Xavi, who strings for Rafa, strings on this machine.
I see. They come in and use your hardware.
Exactly, yeah. Xavi strings Rafa's rackets here.
Right.
Yeah. So I mean, Xavi's known Rafa for 20 years, or at least 20 years. So yeah, trust him very well. Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Amazing. And then, so what time do you start, and what time will you end today?
Well, Petter was in at 5:30 the other day. Yeah. At 5:30 in the morning, and then we didn't leave until about 11 o'clock last night.
Oh my goodness, you're the hardest working people in this whole place. Now tell me, when the championships are off and finished, what do you do in the other 50 weeks of the year?
Well, pretty much all of the guys here that come over, they all have their sort of own pro shops. So they're actually involved with tennis clubs, or they have restringing as a business in their own country. So Richard comes from Spain, Petter comes from the Czech Republic, Xavi from Spain. We have people from Italy, we have people from the Netherlands, Switzerland. We have Greece. We got Petros there from Greece.
Wow!
So
and why? Because it's just such an amazing event to work at.
Yeah, and this is the best tournament, so we need the best stringers. So these guys are the best. So that's why.
I see that. I really see that.
That's
I
why we
can't
get
get over how fast you work.
Yeah,
like you can't rest on your laurels. You got to keep these rackets going. So
Indeed.
up there, for example,
Yes.
all four of those for the same player.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
So they finish their match. All rackets come in and they all get a restring.
That's correct. Yeah. So some people like their rackets strung in the night before the game. Some like them strung in the morning. So we offer that service. So if they want them strung in the morning, hence why Petter was in at 5:30 in the morning the other day, because he had quite a few people wanted them strung in the morning before their match.
Oh my goodness, so much goes into it. Wow, thank you so much, Adrian. That was so fascinating.
No, not a problem at all. Not a problem at all.
Well, I love going in those racket stringers. Stringer on stringer used to be a feature here back in the day. Back onto court one now, though. Cam Norrie is in action against Munir of Spain. He took the first set 6-4, lost the second and the third. We're now in the fourth, where he is 3 games to love. So let's stick with this one for a short while.
More
about accuracy.
The opening.
30 love.
Not enough racket head control there just to flip that over cross court.
Most effective combination on the grass in particular, that serve out wide 1-2.
Oh, that's
40-15.
Way to get your opponent running there. Angles off both sides.
Strolling through this service game, Munir. Another crack come on from Norrie. Suddenly Munir pegged back to deuce.
Deuce.
Turnaround in this game. And a point for Norrie to take a stranglehold in this fourth set. And he has it as well. So the fourth set seems to be in his grasp. What a strange game as well from Munir, from 40 love, broken.
Norrie leads 4 games to love. Fourth set.
As far as tenacity goes, they don't come much better than Cam Norrie. That man, he's so focused, so determined, so athletic. And just, it says a lot. He's 2-1 down in terms of sets, and you would have no idea from his body language.
I mean, what a comeback there. Took the first, like we just said, 6-4, then lost 6-3, 7-5, and now it's 4-love in the fourth set. I mean, that is kind of coming back for the good. Obviously, it looks like it's going to go to a fifth over there on court one, but he's had a great year again, Radzi. So, you know, he's coming into some form at the right time again, and maybe if he can get through this one, it's kind of playing himself fit, like Djokovic just said on centre court, and that's what the greats tend to do here, don't they, in slams?
And feeling his way into the grass season as well, and doing it at the right time. And just talking about all things grass, doesn't get any better than the centre court. It's celebrating its centenary year, and doing that at Wimbledon, we have got our very own Jewel in the Crown of Wimbledon. Is a brand new book that it's available inside Wimbledon. It's £30 of British sterling, and it's got so much memorabilia here, right the way from the likes of Andy Murray's London 2012 kit, the kit that he wore in 2013, which, by the way, you can also catch at the museum. But it's just an annal of history, and this is me basically giving my hard sell because it's a fantastic book. Rach, what's your favourite page of all the pages?
Well, I haven't actually had a chance to look at it yet. You've kind of hogged that for the last hour. Is this going to go on your coffee table at home, though? Are you going to try and make a quick exit with that, or is it something that's going to be given out to maybe someone that answers one of your questions at home? That could be something, Rads.
Well, one of the questions we put to you were the questions surrounding these shades here. Should I wear them or should I get rid of them? 77% of you on Instagram said I should keep them. And so for that reason, Rach,
excuse me, hold the point. On my Instagram, 45 votes to 40 in favour of them going behind on the hill.
Sounds a little bit like the Brexit vote, which contentious, Rach. So these are staying. These are staying. They're on forever, for life. They're like Agassi in 1998.
Please just come and do a one-shot and not get Radzi in, because I'm not sure I like them.
In all seriousness, this book is genuinely fantastic, and it goes a century of history, and it's unbelievable to see where it started. Centre Court didn't start here on Church Road, it was in Warple Road before that, and to see what it's developed from the actual foundations here is genuinely remarkable. So definitely check this out if you do come into Wimbledon. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it is beautiful. Let's close it up for the time being, shall we? And let's talk about tennis. Right, should we have a look at what else is going on then? I'm really excited later, as to see Carlos Alcaraz back in action. Had a bit of a wobble, didn't he, in his first round a couple of days ago. He's taking on a little bit later, which is going to be exciting, considering, you know, he said his grass isn't his favoured surface. Obviously, he looks up to the likes of Nadal, clay court specialist there. He's had some great, obviously, memories on clay. We've got him now just having a little practice, a little warm-up earlier. He's been in great form again. Indian Wells, he reached semi-final. He lost there to Nadal. He won, though, in Miami, in Barcelona, in Madrid, to the likes of Zverev there, Casper Ruud, Carreno. So some great names, but a five-setter against Struff on, when was it, Monday? Getting my days mixed up. Was possibly taking it out of him?
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say he's young, he's fit. I mean, you can see from there he looks up for it. You mentioned so many names there. That would surely have him brimming with confidence. And he's somebody, I think, say it's possibly comparable to someone like, let's say, Coco Gauff, who on their day could basically be a threat to anyone. And I don't think many of the top 10 would hear Alcaraz's name and think, that's a player I want to take on. He's going to challenge you no matter what surface it's on, especially on grass.
Well, he's going up against a Danish player in the form of Talon Griekspoor next. Let's have a few facts about him. He's an 8-time Challenger title winner in 2021. Career high of 54, and that was in February this year. So again, confidence is building, momentum is building for this player. And he ended, Radzi, 2021 with 25 straight wins. So again, a player that knows how to win is Alcaraz's opponent. That's saying something, isn't it?
I think it says to us that we've got a fantastic head-to-head in store. And I think that, for me, is one of the things we love about Wimbledon, is that this isn't a tournament that happens throughout the year that perhaps players might dip in and dip out of, except to quarter-final place. Everybody wants to win every single match, and regardless of whether you get Nadal in the first round, Djokovic in your first round, whether you're Jack Draper, who managed to get a set off Djokovic 12 months ago in your first round, you want to take a set. If you're going to lose, I want to take a set. And that's part of the reason why this is such a fab tournament.
Well, that matchup is coming up later on court number 2. It's going to be the fourth match, actually, on court there. Angelique Kerber is in action at the moment. She's taking on Magda Linette in their second round matchup. We kind of brought you up to speed on that. I can now. Kerber took that first set there 6-3, and they're in the second set now. Linette, is serving. She has the advantage now to go 3-2 up in that second set. This is what we love about day 3 at Wimbledon, though. There are just matches happening on all the courts, and we just love to bring up speed and bounce across them. And it looks like it's getting pretty spicy. I'm having a look at the hill. There's a great big screen behind me there. It's showing court 1 and centre court. And I think it's getting spicy because Raducanu is in action against Garcia. And that is what everyone is tuning into on the hill down here in southwest London, of course.
Well, I think it's quite telling. Both Brits, Cam Norrie and Raducanu, 1 set down as things stand. In terms of the body language, haven't had a chance to really have a look at Raducanu, but very, very different between Norrie and Emma. Cam had that change in momentum, and it's going to be absolutely fascinating. But one thing we've also learnt about centre court, and actually all the courts here, is it can go right the way down to the wire. Serena Williams is a main reason why I didn't get an awful lot of sleep last night. What an unbelievable that match was. And seeing, for me, one of my favourite bits was seeing the cutaway shots. So when Tan was hitting certain shots in, it was cutting to her family members, and I'm not sure who the young girl was. Clearly a family member.
I think it might have been her sister, Rads. She was quite excited, wasn't she? It was such an amazing match we had last night on centre court. Looks like there's an amazing match going on as well on court number 1. We've been talking about this quite a lot, but that is Munar there from Spain, just receiving a bit of massage on his quad. Maybe he's had a bit of cramp out there. He's playing the number 1 British seed, Cameron Norrie, in their second round matchup for a place in the 3rd round. Let's have a quick look then at some of the stats from this match so far. We're now in the 5th set, so Cameron Norrie took the
disparity between first service points won, 89% to 36. That's significant, and the same with second serve as well. To me, that's sort of been won and lost basically on service.
Well, I reckon, Rads, the reason he is having some treatment there is because Cameron Norrie absolutely dominated that 4th set. 6-love in the end, which takes us to this 5th. But yeah, that's just some of the stats we've got on there. Rads, he just brought you through a couple. Norrie 2 aces to Munar's 0 there as well. So that's quite an exciting match of all the fans are being treated to there. And look at what it means to Norrie at the moment, just to take it to a 5th.
And one of the issues that you get with tennis specifically is the lateral movement, which is why any hip injuries can cause significant degradation to your performance. So things like quads, glutes, really taxed, really challenged in tennis. Now, when it comes to cramp, if I go back to 2005, the Liverpool team, managed by Gerard Houllier, he used to actually fine any player who got cramp anything inside extra time. And that's because he felt it was down to hydration. Now, it's a big question mark about how much hydration can help when it comes to cramp, but certainly your electrolytes, your salts, your sugars inside your body can have a massive, massive effect. And so you add that to massage, and hopefully he'll be back up and running and back up to his full best.
Oh yeah, it's a great matchup that we've got underway here. So Munar is 71st ranked at the moment in the world, which, you know, is great for him. He's, this season, 33 wins out of 45 matches there as well. So quite some good form heading into this second round here at Wimbledon. So let's stick with this one and see if he can bounce back from that little bit of treatment he just received on the sidelines there.
That's a concern for Munar there, because he looked to be moving okay during the rally, but now
30 love.
Is there a cramp issue?
Yeah, that could be cramp. Been there, done that. That's what it is.
And if he was trying to take on some fluids, that'd be a sign of cramp. That would be a real concern for Munar now.
40 love.
Norrie can't care about that.
Game, Norrie.
He's rather hustling off the court.
4th set, final set.
Well, you can continue to watch that on all major broadcasters around the world. But as for us, we can head over to the finest tash in all of southwest London, Nick McCarville, who's been out and about.
It's been nearly 2 years since we've seen Kyle Edmund on the match court, but we've got him here. He's back at Wimbledon. And first off, just how are you? And give us a little update as to how the body's feeling.
I'm good, thanks. Yeah, extremely excited to be back here at Wimbledon. I've been out for 18 months pretty much, so I did quite a bit of my rehab and stuff actually here in the gym downstairs when it was a lot quieter in the winter days. So it's kind of a really nice reward to my first one is to be back at Wimbledon. It's the biggest tournament in the world. Like I say, I've missed the buzz of it, being around the tournament, the competitive edge, and it just felt like a really long time out, and it's almost like I can get going again, which is nice. And I'm starting in the mixed doubles, so I wanted to start the singles. Unfortunately, I had to have a procedure 7 or 8 weeks ago, which kind of delayed things a little bit more, but the rehab went well, the recovery was good, so I was able to be able to play in the mix this year.
You mentioned the mix. We're excited to see you out there on the match court, but you've been kind of the de facto Andy Murray practice partner. We've seen you down in Orangi a lot. How's that experience gone for you, both with Andy, obviously, but then also testing yourself against one of the greats of the game?
Yeah, I've really enjoyed being in Orangi. I've spent a lot of time there this week and last week in the build-up. I just kind of, because I've been sort of here a lot training, when all the players are here, me and my coach said, we'll kind of just put myself out there, and we told the tournament, if anyone wants to hit, I'm looking to hit singles and doubles. I just wanted to put myself in there and expose myself to see where I was at, and also when you're forced to play, with a lot of the guys, you improve. And I hit with Novak twice, Saturday and Sunday of the previous week, not even last week, which was great. And then, like you said, I've been hit with Andy a few times, and yeah, I've really enjoyed it. I've missed it, just to feel all those sort of emotions, the noises, all those things that come with competitive tennis. So it's just great to be back. And when I was training a lot, it was hard for me at times to see the light at the end of the tunnel, and you just know that you've somehow got to keep going. And it's sort of being back at these places, and you realise why you did it and why you want to be back out. But hopefully, I can keep improving, get on the singles court, and play tournaments. Ultimately, that at the end of the day, that's what I want to do.
Yeah, we're happy to hear that, obviously. Happy to have you in the mixed doubles here, but tell us about the timeline moving forward. I was reading about maybe the US Open, or what are you targeting for singles?
Yeah, pretty much after here I want to make my way over to the US to play a few challenges. Also the idea to play a few sort of ATP 250s and get going. So that's the idea with that. Obviously I want to play US Open. That would be my first tournament best of 5 sets. But hopefully by then I would have a few matches under my belt, more weeks of playing on the tour, getting up to tennis fitness, the level as well. So that is the aim. But I've been out quite a while, so I need to be smart with how I do it. But I'm pretty much there, and I just hope I can keep improving now.
All right, really quickly, you prefer quiet Wimbledon in the gym in the wintertime, or the buzz of these 2 weeks?
I'm normally a person that likes quiet time, but I've had too much of it recently, yeah, so I'm definitely not complaining about the buzz of it here. And also, to have an event where it's like full capacity now and it's like full on, it's great. So I like this.
Agreed. Thanks, Kyle.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
We're in a very exciting area right now. To the left of me is the competitors' lawn, but to the right is something seriously cool. The hairdresser and nail bar. Now this is where competitors, their guests and coaches can come in and get their hair or nails done. There is a barber on site too. Let's talk to some of the amazing team. You do such an amazing job. Hello, what is your name?
My name's Karina Swan and I'm the salon manager.
Okay, Karina, so this is such a brilliant aspect of the tournament.
Yeah.
Why do we need a hair salon, hairdresser, barber, nail bar on site for the players?
Well, so most of the players, they're touring all the time. So the last time, most of the Grand Slams have hairdressers. So they get their hair cut. Roland Garros, American, Australian, and that's generally the only time they get to have their hair cut. So most of the players we've had in this week are all haven't had their hair cut in a month, 2 months. Age is just huge. It's like Einstein. So so a lot of it's getting tied up. Same with nails. So particularly if you're playing doubles, you're getting close-ups on your hands. So you want to make sure they look nice.
Oh my God, you're preaching to the choir here. Now tell me, how busy is it? I mean, is this something that is used often, or are you kind of chilling lots throughout the tournament?
Oh no, you have managed to hit us at a quiet spot, which is completely random. So yeah, we have been absolutely packed since we opened. And what's been wonderful for me, because I'm the barber, I'm the master barber, and the first time I did a tournament here, they never had a barber. We had maybe 30 gents for the entire tournament. This week, I'm doing 15 a day.
Oh my God.
Including shaves, including beard trims, facial massage, a lot.
You do everything. Give this woman a raise. Are you being asked to give quite interesting, creative, trend-led haircuts? Or do they know exactly what they want, or is it a mix across the board?
It's a bit of a mix. Most of the guys they come in, it's shorter. That's it. But we've had a lot of skin fades. We've had quite a few restyles actually. You just missed one, which was astonishing. Took 20 years off them. But yeah, so we have a lot of things. Then with the girls as well, they've got very stressed out here. It's always being pulled up, being pulled back. So a lot of kind of TLC in there, restyling, blow dries. All for the media. They want to look beautiful, of course.
And also, do you have will a player come in, a female player mainly, maybe come in post-match and quickly get a style before a press conference, or not?
Yeah,
that happen?
That happens a lot, yeah, particularly as we go into the second week. Then obviously they'll start getting much more media attention. They'll have lots of media interviews. So.
Oh, wow. And who, player-wise, is the most kind of adventurous, or who have you done the most amazing style on? Can you say?
No, I can't answer that.
You are professional till the end. Thank you so much. This is such a treat.
Pleasure. Thank you.
All right, upsets have abounded here at Wimbledon today, and Kretschmannen is part of one of those upsets, taking out former champion Garbiñe Muguruza. You had to wait overnight to finish the match, but congratulations. How does that feel? And you get your first Wimbledon win.
Yeah, it feels amazing, definitely. It wasn't the easiest circumstances with play suspended after the first set. I was happy to get that first set and, go to sleep, at least knowing you won the first set. And then, I think I started really well today. I didn't give her much opportunity to play her game, and it was an amazing second set, so I'm super happy.
How did you sleep last night? And then what was the mentality coming in today? You've got that one set lead, but you didn't want to take your foot off the gas with that.
Yeah, I slept actually pretty good. It wasn't easy to fall asleep because of the adrenaline a little bit. But yeah, I slept good. I'm a good sleeper, so that helps a lot. And definitely the game plan was to start off very well in the second set, to start off aggressive, play my game, and it worked out really well.
Yeah, you've got great hands on the court. You can play aggressive too. What do you feel like worked well against Muguruza to win that match in straight sets?
Well, definitely play aggressive. She's so good herself by stepping in the court and taking every opportunity she can. So I had to serve big and return return very deep, so I could start a point off in my advantage.
It's always nice to get a win over a champion like Muguruza, but to do it as your first win at Wimbledon, how does that soak in?
Yeah, it's amazing. I played here last year against Tomjanovic, and eventually she played a fourth round, I think, or
quarterfinals.
Or quarterfinals even. So I'm really happy. Muguruza is such a great champion. She won here before, and she's still top 10 player. So for sure, it's amazing to do it here.
All right, next up is Zhang Qinwen, who is a really, really tough Chinese player, up and coming. What do you know about her? You've never played her, and how are you going to approach that match?
Well, I saw her playing against Swiatek in French Open. She played really good. She has big shots. She goes for it. She's very athletic. So yeah, I'm not sure how she plays on the grass. We'll have to rewatch some matches of her, but she's a young and upcoming player, so it's very nice to play against her.
So you had to play 2 days back-to-back. You're going to have to play tomorrow as well. What's the post-match celebration meal tonight that will also help fuel you for tomorrow?
Well, I'm not sure yet, actually. Yeah, I'll enjoy for sure tonight, and then wake up in the morning and be ready for tomorrow.
All right, well, hopefully another good sleep. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
No matter how small, how tiny, or how minute, the technicalities, the particulars, the seemingly insignificant. At Wimbledon, these details matter. And this year with Oppo, we'll capture the detail like never before. In low light and high intensity. Because when you take care of the detail, the rest takes care of itself. Greatness. It's all in the detail.
Welcome to the Sipsmith Swansea service at Wimbledon. Your Swansea at Wimbledon, the official tennis of Sipsmith Gin. Swansea, like a concierge, but ginier.
Straight up. Yeah, bounce. Yeah, come on, bounce. Woo, woo. Go, go. Woo. Yeah, it's the kind of vibe I like. Make me wanna ride with the window down all night.
Adam Hunt back with you here on Wimbledon Uncovered, and this is what's going on right now inside centre court. Heartbreak for fans of Emma Raducanu, because Caroline Garcia, the French lady, has produced an absolutely brilliant performance there on centre court. The big thumbs up from her coach, and the dream is over for Emma Raducanu. Garcia winning in straight sets, 6-3, 6-3 in an hour and 25 minutes. And here she is lapping up all of the applause on centre court. You can see just how much it means to her and her team in her box. We did say beforehand that this was going to be a difficult one for Emma Raducanu. It was another step up really from that first round match. Caroline Garcia, a former world number 4. She's been out on tour for a long, long time now, a very experienced player, and she has produced a comfortable win really in the end over Raducanu, the number 10 seed. So much expectation on her shoulders from the British public after what she did here at Wimbledon last year, and then in New York at the US Open, winning her first Grand Slam title, coming out of nowhere really to lift the title there in New York. And the expectation was always going to be high on her shoulders. She dealt with it in her first round match, beating Alison van Oudvank of Belgium in that first one. But
unfortunately for her, come unstuck today against Karolina Garcia, who will walk forward and get ready for her interview with Rishi Prasad. And we can listen in to how she's feeling after this big win over the number 10 seed, 6-3, 6-3 in straight sets.
Caroline, congratulations. Lovely smile watching you. Clearly you're extremely happy about that success, which came very quickly. How good do you think your performance was today?
Yeah, I mean, I was really preparing this match really well. Emma, it's a huge player, and she's in home tournaments, and she proves that she can do very well in the big stage. So I was really for the match, and I'm really pleased with the way I fought. I went a lot to the net, and I really enjoyed to play here on center court. It was my first time, and it was very special.
I think you said before the match that you know and you expect that Emma's going to get a lot of support, but you were going to be able to block it out. Was that easy to do today?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a French player, so I know how it is in Roland Garros, and it's fair that everyone here supported Emma. I'm a little bit sorry for the Buzzkill guys, but it was really a pleasure to play on center court. It's a very special court, and of course it's a great memory for me, and it was, as always here, it's a lot of respect, so it was really enjoyable.
You are in great form at the moment. That is 7 wins in a row. How would you describe your confidence levels at the moment?
Yeah, it's good, obviously, when you win a couple of matches in a row, and I won a title last week in Germany. But after you have to start from all over again, and 2 days ago I played my first round against a wildcard British 7-6 in the third, so you have to stay very humble. Every match is a new match, and doesn't matter if you have like 10 wins in a row or 10 lost. You have to start all over again, and that's what is nice with tennis. It's like we all start from zero and we have to go for it.
Well, many congratulations. Good
Thank
luck
you.
for the rest of the tournament. Ladies and
Thank
gentlemen,
you.
Karolina Garcia.
Yeah, smile all over the face of Karolina Garcia. Really good performance from her today to beat Emma Raducanu. There she is, she's so happy. 6-3, 6-3. Anne Piothovong has joined me. You were inside watching this match on centre court. We'll talk about Emma in a second, obviously, but we have to tip our hats to Garcia, who came with a game plan and executed it.
She sure did. It was aggressive tennis, clean striking from Karolina Garcia. She came forwards very well, was very successful when she came to the net, winning 16 from 20 points there. And I thought she may have got tight. She's notorious for getting tight when it comes to closing out matches. And there was a bit of a wobble midway through that second set when she was broken, but she regrouped well and did what she needed to do. She's playing with lots of confidence at the moment, having won a title, a grass court title in Bad Homburg in Germany last week. But that's 2 Brits she's beaten back to back. You know, she scraped past Lily Miyazaki in the first round. Lily Miyazaki, a British wildcard, ranked just inside the world's top 200, who was actually 2 points away from taking out Karolina Garcia. Yeah, fantastic performance from the French woman overall. When you think she is out there on the biggest stage with 90% of the fans on that court rooting for her opponent. She handled the occasion.
Yeah, I was going to
really
say
well.
that actually, because she did a good job, it seemed, from what I saw, of neutralising the crowd on centre court, because as you said, the majority of people inside there were obviously rooting for Emma.
Yeah, and it's, you know, it's a skill to be able to block out that noise, and in many ways perhaps you know, it's easier for her to take on a Brit here at Wimbledon than it is for her to take on another opponent at her Grand Slam, home Grand Slam at the French Open on Philippe Chatrier. So, look, overall, she'll be very pleased with that performance, and it's also revenge for her because she did lose to Raducanu a few months ago at Indian Wells back in March. Yeah, onwards and upwards.
And before we get on to Emma, she has opened up that little bit of a part of the draw. She's beaten a seed. She has been at number 4 in the world in the past. As you said, she's in some form, having won a title on grass. Has she got the potential to push much further in this tournament?
Yeah, you've always got to give her a chance. She's a dangerous player, and I think her game is well suited to the surface. She's got a big serve, big strikes from the back of the court, and she's not afraid to come forwards either. So yes, she is going to be dangerous against whoever she plays, especially coming into this tournament with the confidence that she is carrying right now. You know, I do often wonder. I think Andy Murray famously said, when he watched her years ago on Philippe Chatrier against Sharapova, that she was going to be a future world number 1. She got to number 4. It's not bad. She's had a fantastic career. But whether she'll ever live up to that kind of hype that people kind of made of her early on in her career, I'm not so sure now. But you can't write her off.
Yeah, she's certainly got plenty of talent. From Emma's perspective, frustration for her. She managed to... We said, didn't we, before she came in at Wimbledon, when the draw came out, that these were potentially 2 tricky matches. She came through that test against Alison van Uytvanck, and in that match there were moments where it could have gone either way. Came through that one and wasn't able to quite bring the level in this one against Caroline Garcia. How do you think she'll feel about her Wimbledon overall?
I think right now there will be an element of disappointment, absolutely, because she is a fierce competitor, and she, despite her preparations, likes to back herself on the big stage. But I think if you can take it, when she is able to take a step back and reflect on everything, I think she's done remarkably well, given the pressure on her shoulders, the expectation, and the lack of preparation coming into this year's Wimbledon because of the rib injury. She hasn't spent enough time on court to be 100%, but she was able to get through her first round match, and it was a positive winning debut out on centre court a couple of days ago. So overall, a lot of positives to take, and we have to remind ourselves she's still only 19 years of age. We're going to be seeing a lot more of Emma Raducanu over this next 10 years or so.
And it's been such a whirlwind for her. I mean, the last 9 months or so since she was here at Wimbledon and then won the US Open. Maybe just a little bit of a break might help. I'm sure it's so difficult to have. I mean, it's a good problem to have the eyes of the world upon you, the media, all the interviews, everything that goes with it, and that is one of the products of success. If you play well, that's going to happen, but also it must be, after a while, very tiring and nice to focus on those off weeks as well, to just step away from it.
Yeah, look, even though we haven't seen enough of her on the match court, whether it's here at Wimbledon or over the last few weeks at the other grass court events, everything else that has been going on around has been emotionally draining, and I'm sure will have taken its toll. But she's got a bit of time to rest, regroup, get her body back in tip-top shape and get ready for the American hardcourt season, which she absolutely loves.
Yes, well, she certainly does. I'm sure she'll be hoping to recreate the magic in New York at the US Open in a little while's time. Let's check in on some other matches that have been taking place today. Angelique Kerber, she was in action just now against Magda Linette. Kerber, we always say, she keeps coming back here at Wimbledon. She's got a great game for grass, the left-hander, and she was able to get through in straight sets over Magda Linette. And what is it about her game that every time she comes here it works? She's a former champion.
Yeah, I think all those good memories, and last year semi-finalist as well. Her game is perfectly suited to grass, so she stays very low, hits through the shot, has a very flat ball strike. It doesn't matter if the conditions are heavy. She's someone who scrambles and makes you beat her. She puts a lot of balls into court, redirects incredibly well. And she loves this event. And when you come back to a tournament where you've had success and you feel at home, that helps produce good tennis.
Yeah, she moves well, doesn't she? She's always got a smile on her face at Wimbledon. She does enjoy, as you said, playing here at the championships. Again, another fist pump from her coaching team there. Rainer Schüttler on the left, himself a former player as well. So a good performance today from the left-hander through at Wimbledon. Let's take you there from court 3 inside centre court, because now that the Raducanu match against Caroline Garcia is finished, it's the turn of this man, Andy Murray, against a significant test, especially in terms of height, John Isner, today on centre. I mean, we were chatting to Jamie Delgado earlier on about this one, how a player gets ready to face John Isner, because he is and does present such a unique challenge.
Yes, he does. Isner, one of the biggest servers in men's tennis, if not the biggest. But Andy Murray has an incredible record against Isner. 8 times they've played previously, 8 times Murray has won.
Please use your voice, a loud and clear challenge.
It's just listening to who wins the coin toss.
Immediately. Okay? Any question about anything? No? So final set, 10-point tiebreak. Okay, final set, 10-point tiebreak. So, heads or tails? Okay, heads is called, Andy. Tails. Third, okay.
I think that was Andy winning the toss and choosing to serve.
Correct, yes, I heard that.
So let's dive into this record. You said there he's got an unbeaten record against John Isner. Is that testament just to how good the Andy Murray return is?
Yeah, I think he enjoys playing the big servers. He can outmaneuver John Isner. Yeah, if he gets himself into an exchange, if he is able to return and make Isner play, then anything over 3-4 shots, you've got to back Andy Murray. John Isner will feel the pressure on serve. He knows he's got to hit his spots well, and let's face it, his return is nowhere near the same kind of quality as Andy Murray's. But Andy Murray might not be the player he once was when they faced each other those 8 previous times, but he does have the home support, and he knows his way around centre court, that's for sure.
Yeah, he certainly does, and he did, it wasn't all plain sailing, was it, against James Duckworth, but he did produce some brilliant rallies. There was some of the vintage Andy Murray really on show in some of those games. With Isner, it's interesting how you would prepare to play a player like him, and I suppose this is where the stats of where he's going to serve at certain important points against a player like that is really crucial.
Yeah, Andy's always been a fantastic student of the game, so he would have analysed all of it to death. He would have been putting pressure on the guys who do all the analysis and put all that kind of stuff together. What serve does he favour on the deuce side? What serve does he favour on the ad side? What are his patterns of play? On those big points at 30-all or break points, where does John Isner like to serve? Is it out wide? Is it to the body? Is it to the tee? So at the back of Andy's mind, he will have all that information stored away and be ready.
And you mentioned there he's someone who's quite receptive to that. As we move forward, I suppose, in tennis, and those stats have been around for quite some time now, are most players using that you haven't got any of the old school left who just say, oh, I just want to play how I feel? Yeah,
no, most players are embracing the information, the data that is available. But you can analyse everything to death. Ultimately, you still need the skill set and the nerve to execute when it really matters. It is a fine line, but it's good to feel as informed as possible, I believe, before you walk out there on the court. And now that information is readily available. If you're not doing it yourself, then your coach, that person you're paying, should certainly be doing it. If they're not, then they shouldn't be on the payroll.
Absolutely. Perhaps unsurprisingly, in terms of the Grand Slams, John Isner's best performance has come here at Wimbledon. He made the semi-finals back in 2018. He is characterised as a bit of a one-trick wonder because he has got that significant weapon because of the serve and the height that he's got. I'm 6'10", he is, smacking it down from there. But it belies the fact that he does move quite well, and there are elements of his game that, since he came out on the tour after playing at college in Georgia, really worked on to make sure he could compete at that top level, not just banging serves down.
Yeah, I think movement has been a key part to it. Look, he's never going to be the quickest on tour, but for someone as tall as him to be able to change direction and to do that on different surfaces isn't easy. And on grass, you're going to have to get down low to a lot of the balls. They do die down, so you've got to be prepared to get your knees dirty. And he has worked hard on that, and various areas of his games where he is overall a lot more consistent.
We mentioned the crowd with Emma Raducanu's match, and Murray did seem to be, I mean, he always gets a prime time slot, really, doesn't he, here at Wimbledon now, but driving him on against James Duckworth, and you think if Murray is going to have a fairy tale run into the second week here at Wimbledon. That's going to be something. Caroline Garcia's got a job as a chair umpire now. She's back out on centre. No, that's definitely Mohamed Layani.
Yeah. Caroline Garcia's had her time on centre court. She's recovering now.
Yeah, I don't think Mohamed's quite as good at tennis as Caroline is. Wonder if she's as good at umpiring. But yeah, what we were saying about the crowd for Andy, that you feel that if he is going to make that fairy tale run, he's going to have to use the crowd on centre court to full effect.
Yes, and that is a given. I mean, the fans love him here. He gets so much support, and he's done a great job over the years of really embracing it. People feel like they're playing the match with him when he's out there on centre court, and everywhere you look, it just everyone, it's electric when Andy Murray.
The thing I like when Andy's playing well on centre court is the buzz, not just inside the courts, but the whole grounds.
Outside,
people are checking the scores on their phone. They're going over the hill to watch as well. And it is great when there is that atmosphere around the grounds. And if you are here and you haven't lucky enough to have a ticket for centre court, you can still follow it and enjoy the action.
Yeah, or you can go. I saw people queuing at the ticket resale earlier today, and I was amazed. I mean, you queue forever to get into Wimbledon, and then instead of enjoying the tennis, you get into another queue in the hope of getting a centre court.
Nick always says we love a queue here in the UK. The guy in the front of the queue this morning, I walked past him, was wearing a rather lovely kilt. So there's no guesses who he was waiting to see. Hopefully he did manage to get inside centre court. Let's tune in for the first game and join the commentators for Andy Murray against John Isner.
At first service. Love 15. Dirty 15. At service.
40-15.
Kimberly. Married Andy.
And don't forget, you can continue watching that match, Andy Murray against John Isner on centre court on Wimbledon's major broadcasters all around the world. Let's hear from Andy Murray. Here's him speaking to Renee Stubbs before the tournament began.
Andy Murray, thanks for joining us. Welcome back to Wimbledon. I mean, I guess the first question is, how do you feel being back here again?
Yeah, it's brilliant. You know, obviously a few years ago, didn't know if I'd be back playing, and I got the opportunity to play again here last year in the singles, and yeah, it was brilliant. You know, it was brilliant, great atmosphere. Got to play a couple of really good matches, and yeah, coming in this year, feeling a lot better about my game.
So, you know, of course, you've played here many times with great crowds, obviously so supportive of you. But interestingly enough, over the last couple of years, it's been a bit tough with the pandemic and not having full crowds. How do you feel about it finally being back to somewhat normal, having the full crowds? Yeah,
it should be great. I mean, we obviously didn't happen a couple of years ago. Then last year was in the bubble, and like you say, the limited capacity. It was still a really good atmosphere last year. But yeah, I think for everyone, for the fans and the players and everyone involved in the tournament, just to go back to having a normal Wimbledon and being able to go up to Wimbledon Village, and I know a lot of the players obviously rent and stay in houses around here. Like it's a slightly different feel to a lot of the other tournaments, and it should be a good one.
Obvious question: how's your form coming in here, and how do you feel? I mean, it's been a crazy couple of years for you. We all know what you've gone through, but how's the form going in here?
Yeah, I mean it was good. I played the Surbiton Challenger, and then went over to Stuttgart and made the final. There, and I played 9 matches across 2 weeks, which was the most I'd played in 2 weeks since 2016. You know, it was a really long time that I played that many matches, and unfortunately got a niggle, slight issue with my ab in the final, which required a bunch of days off serving, and have had to build up pretty slowly this week in terms of that shot. But I've been able to practice everything else, so I've been on the court every day, and yeah, physically I feel like I'm in a good place, and my game was right where I wanted it to be a couple of weeks ago. It was just unfortunate that I got the injury.
So Andy, as you know, it's the 100-year celebration of centre court here. I want to know from you, what's your earliest memory of centre court, either on television or in person?
We came here, I was young. My mum brought a minibus of Scottish tennis players down to come and watch and be at the tournament. And she don't remember watching any matches at that time. I just remember going and waiting for autographs. And
who was the one you wanted the most?
Agassi, and I didn't get it. And I think this is a cool story. But anyway, I got asked a few years ago, because after a practice or a match or something, I'd stayed behind and I'd signed a lot of autographs afterwards, and I got asked in the media, you stayed behind and signed all these autographs, and it was great that you gave the time. And I said, well, yeah, because I remember when I was young that I was waiting all this time for Agassi, and I now know as a player that you don't always have the time to sign them. But when I was young, I was heartbroken that he obviously walked past, and he got hold of this story, and his book turned up at my house a couple of weeks later with a note inside it saying, I'm so sorry I didn't sign this, sign for you all these years ago, but I hope this makes up for it, with his signature, which was really nice of him. But yeah, for me, that would be my earliest memory. I would have been probably like 9 or 10 years old, I think.
So in particular, what about this court is the most unique thing for you?
It's the atmosphere. It's just different. It's obviously very quiet during the points. It's it feels like very respectful of the game and the players and everything. And for me, that's probably what is unique about it. All of the other slams are special, but it is different. It's certainly different here, and that's what I always enjoy about playing on this court.
So take me back to the most special moment for you on this court.
I don't know if this is slightly controversial.
Go ahead.
It was the final of the Olympics for me. I mean, that whole week was amazing because it was just because it was unique. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get to play, a home Olympics at Wimbledon. And I'd also had lost to Federer in the final of Wimbledon 4 weeks earlier, and then I got to play him again in the final here, at an Olympic Games, and it was just different. It was unique, and that's probably my best memory.
What would you say, in particular, about inspiring somebody? When you watch somebody on TV or a match on television, or you inspire people by playing on this particular court. What do you think is a moment that you think inspired so many kids after you to pick up a racket on this court that you remember?
There was one moment that I had on this court, which was it wasn't like winning a match or anything, but it was like when I was playing against Gasquet and I was down 2-0, and on set point, I anticipated a shot that he had up at the net, and I basically ended up in the crowd. And I don't know, like that moment, like when I was celebrating, like right basically in the front row was a great moment. I've seen that quite a few times, and I remember that one well.
I think we all do.
Yeah.
Do you remember the first moment where you got the schedule the night before and you saw your name on centre court for the first time? And do you remember thinking, oh my God, wow?
Well, I don't remember like the build up to it. I remember playing on the court. I was 18 and I'd played my first round match on court 2 against George Bastel, then I played Stepanek on court 1, and then I was playing Nalbandian in the 3rd round, and then obviously got to play on here for the first time, and it was amazing. Like, there was probably the last time the only time I played on that court where there was like no expectation or no pressure. I just went out and played, and I loved it. And physically I was exhausted by the end of the match, but it was like brilliant experience, and probably one of the most enjoyable matches that I played on there, because there wasn't that pressure on the result, which there has been pretty much since then.
Do you feel like now, after what you've been through, I mean, you're basically walking on, a lot of stuff going on in that hip that's not normal anymore. Do you feel like you can actually walk onto this court now and not have that pressure that you did, say, 6-7 years ago?
It's definitely different now. I mean, I still have a lot of expectation and pressure that I put on myself to do well, but certainly, like, from maybe the outside, it's changed a little bit. In comparison to the middle part of the year. I'd probably say, like, that match that I played against Nalbandian, I also was putting zero pressure on myself at that stage either, whereas now that I've experienced winning on this court, like, obviously I want to try and do it again, so I still am putting pressure on myself to perform and do well.
So this year, on this beautiful, amazing court that we all love so much, instead of walking around the curtain this year, we're actually coming up the middle of the court.
I heard about that, yeah.
What do you think about that new little...
Yeah, I don't know. I'll be interested to see how it is. Yeah, I mean, I heard that was going to be the case, but obviously I've not seen it yet. So, we'll see how it goes.
Are you asking for maybe fireworks or a little smoke coming out for you?
I think that's maybe a bit too much for Wimbledon to go down that route. But yeah, they've obviously always kind of been trying to change things and make things better for the players and everything, and for the fans. So. Be interesting to see how it's changed. I'm not sure exactly the reason behind doing it, but yeah, I'm sure it'll look good.
it's 100 years. It's time to,
Just to change it up.
Change it up, you know.
Yeah.
Andy, I guess the bottom line is we love seeing you play. We're so happy that you're back, that you're enjoying your tennis. Hope don't put too much pressure on yourself. But we're just so happy to have you. And I have a feeling that we might see you out on this court again this week or next week. So for the next couple of weeks. So best of luck.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining me.
Good to hear from Andy Murray. Nice to see a smile on his face as well back here at Wimbledon. In terms of British interest, got plenty of that. We'll head inside court number 1 for this one. Cameron Norrie, see what it means for him. He had to battle so hard against Jaume Munar, the Spaniard. Having taken that opening set 6-4, he then lost the next 2, 6-3, 7-5. But then he produced a really good performance in those last 2 sets, winning the 4th 6-love. And then the 5th set 6-2, so in 3 hours and 12 minutes, he takes his place in the 3rd round here at Wimbledon. What a year it's been for Cameron Norrie, cracking the top 10 in the world and really elevating himself to that top tier of the game at the moment. Daniela Hantuchova has joined Anne and I here on Wimbledon Uncovered. And Danny, it's good to see Cameron Norrie performing there on court number 1, and he's had a good Wimbledon so far, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's great to see Adam, to see Cam playing that well, because he had to. The Spaniard came out playing some incredible tennis, although we didn't really expect that from him on grass. So Cam had to really dig deep, and what a year he's been having. And today, once again, one of those matches that he proved how strong he is physically, and that's what really got him through that match at the end.
He's testament, isn't he, Anne, to a player who, he said it himself, he just loves to play tournaments, play matches. He's up for the fight. He's not one of those players who picks and chooses and likes to have too many off weeks. He wants to keep the momentum going, and it's working for him.
He sure does. He's a guy who puts in the hours. He prides himself on his work ethic, and he loves it. He genuinely loves it. He lives and breathes tennis. He's the ultimate pro, and he's improved so much. And the fact that he's cracked the world's top 10, I mean, not many people would have predicted that. You know, if you'd seen Cam Norrie as a junior, you'd think, oh, okay, this guy's potentially could be good, but the American college route was the right route for him to just do a bit of growing up before coming on the pro tour. And with each year, he's got better and better. And with his coach, who was a former college teammate at TCU, you know, they've built a fantastic relationship. There's a lot of trust there, and Facundo has done a good job of keeping him on track, making sure he puts, makes those kind of I guess, improvements on a day-to-day basis. You know, there's a goal, there's a clear goal, and they're constantly working on it, and it's helped get him to where he is. But I don't know, Daniela, you've watched him play a lot over the past year. Where do you feel his biggest improvement has been?
Well, to me, mentally, what impressed me the most, that, you know, when Indian Wells came around and having to defend all the points from such a big tournament, that's so much pressure. Normally, at least in my case, I couldn't play for a few months, and that's where he really started to picked up his form and took it to another level. So to be able to defend, you know, that status that he's a top 10 player around that Indian Wells time, and then started to play better and better with every week, that was to me the most impressive part, that mentally he was ready to become a solid top 10 player.
He's a great example of a player that you can get, as you said, a long way up the rankings just with hard work, taking the talent that you do have and then maximising it. You know, in every age group, both men's and ladies, there's those players who are just naturally talented that you know are going to be world number ones and winning Grand Slams, and there's also players who manage to exceed expectations that you didn't always think would get to the level that they did, and he is a great example of that.
Yeah, and I think one thing is to have that work ethic and discipline and the hard work to get you to a certain level, but then you have to have that mental belief, and there's so many puzzles that you have to kind of put together at the same time to become a top 10 player, and he's managed that. You know, he put the hard work in, which he's one of the best examples how to really maximize what you've got in your game, and then at the same time to start to understand, okay, I need the mental belief as well. That's not an easy thing to do, because you have to do it at the right time, and he just did exactly that, and that's why he's having the results we've seen.
Yeah, there's nothing flashy about his tennis, but when you watch him, you think, oh, how does this guy do it? But he gets the basics right. And tennis, like any other sport, most sports, if you get the basics right, you give yourself a chance, and Cam Norrie is a prime example of that type of athlete.
He cracked the top 10 not that long ago. Do you see the potential for him to go even higher? What's he got to do to improve his game, those little percentage points to maybe get into the top 5 in the world?
I think just doing exactly what he's done up to this point. And once you are in the top 10, you just never know what can happen. It's enough to be a little bit lucky with the draw sometimes too, you know, from the quarterfinals in a slam, if things open up and you're ready to take that opportunity. And that comes from having solid results throughout the season, throughout the other tournaments. Then you're ready to step it up the next level, go to the semi-finals of a slam, and then honestly anything can happen, because at that stage everyone is playing their best tennis. So once in top 10, really sky is the limit.
Do you see top 5 in his future?
Anything's possible. Look, the guy's cracked the world's top 10. Why not? Absolutely, why not?
Yeah, he's doing pretty well at proving people wrong so far. Well, Norrie's finished on court 1. Let's have a quick check on what's happening inside court 1 after that one. And we're just getting ready for the next match there on court 1. It is Maria Sikari to Victoria Tamova of Bulgaria. Be interesting to see how Sikari gets on in this one. We've seen a big seed drop out of Wimbledon earlier on today. Annette Kontaveit, the number 2 seed, losing earlier on today. A great performance from her opponent. Danny, give us a preview of this one. Has Tamova got a chance of causing an upset?
Honestly, I don't think so. Talking about hard work, very similar case here compared to Cam Norrie, what Maria Sikari has done with her career. Great example of another player that really getting the best out of her game with the discipline, work ethic, and obviously that physicality. I don't believe there's anyone else that can do in the gym what she can do, and especially on grass, you know, having those strong legs and incredible footwork is gonna, you know, be a big advantage for Maria. I don't think she's naturally a grass court player, but just because of her physicality and how low she stays on the ball, there is no reason why she shouldn't be really getting through this match.
Yeah, she's kept a bit of a low profile coming into this year's Wimbledon. There haven't been any kind of big results in the lead-up tournaments, but she's working with a Brit coach, Tom, there from Birmingham, who's been well, coach now for the last couple of years. Yeah, he was hitting partner, but he's been upgraded to coach.
Got the upgrade.
Yeah. Well, he's done an incredible job there.
He has, and they're great friends as well. But yeah, that is. I'm just admiring her outfit and her abs.
That's a brave one. Yes.
Yeah, they're just an unbelievable athlete. She brings a lot of energy to the court. Out here on court 1 for the first time at this year's championships, I believe. Yes, yeah, and as we were talking about this earlier on, that the difference playing on even the smaller show courts here at Wimbledon and then going inside court 1 and centre court, the different feel inside the arena. So let's dive in with the commentators at the start of this match with Tamova serving at the far end.
15 love.
Tamova comes from a sporting family as well. Her grandfather played football for Bulgaria. Her father has coached her as well.
Let's listen. Whoa! 30-50.
It's quite an athlete, Sikari, isn't she?
Yeah, she really is. I think they call her a gym bunny. She loves to spend time in the gym, but just really, really physical and likes to take matches physical. The other thing I love to watch is how light her feet are. You know, she bounces around all the time. She brings so much energy onto every court she walks onto. And, you know, you see when she's jumping around ready to receive serve or something, it almost feels like there's a couple of rockets under her shoes. She's so light, very bouncy.
Here's first game points for Tamova to hold. getting to the net.
40-30.
Can she put Tamova under a bit of pressure here, bring her to deuce in the opening service game? Tamova had a good run to the quarterfinals at Eastbourne before coming to Wimbledon. Career best run on grass, so she doesn't have a great deal of history on this surface. A few errors from the 5th seed, but Tamova with the early hold.
Start there from Tamova, ranked 112 in the world. But over on court 2, Carlos Alcaraz, the Spanish teenage sensation, has just started against Griekspoor, currently on serve in the first set. Danny, what do you make of Carlos Alcaraz?
Good question, Anne. Just watched him closely at Hurlingham the last couple of days. Oh, look, he's going to be unbelievable on grass as well. I just feel like it's going to take him still a little bit of time. Say very similar to kind of Rafa career on grass at the beginning. Not as much of a grass court specialist. I feel like he can improve that slice serve out wide. It's more of a little bit of a kicker still, and just a couple of shot selection that I've seen. You can tell there is still a lot of room to improve. Obviously, already playing at such a high level, but I feel like in 2-3 years' time, we can really say right from the start of the tournament, yeah, he's going to go all the way. I don't think he's there just yet. Is he going to get through today? I believe so. But if you ask me today, Rafa or Carlos, I still go for Rafa.
We're seeing the slow-mo there, and we were talking about physicality with Maria Sikari, but Carlos Alcaraz, the speed he can generate with that forehand is incredible.
I mean, honestly, the movement, almost as good as Rafa and Novak maybe combined. The flexibility. What impresses me the most when he's on the run.
That's a scary thought, isn't it? Rafa and Novak combined.
I mean, watching him up closely for the first time, I think you can't help yourself but be overwhelmed. And what impresses me the most is when he's on the stretch or pushed out wide, his head never drops down. So he's keeping such an incredible balance wherever on the court he's hitting his shots from.
For people who haven't seen it before, the sleeve, talk us through that. What's the reason for that? Is it just to keep his arm warm? Is it a superstition?
But Danny, you give your answer before.
Well, there was a lot of taping the last few days at Hurlingham, so there could be something going on with that as well. I do know from my own experience it helps in a cooler weather, but there could be other reasons.
Look, who was it? It was Milos Raonic, wasn't it? Yeah. Who kind of
he pioneered it.
Yes, he did, and a number of other players have since adopted it. And anyone with a sore arm, it's meant to help keep that arm warm. But then, why would you not wear it on the other arm as well?
Well, because you're using that one just a little bit more on the serve.
But then, even more reason why it's already warm.
Yeah,
it's the other one.
Anne's not having it. We've seen sometimes, I saw one of the doubles players at Roland Garros on the day it was really cold, he was wearing the compression leggings as well, which looked interesting.
I understand, I get that.
So I think it kind of gives you the same feeling. I have to say the tights, being on a track, doing some intervals, it did help me to go faster. So maybe, protecting his arm at the same time, maybe hoping to get extra power on the serve.
You tennis players are also a very superstitious bunch, and once it works once, he'll keep it for
That's
the rest
the thing.
of it.
Even if it's 35 degrees this week, he will be.
We might as well play that game. What was your superstition in your career? What couldn't you do?
I mean,
how much time we have?
Yeah,
okay.
no. Every week was something different.
Got another hour.
And whether it was using the same shower, same toilet, restaurant, eating the same meal, ordering the same food. Oh my God, I could bore the hell out.
Even the sitting order in the restaurant and the same table. I mean, that was
I didn't
huge.
get to that extent. No.
I mean,
and did you feel like if one of those crazy things that you were doing, if it didn't happen, that was the end of the world? Or?
No. Like you try to keep it that way, but then if for some reason it didn't work out, I was actually fine with it. It's like, oh, okay.
I remember Goran Ivanisevic was saying he had a particular shower that he would always use.
But did he not watch Teletubbies every morning as well?
There
was something about Teletubbies, I'm sure.
And he didn't have a kid at that point, which was slightly odd. But he was saying about the shower, he would wait, however long it took
I would do that.
to get that one.
Yeah, no, I did that too.
And TV shows too. Like you stick to not only the same kind of a show, so let's say Friends, but I would stick to the same episode. That's pushing it to another level.
Yes.
For 2 weeks, watching the same one.
I feel like you two need therapy.
Pretty much.
Right, what are we up to now? We're going to catch up with Nick, who has found an interesting place on the grounds.
All right, it is a first time into the third round of a major in 7 years for Tatiana Maria, and you had to do it the hard way, coming back to win 7-5 in the third set. How did that feel today?
Oh, it feels amazing because, I mean, it was a super hard match. I started super well, then I lost the second set, and I lost a little bit the control of the match. And to win this at the end, it feels amazing.
Okay, I mentioned the 7-5 scoreline, but you were down 2 breaks in that third set. What were you doing mentally to stay with Sorana Cirstea, who's a really tough opponent?
Yeah, I mean, it was not easy, and I tried really after to stay a little bit in my zone, to not look really right, left, to really be focused, to stay on the court and to look at the ball. At the end, I mean, I did it somehow, and I'm super, super happy that I could win this match.
You're into the third round of a major for the first time in 7 years. You did it here in 2015. Tell us about those feelings.
It's amazing actually, because when I played the first time women after my first child, I played third round, and now I'm back with 2 kids, first time, and I'm again in the third round. So I mean, it's really nice. I know my daughters are super happy. Charlotte, she's jumping in front of the TV, so that's nice.
Yeah, tell us a bit about, you've talked a lot about this, but traveling with 2 kids. Charlotte's now 7, Cecilia's just 8. Cecilia's just over a year now. I mean, what is that like, and how do you and your husband manage that on tour?
We are pretty relaxed, so I mean, and I have to say our kids are amazing. I guess everybody says this, but no, they're amazing, and they're nice. It's easy to travel with them. Like I said, my husband and me, we are also super relaxed. So it's the most important for us to stay together and to do this like a family together. And yeah, and to see my kids happy. And Charlotte, she's super happy to be on tour. She's playing super well tennis, so she will be the future champion. And no, I'm only happy for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, so Charlotte understands what mom does when you're going out to play a match. And what do you hope that says to other female athletes, or what sort of message do you want to send with what you're doing?
Yeah, I hope I can send this message that you can have kids and you can still continue your career. And yeah, I'm a working mom, and we are traveling all together. My husband, he is my coach. That's, of course, it's perfect. I mean, that we are doing this, and he's the coach of my daughter too. So, I mean, in our family, I mean, it's great to do this, and we do this together, and we travel together around the world. So that's nice.
What's the best part, and what's the hardest part of traveling with those 2 kids?
The best part that we are all together. The hardest part, I don't think there's a hard part for me personally, because like I said, we love it, and I mean, we would not be good if we would be alone and our kids not here with us. So for us, it's really, really important, and I'm happy also now to go over there and to pick them up and to play with them even after a match like this. So for me, that's the most important.
All right, today you relied on a lot of slices. You used variety in your game. Do you feel like that sort of tennis could take you far here at Wimbledon?
I guess on grass it's a good thing. Yes, for sure, that's my game. I mean, I play a lot of slice. I go to the net. I serve well. So on grass, I think it helps me a lot, and I can hurt the other players. So yeah, I hope I can go further.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, Tatiana.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
That was a lovely interview there. She was talking about being back on tour after having 2 children. It's something I suppose doesn't get spoken about too much, but how tough it must be traveling with kids.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen her around. They all travel together. Her husband is also her coach. She's got 2 young kids. Her eldest daughter, actually, watch out for her. She is an unbelievable tennis player. She's only 8 years of age, but she is, I think she's already been signed up by one of the big sports lines. But yeah, she does have help with mum or mother-in-law, I think, who travel as well. And they all love it. They've all embraced the lifestyle. It is difficult. I'm sure it's challenging, no doubt. I couldn't imagine traveling with my kids and trying to focus on tennis.
In terms of the practicalities, presumably the ATP and WTA Tour have things in place to help.
Yes.
If you are traveling with children, I heard about a creche and schooling, because there's a lot of little things that before you're a parent, you probably don't think about that you have to make sure it'll get done.
Yeah, well, I think Wimbledon is top of the list in terms of how they help players travelling with their families. There is a creche on site here that they can put their kids into, and you know, the people there do a fantastic job. I think of all the Grand Slams, I think Wimbledon is probably the most family friendly. This year they have, well, on the show courts actually, kids under the age of 5 aren't meant to be on the show courts, but for those travelling with young kids who would like their child to be there if they are playing on a show court, that rule has been put to one side, and that can go ahead. But yeah, I think tournaments are way more accommodating these days than ever before.
And for both of you as former players, I'm guessing that was a big topic for each event, everything that was put on for the player. I know here there's a hairdresser and dry cleaning, and all of those little things that probably fans don't think about too much, but that can make your lives a lot easier.
Yeah, a lot easier, and it's those little things that make the difference. And as a player, you are always going to remember those. And as Anne said, Wimbledon is definitely on top of the list in all the departments, whether it's, you know, musical tickets, manicure, pedicure, like you name it. Like literally, you can spend all day here as a player, and you will be taking care of everything you need to get done. Now the great addition is even if you have families, so that's something that I think has improved over the last few years, and it's so cool to see that you have so many players on the women's side that, you know, they have kids and then they come back. I do admire that big time, because honestly, to keep up with that motivation that, you know, you already have set up everything you need to for a family life, and yet you get back on the road and do all the traveling. But at the same time, maybe it's so beneficial, because winning, losing, you come back home and none of that matters really when you see your little ones around.
Well, for me, even going on holiday for a week with my kids is a nightmare. I couldn't do it for 40 weeks a year or whatever. But speaking of children, Novak Djokovic's children have been here watching him in the box. Let's hear from him after his victory today against Tanasi Kokonakis on centre court, speaking in his press conference.
Yes, good afternoon. Well, I think the quality of tennis was really high from my side, much better than the first match performance. And, you know, I knew that I had to start off well today, because I was facing a really tricky opponent, someone that serves well, has big serve, big forehand, so I didn't want to give him too much time. I played with not too many unforced errors from back of the court. Whenever I needed to put the return in, I did. So all in all, just a really satisfying performance.
Joseph Regal, tennis head. Great win today, Novak. You look very comfortable out there. We had the news this morning that Andy is going to play the Laver Cup this September in London at the O2 Arena. You haven't played the event since your debut in 2018, but given the fact that your 3 historically biggest rivals, Rafa, Roger and Andy, are all set to play, would you consider joining them to make a full set? And how unique would it be to have all 4 of you playing that event on the same team?
It would be very unique. It is a possibility. So, I mean, my agent has communication with the Laver Cup team, and you know, we have an agreement that there will be a decision after Wimbledon is finished.
And if you did play, how would it feel to play at that venue specifically, considering, you know, your second most recent match with Murray was in the ATP finals in 2016? Well,
Laver Cup is the only competition where you can have, you know, all the big rivals, the big 3, big 4 players joining in the same team. You know, so of course it is very different and exciting concept for us players, but also for the fans around the world. So of course the O2 Arena is a familiar venue for me and for us players. We've been playing more than 10 years the World Tour finals in that arena, and you know, I think it stayed there for a long time with a reason, because it was such a successful event. You know, full stands every match, singles, doubles. So I think the tradition here in Britain for tennis has contributed to very successful events over the course of more than 10 years. So of course it would be pleasure to play there again, and I think that regardless if I play or not, is going to be a stunning event with full stands, no doubt.
Hi, Novak. Howard Fendrich with the Associated Press. I wanted to ask you about changeovers, and do you find that time valuable to you, and how do you tend to spend that time other than things like refueling, maybe resting, depending on the nature of the match? I imagine it changes from day to day and match to match, and maybe how much of it is about strategy that day or how much of it is about other things in your mind during that time?
Well, I guess we're all different. I mean, I can speak for myself. I try to use that very short time to obviously hydrate myself and clean up my sweat, but also do some conscious breathing and recentering, so to say, techniques that I have and that have helped me throughout my career. Sometimes you actually don't have a minute because they start the shot clock as soon as the last point of the previous game is done. So by the time you walked eventually to get a towel and to get to the bench, it's already 20-30 seconds past. So very, very short time with these new rules, with this shot clock. I don't like it, to be honest, so much, because I feel like there's just it's too much pressure, on time. I understand that certain players, I mean, maybe including myself in the past, have taken too much time. Maybe the ball bouncing. I know that people mind that with me, and I get that. But I think we went a bit too far with speeding up the whole process. It's just whenever you talk to chair umpires, they obviously say that it's the rules, and that it's I think in Roland Garros, I don't know if it's here, but I remember in Roland Garros the system was automatic, so it just starts counting down the time, the clock, as soon as the last shot was made in the previous game. So sometimes when you're playing physical battles, you feel like you need that minute sitting, but you actually don't have the minute sitting. So look, everyone uses that time differently. I think it really depends on the time of the match. Of course, the earlier in the match, the fresher you are, so you don't feel like you need much time to spend on the bench. And then, of course, playing on grass and clay is completely different. Less rallies, grueling rallies on grass than you have on clay. So, of course, that affects the heartbeat, and that affects also whether you feel you need more oxygen and more time to recuperate.
What a point to take the set for Jaume Munar. Great defence from both players, great attack from both in that rally, but Munar it is who celebrates. That's wonderful to watch.
That was our HSBC play of the day between Cameron Norrie and Jaume Munar. A brilliant rally ending with that lovely lob from the Spaniard. Let's take you inside centre court, where it's not going this man's way so far. We said how John Isner, a potentially tricky opponent for anyone with those big serves, and it's worked so far for the American in the first set. He took it 6-4, and we can join the commentators for the first game of the second set with Andy Murray serving.
Now. 30 love.
Absolutely vital for Murray to play a couple of strong service games of his own here. Didn't happen in the first set.
Love.
I think it was someone that actually called out from the crowd.
That's a lot of line judges.
They are 40-15.
It's a nightmare of umpires.
They are 40-30. First game,
Murray
second
off
set.
to a strong start in the second set, but has got some work to do, and you can continue watching that on all of Wimbledon's major broadcasters. Busy evening on the hill. Is it Henman Hill or Murray Mount, Danny?
Well, at the moment, definitely we go with Andy, and you know, it's the time of the year that you don't want to be anywhere else but here. And let's hope for Andy that somehow he finds a momentum in that second set. It's never easy when you come up with against such a big server to feel comfortable right away at the start of the match. So I think a little bit understandable there losing that first set, just for Andy to get used to that pace, because it doesn't matter how many hitting partners you get in your practice trying to hit the serves as hard as possible. There is nothing like having to return that serve when it comes from literally so much high up.
We saw at the end there Andy saying let's go to his box, and we were talking about this prior to the match, he can really harness the crowd, and he's one of those players where obviously you want to win against him, but you've got to be careful. We've seen it in the past where a player has won that opening set and that's just poked the bear really, and Andy comes fighting back.
Yeah, well, let's not panic, or for any Andy Murray fans out there, because he did drop the first set against James Duckworth the other night, and he came back to win in 4 sets. Perhaps again today.
He is good, from me just looking from the outside, he is really good at that, Andy. He's one of those players who doesn't panic, whether it's over 5 sets or best of 3 sets. We've seen it in the past where he's lost that opening set. He's one of those players who's good at keeping an even keel and working his way back into the match. What do you think is the key for him to get back into this one?
Yeah, like you said, not to panic, and he does such a good job with that. Like, he doesn't mind taking his time to get into the match, trying to figure out, okay, what is his opponent doing on the day, and it's more than against Isner, it's going to take him a little bit more time to just kind of feel comfortable on his return games. And it's always so tricky when you play such a big server to not panic on your service games, because you know pretty much if you lose your serve, you're going to be in all kinds of trouble. So I think this is where, as you said, Anne, no time and no reason to panic just yet for Andy's fans.
Yeah, but what a great place to be on the hill with maybe a glass of Pimm's or two.
It's post. We're well past 5 o'clock, so we're okay now.
But honestly, just looking at the Henman Hill, it's one of those such a special places that I don't know about you guys, but every time I come to Wimbledon, it's the first thing I have to visit in the club. Just go up the hill and see the entire venue from there. Honestly, it amazes me that no matter how many times I get here, it's one of those places that it just never gets old in you, because it's so special, it's so holy, and the energy is just incredible.
Yeah, and I'm always amazed year after year how many people buy a grounds pass just to go and sit on the hill and watch the tennis. I mean, you could be watching the tennis in the comfort of your own sitting room, but no. Why would you when you can...
It's the collective spirit. I always think, I sat on the hill when I was younger, and I always thought it was a really good sense of community, a bit like a music festival.
Yeah, yep.
The people you're sat next to, they're sharing food and drinks and things, and enjoying, I suppose, the connectivity of watching the match together. And when Andy's playing well, or Tim Henman back in the day, or Emma Raducanu, there is just that tremendous buzz of everyone watching along together.
And I always make sure that whoever came to watch my matches from Slovakia, like, guys, don't just come to watch the matches. This is the very rare opportunity and a place in the world that you don't come for the tennis only. It's, you know, looking at how everything's done with so much detail, the flowers, the museum, the shops, just literally sitting on the grass and just looking around. There, you don't get that anywhere else, any other Grand Slam. It's more about, you know, what happens on the court, but here I would say it's just the same what happens off the court.
Well, Henman Hill or Murray Mound will be a bit quieter place if Andy does indeed lose that match a little bit later on centre court. But let's hear from another British loser, sadly, on the day, Emma Raducanu, who was beaten by Caroline Garcia in that match before on centre court. Emma is now speaking in her press conference.
We will just start with a question. Emma, just tell us how you're feeling right now after the match.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's tough to lose any match, but I think that Caroline played a great match. I mean, she is a great player, and I struggled to find a way through her today. But it's okay, because coming into this, I didn't really have many expectations of myself, and playing on centre court again was a really positive experience for me. So yeah, I can take it going forwards.
How much was the wind a factor in this match today? It seemed very breezy sitting on the court.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely was windier today, and you could feel it a lot from one end. So on one end, I felt like I was struggling to get my length and any sort of ball speed, and then on the other, it just like pulls forwards, so it's like you're reaching for every ball. But yeah, it's the same for both players, so it's not like, you know, I was the only one out there struggling with the wind.
Hector Nuns for the Sportsman. Emma, Harriet Dart was just in here earlier and sort of saying some of the British players in their early 20s perhaps get a bit of spotlight on them at Wimbledon, but they can make their way in the tennis world a bit sort of steadier. You've had this incredible spotlight and pressure on you because of your great achievement last year. How much of a challenge is that?
I think I've been asked this question in every press conference, but I am 19 years old, and yes, I have had attention, but I'm a slam champion, so no one's going to take that away from me. And yeah, if anything, the pressure's on that who haven't done that.
Emma, Eleanor Crooks from Press Association. In your match against Carolina in Indian Wells, you often were the one dictating, whereas today it felt like Caroline was managing to dictate a lot more. What was the difference, you think, today?
Well, I think it was first strike tennis, and she served really well today. I didn't really have any looks, I felt, at many second serves, and even when I did, there were tricky ones, you know, with the wind holding them up. I think that serving wise, like, my ball speed was just lower in general, so I don't know, maybe it was the conditions, but yeah, I just didn't have enough ball speed for today.
Telegraph. I mean, is there still some physical after effects of that side strain that might have played a role in that?
I didn't feel anything out there. I, declared myself fully fit when I walked out onto the court on the first day, but I've played 7 hours of tennis in a month. So to even compete with these girls at this level and win a round is, I think, a pretty good achievement.
Mike Dixon, the Mail, Emma. You're obviously learning all the time, but I'm just wondering from sort of like the last 6 weeks, the French coming through to here, what kind of lessons you've learned and what your priorities are going to be going forward in terms of improving yourself and everything around you.
I think that since the French Open, the biggest thing has been my time on court has been extremely minimal. I mean, I really did not train very much, and that's due to different sort of niggles and things that have been lingering around. So that's obviously something I'm going to be focusing on, like still physical, getting my body ready, and just play tennis basically.
Emma, Matt Dunn, Daily Express. Next time you step onto a Grand Slam court, it's going to be as this defending champion. How much has this sort of week and the grass court build-up with all that home pressure helped you for that moment in a couple of months' time?
There's no pressure. Like, why is there any pressure? I'm still 19. Like, it's a joke. I literally won a slam. But yeah, going back to New York, it's going to be cool because I have got a lot of experiences playing, on big courts, playing with people in the stadium, playing with the spotlight on you, and I don't mind that. I mean, for me, everything is learning, and I'm embracing every single moment that is thrown at me.
Ellen, what do you do now? Do you take a break, and how much are you going to look to play building up to the US Open? Because it did seem a sort of key factor last year that you'd played an awful lot of matches going into New York.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I haven't thought about my schedule, to be honest. I just came off, but that's something I'll talk to my team about.
Tamani?
I'm Tamani Carriel from The Guardian. You mentioned the other day that players are kind of playing you, for a second time and knowing your game. Just wondering how do you counter that, and will that make you a better player? Them kind of understanding, I guess, your weaknesses and you kind of having to respond in a way.
Yeah, of course it will make me a better player because, they're just highlighting all my weaknesses, and then, when you do it on a big court like that, it's definitely magnified, and, it's just great for me to get all these lessons at such a young age, so that when I'm in my mid-20s, then I'll have those issues or little glitches in my game sorted.
James?
James Gray, iNews. Emma, I noticed in warm-up that
over on court 2, Carlos Alcaraz is currently a set-up against Griekspoor. Took the opening set 6-4, and we can join it here at 2-all in the second set.
Yeah, 3 top-quality shots from Griekspoor at the serve, the backhand into the space, and he's quick to follow it in and wait around there.
Wait, please. $30. 40 love.
Nice. Griekspoor. Yeah, definitely settling into the match. He wasn't bad in the first set, but I just felt he was slightly nervous. Oh! A little bit of luck with the net court, but
Greek sport would have covered it anyway.
40-15.
Anticipation from Alcaraz. You could see him move there just before Greek sport hit.
Dutchman's never beaten
40-30.
top 10 opponent. He's won 3 times before. This is the 4th meeting. Got close last time against Felix Auger-Aliassime in Den Bosch. 2 tiebreak sets.
Game.
They're actually taking a set off the top 10 player.
So Greek sport at least making a fight of it at the start of that second set, having lost the opener against the number 5 seed Alcaraz 6-4. He's held serve and it's 3-2 at the start of the second. And the order of play is out for tomorrow. And we can have a quick look at what we've got to look forward to on day 4 of the championship. We'll start on centre court. Everybody looking forward to this one. How can Katie Boulter get on against Karolina Pliskova, the finalist, you'll remember, here last year, losing to Ashley Barty in that final. Boulter actually beat her in one of the matches leading up to Wimbledon this year. Then after that, Rafa Nadal, the number 2 seed, against Ricardas Berankis. You'd have Nadal as a heavy favourite for that one. Then it's Coco Gauff, number 11th seed, racing up the rankings now after reaching the final at Roland Garros against Mihaela Buzanescu, the Romanian, finally there on centre court. And then court number 1, this is what we've got to look forward to on there as well. It's a men's match to start. Number 4 seed Stefanos Tsitsipas against Jordan Thompson, the Aussie. Then Iga Swiatek, who played really well in her opening round match to get through to this stage to face Leslie Patinama-Kokova, the Dutch player. And then finally Jack Draper, some British interest, who's had a great grass court season so far, against Alex de Minaur. Loads of great matches to look forward to. It's been an entertaining day 3 so far. Fingers crossed that Andy Murray can turn it around for the British fans, at least on centre court, because Emma Raducanu is already out. And time for us to say goodbye, race off into the sunset from Anne, Danny and I. Thanks so much for joining us, and we'll see you again tomorrow at the same time.
Love.